November 1955. It was true that at the age of 25 he had never left the country, that he had never got more than 3 days' march from his birthplace, no more than a day and a half of horse and carting, or one long afternoon's locomoting. On the other hand, Yuri mused, how many people could say they had traveled the length and breadth of Hungary naked? They always traveled naked. He couldn't remember how or why this started, but it had become the irrefrangible rule for the locomotive team as they traversed the nation for their matches. They always traveled in their luxury wagon, custom-built by Hungarian railways for the Waffen-SS to facilitate them in their Europe-wide art looting, and well known to the authorities on rolling stock as a peerless carriage for riding the rails, and they always traveled naked. Roka, Gyurkevich, Demeter, Bonhedi, and Pataki were playing cards on the mahogany dining table, an ex-antique, according to Bonhedi, who had served in his father's removal business. It had been mutilated out of value by years of liquid rings, inadvertent and advertent lacerations, the burrowing of burning tobacco. Left as an object unsuited for pocketing in time of rout, the table had been proudly kept by the locomotive team despite its great, if progressively diminishing, value as a symbol of corporate excellence. Who was grassing? Who was the informer? Roka was shifting about as if uncomfortable, because he was being tapped of his money like a rubber tree and because of the commotion in his bloodstream. Basketball for Roka was essentially an aid in disseminating his chromosomes across the country. Basketball, and in fact any activity that got Roka out the front door, served as a bridge between him and the members of the opposite sex. Abstention from sexual relations for anything longer than 24 hours would result in Roka getting extremely agitated, and doing things like running around in small figures of 8, ululating. Even in a habitat like the locomotive carriage, where women were overrepresented in the conversation, Roka's devotion to gamete convolutions was remarkable. But Roka was too decent to be a brick in their wall. That is, Roka was good-hearted, and Yuri, like everyone else, liked him. So it was hard to imagine him as a delator, grassing up the team. Indeed, it was hard to imagine anyone in the team snitching, except Pater. But as the only card carrier, Pater was surely too obvious. Pataki he had known from the age when you start knowing. Yuri couldn't see any of the team informing. Demeter, too much of a gentleman. Bonhedi, too jolly. Yorkovich, too unorganized. And all the others were singularly uninformer-like. However, Yuri contemplated, turning the proposition on its head. Perhaps it was Roka's decency that had snared him. If you don't do this, we do that to your mother, father, sister, brother. As always, when Roka wasn't humping, he consoled himself by talking about it. So I explained to her it was okay by me. That was Roka. He wasn't elitist. He was generous, egalitarian. He scorned petty bourgeoisie concepts such as beauty, desirability, and youth. He was relating his tryst with a recent conquest, a lady whose attractiveness, he emphasized, was in no way impaired by her artificial arm. The denouement of Roka's anecdote was that the lady had become dismembered, and Roka had found himself with an extensive annex to his tool. This, apparently, had occasioned great distress to the lady, despite Roka's chivalrous assurances that it could happen to anyone with an artificial arm. Nevertheless, the chief punchline, Yuri sensed, hadn't been reached when the narration was guillotined by Roka's fury at losing a heavily wagered hand to Pataki. Yuri wasn't playing cards because he found it boring, and additionally, Pataki always won. They only played for small amounts of money, but as he only possessed very small amounts of money, he didn't see why he should hand it over to Pataki. It was a mysterious process, but an inevitable and obvious one, like droplets of rain guided down a window pane, how all the currency gravitated towards Pataki. Potocki would lose a hand every now and then, but it was at best courtesy and looked more like blatant entrapment. Tired of trying to crack the problem of the informer, Gyuri settled down to think about being a street sweeper while he gazed out of the window at the countryside that went past, quite lazily, despite the train's billing as an express. The street sweeper was a sort of cerebral chewing gum that Gyuri popped in on long journeys. A street sweeper. Where? A street sweeper in London, or New York, or Cleveland. He wasn't fussy. Some modest street sweeping anywhere. Anywhere in the West. Anywhere outside. Any job. No matter how menial, a window cleaner, a dustman, a laborer, you could just do it. Just carry your job and you wouldn't need an examination in Marxism-Leninism. You wouldn't have to look at pictures of Rakoshi or whoever had super-briganded their way to the top lately. You wouldn't have to hear about gambling production figures going up by leaps and bounds, higher even than the plan had predicted because the power of socialist production had been underestimated. Being a street sweeper would be quite agreeable, Gyuri reflected. You'd be out in the open, doing healthy work, seeing things. It was the very humility of this fantasy, its frugality, that gave the greatest pleasure, since Gyuri hoped this could facilitate its coming to pass. It wasn't as if he were pestering Providence for a millionaireship or to be handed the presidency of the United States. How could anyone refuse a request to be a street sweeper? Just pull me out. Just pull me out. Apart from the prevailing political inclemency and the ubiquitous shittiness of life, the simple absurdity of never having voyaged more than 200 kilometers from the spot where he had bailed out of the womb rankled. The train went into a slower kind of slow, signaling that they were arriving in Szeged. This was, he knew from his research, 171 kilometers from Budapest. Just next to the railway station in Szeged was a high, red brick building which now advertised itself as a hotel. It had been, as everyone knew, one of the most renowned brothels in Hungary before such dens of capitalist iniquity were closed down. Town, gown, yokels in their Sunday best, only worn at church, in a coffin, or at the knocking shop, commercial salesmen and royalty, admittedly only the Balkan variety, had all made their way around its portals. There was no doubt that it was pure hotel now. The girls would have been dispersed to some more dignified toil. Gyuri recalled the party secretary at the Gans Works making quite a ceremony out of it when the factory had taken on 4 night butterflies. Welcoming the new arrivals, Lakatos had launched into a heated denunciation of how the loathsome capitalist system had dragged these unfortunates into the lustful sweatshops of hypocritical bourgeoisie depravity. How capitalism had perpetuated the droit de seigneur, how capitalism had taken young male proletarians to be slaughtered in wars for markets, and how their sisters were thrust into strumpetry. It had been, especially for Lakatos, a sterling performance. He had obviously read it somewhere. He was probably parroting a section in the party's secretary manual, upon receiving former whores on the shop floor. The girls had listened to Lakatos's fulminations demurely, wearing factory overalls. The diatribe had ended with Lakatos wiping the rhetorically induced sweat from his brow and disappearing into his office while the girls had been let off to learn the ropes. Within a fortnight, the girls had been once again plying their trade inside the huge coils of copper wire the factory spun. That really was the heart of communism, Gyuri decided. It made it harder for everyone to do what they do. Roka threw his cards down in disgust as Potocki made off with another hand. In the words of the Grand Provost of Kalocha, after he had had both his legs sheared off by a train, "Aren't you going to take my dick, too?" "We can talk about that jazz record of yours," replied Potocki, patiently shuffling the cards. Roka, as the son of a prominent Lutheran bishop, was the carriage authority on all matters ecclesiastical, plus Horace's odes. Every time Roca's father had seen one of his 3 children, he had greeted them with a line from Horace. The offspring had been enjoined to respond with a subsequent line, on pain of an imminent clip around the ear. The bishop was not completely severe. A slice of chocolate cake was on offer for anyone who could catch him out on Horace's texts. Roca claimed he had never eaten chocolate cake until he was 16. Like Yuri, Roca was Class X. But Roca seemed unperturbed by this, and certainly didn't allow his political handicap to interfere with his mission in life. Methodically, he scanned the platforms of Szeged station for any woman who had the sort of look on her face which suggested that she might be thinking about a vertical liaison against a secluded wall with a basketball player en route to Moscow. Aside from his interminable hormones, Roca also acquired a haul of excellent, i.e. Western, jazz records that was now almost entirely in Potoki's clutches, and he was looking out in the hope of a deliverance that might prevent another disc from taking up residence in Potoki's collection. Roca's countenance grimly, faultlessly registered the absence of a woman under 60 at Szeged's railway station. "We haven't been blessed, Szeged, have we?" remarked Bonhedyi. It was childish, but cheap, and sometimes amusing. Katona leaned out of a window further along, so he could capture the scene, while, as the train pulled out of the station, Roca, Gyurkovich, Demeter, and Potoki promoted their posteriors up against the carriage window next to the platform. A gallery of photographs starring bewildered and outraged rail passengers from all over Hungary adorned the carriage walls. Szeged was a little disappointing. One elderly ticket inspector got the full blast of the 4-bum salute, but she remained unmoved. Myopia, perhaps, or an overdose of war. It looked very much as if some misfortune had spooned the zest out of her. Or possibly they were inured to basketball teams in Szeged. Gyuri looked out on the river as they crossed over, still ruminating on the attractions of being a street sweeper. "The border's too far to walk from here," said Potoki, continuing to preside over the impoverishment of his teammates. "Make your break from Moscow." Gyuri's aspirations, though he had never opened them up, dripped out over time and had been fully divined by the others. Keeping secrets from those you traveled around with naked wasn't easy. "It's really not that wonderful out here, Gyuri." Gyurkovich kept on repeating this. Gyurkovich was a liar, not in the same league as Potoki, but competent. But while Potoki turned on the falsehood principally for entertainment, and only used it as a shield at the last resort, with Gyurkovich, who knew as soon as his enamels parted, his line was to exile the truth. Gyurkovich had got out. In 47, before the borders had been sealed up tighter than a louse's arse, Gyurkovich went off to Vienna. It had been about the same time that Yuri had gone to see Potoki about skipping the country. Wearing newspaper for underwear, Yuri was spending most of his time worrying about when his next foodstuff would be making its appearance. He had been going upstairs in the hope of catching lunchtime in the Potoki household when he bumped into Potoki coming down the stairway. Potoki was wearing his U.S. Army sunglasses, clandestinely obtained and one of only a dozen pairs in the whole of Hungary. Potoki was better off in that his loins weren't girded with newspaper, and he had a mother and an employed father to assist him in the obtaining of meals. But Yuri doubted that was the crucial factor. Let's get out of this country," Yuri had urged. Potoki paused, mentally fingering the proposal. "No," he said. "Let's go rowing." That had been that. Gyuri had no doubt that if it had been yes, they would have strolled down to the station without any ado, but it had been no, and a saunter to the boathouse. Gyurkovich, however, had snapped the homeland umbilical cord, but incredibly had returned 6 months later, when there were even fewer reasons to return. He had an uncle in Vienna, whom from Budapest looked immeasurably rich, having coined it in the shoe business. Many an evening had been spent in the throes of unrestrained envy, but Yurkevich had reappeared looking gloomy and sporting an unimpressive suit. The rumor had been that only insanity or murder could have brought him back. His brother had passed out the truth. Yurkevich had demolished the shoe empire. In his suicide note, Yurkevich's uncle had written, "You have incredible gifts. Anyone who can destroy an enterprise built up over 40 years with love, diligence, early rising, and an unequaled regard for the customer, in the space of a few weeks, has extraordinary talents. I trust that one day these powers will be harnessed for the benefit of mankind." Still biding his time with a bit of basketball before redeeming humanity, Yurkevich played down the West. Probably there were further embarrassments littered around Vienna, but he didn't want any acquaintances to chance on. Besides, this stretch of border around Moscow wasn't worth the effort of crossing it. Who wanted to go to Yugoslavia or Romania? Both Red Star affairs. Yugoslavia, a bunch of knife-wielding Serbs, and Romania. Yuri had been miffed at not going on the Romanian tour. Okay, Romania wasn't really a country, but it wasn't Hungary, and it was infuriating that bourgeoisie lineage should have deprived him of the trip, when crypto-fascists and rotten decadents like Roca and Potocki had gone. They had wanted the team to win, so they couldn't leave Potocki behind, but they didn't want anyone so Class X passing the ball to him. By some incomprehensible ministerial process, the level of Class X in Roca had been deemed more acceptable than his. Romania hadn't had a good press, though. Years before, Yoshi from the ground floor had returned from a summer holiday visiting relatives in Transylvania and recounted in horrified tones. "They actually fucked ducks. I'm not joking, I saw it." "Don't be ridiculous," Potocki had riposted. "It must have been a goose." Yoshi had seemed genuinely aghast, and when you thought about how all the great Hungarian generals, all the true hard men of Hungarian history, had come from Transylvania, it seemed plausible that rising in the morning to discover your neighbor with his breeches around his ankles, making some foul howl, could toughen you up. Yuri had also quizzed István, who had been the last soldier out of Kolozsvár. The last but the fastest, about Romania. István just laughed and carried on laughing. Alec, who had taken the Orient Express to do business in Bucharest before the war, when he heard that Yuri was angling to get on the Romanian tour, commented, "My son is an imbecile. This is the cruelest blow." Still, Yuri was subjected to an air of distinct smugness, as the others made their preparations to depart for Romania. Roca managed to acquire a Romanian phrase, which he went round chanting all day, which, he believed, translated roughly as, "Put your hole on my pole." Potocki packed extra toilet paper and took a small, aged guidebook on Romanian gastronomic delights. They went, they saw, they lost, but at least they came back. Yuri had met the returning train at the Keleti railway station. Roca was the first off. Always reedy, he had noticeably lost weight, a skeleton painted a white skin color, totally out of place for August. "Let me put it this way," Roca summed up. "If you gave me the choice of spending 2 weeks in the waiting room here at the Keleti, with nothing to eat, or a night in Bucharest's best hotel, I wouldn't have to think very hard about it." They had lost the 2 matches they played, largely because Potocki had been out of action. Potocki, who had never had a day's illness in his life, the closest he had got to being ill was when he had invented ailments to dodge various duties, who had only ever come into contact with doctors for the obligatory checkups on all players, had spent the duration of his stay in Bucharest on his knees, spewing incessantly, vilely betrayed by his sphincter muscles, bowing to the lords of disgorgement, hugging different immobiles in his bathroom suite, pleading for divine intercession. The others had had ruthless alimentary disruptions, but had just succeeded in getting out on court. The locomotive players had all felt as if their legs were encased in lead casks. They bitterly regretted getting possession of the ball, since that forced them to run or try to do something. They would have happily forfeited the match at half-time, if it hadn't been for a fervent appeal to national honor and auroral threats of unprecedented strength by Hep. Despite losing irredeemably from the first second, or perhaps because of it, Locomotive were soundly booed by the crowd, and one of the darts, thrown by the spectators, had skewered Sabolch's ear. When Demeter, as acting captain, on account of Potiki's indisposition, had offered to trade tops with the opposing captain, as was the custom with international fixtures, the Romanian had insisted on haggling, with the result that Demeter ended up with 3 unwanted Romanian tops, and the Romanians left congratulating themselves on having gulled the Hungarians. "I never thought we were going to get back alive," Roca had said, kissing the platform. On the home leg of the fixture, they had had their revenge, beating the Romanian Railway Workers' Union by only 2 points, a puny margin, acutely disappointing when one took into account that Roca's brother, who was in charge of the kitchens at the hotel where the Romanian team was staying, had applied injudicious amounts of rat poison to their goulash. The train rolled into Mako, the last stop for both the train and the locomotive team. They were due to play the Mako meat processors that afternoon. There was a minor abattoir in Mako which helped to supply flesh to the salami factory in Szeged. Their opposition was entirely drawn from the small bone cleaning unit of this abattoir. No one was there to greet them at the station, but Mako wasn't really big enough to make finding anything too much of a problem. They arrived at a school sports hall for the match to find the meat processors out on court, clumping about in what had the appearance of a desperate attempt to learn how to play basketball half an hour before play was due to commence. As they were changing, Hep gave the team a pocket edition of his pre-match exhortation. It definitely wasn't needed, since they knew without setting eyes on the meat processors that they couldn't be any good. Unknown provincial teams couldn't be any good, since any hot player would be immediately siphoned up, lured into the grasp of one of the big teams that could offer huge betterments. This was a friendly match to appraise the meat processors, a newly formed team, who had probably lined up the First Division locomotive via political channels. A Mako party secretary had phoned another party secretary to whom he had slipped a crate of salamis, who would in turn phone another party secretary, a soon-to-be proud owner of a crate of salamis, and so on, till at the end of the chain Locomotive chugged into town. Thus there was no need for Hep to flex his admonitions. But the thing about Hep, which could be quite irritating at times, was that he was a professional. He took his job seriously despite the fact that 10 million other people in Hungary didn't. He was good in every way as a coach, manager, and mentor of the team, but he did have one grave fault. He always got up at 4:30 in the morning, and after 50 years on the earth, he couldn't grasp that other people didn't. His direst threat was circuit training at 5 a.m. One morning, not long after he had joined Locomotive, and not long after he had burned his bed, Yuri woke up on the floor with an awful knowledge that Hep was expecting him at 5:30 for some track work, in what was a bottomless black October freeze. Wondering why so much of existence consisted of getting up in the cold dark to do something he didn't like, he resolved he wasn't having it. Normally, Yuri was exemplary about training. Indeed, that was why he had burned his bed, in an attempt to incinerate his laziness. It hadn't been a great bed, but it had been serviceable, it had worked, and lying there in the mornings, Yuri had found its temptations preferable to running about in the winter. He lay there in its fortifying warmth and comfort, thinking about the training he should have been doing, repeatedly previewing it instead of doing it. Yuri knew he had to train, and train much harder than anyone else because he was a self-made athlete, unlike someone like Potocki who was a natural. To get the rewards that accrued from basketball, Yuri had to work. That was why he had lugged the bed down to the courtyard and burned it with a sprinkling of petrol, to make sure that his will wouldn't buckle in the future. The neighbors hadn't batted an eye, because, by that point, if they hadn't had their throats slit as they slept by Yuri or Potocki, categorized as the crazies of the block, that was good enough for them. Yuri placed his hopes on a ground sheet and the floor, encouraging him to get up briskly and to log a few hours' exercise before the other preoccupations of the day. But even the floor could grow on you. And that morning he had thought, you can't just rush reality and dive back into sleep, having written off Hep's proposed cross-Arctic running. The doorbell rang at around 6, as it would turn out. Alec, who was up, even though he had no convincing reason to be, opened the door to Hep. Hep handed Alec his card, which he always carried. Dr. Ferenc Hep, Doctor of Sport, and asked to be shown to Yuri's room. Yuri had lied reflexively that he was ill, whereupon Alec expressed surprise as Yuri hadn't mentioned feeling poorly the previous evening. This somehow removed the sparse vestiges of veracity from Yuri's statement. Well, Hep had said good-naturedly, if you can manage to triumph over this unwellness, if you can bring your body to heal, because a hard mind makes a hard body, and get to the track in 20 minutes and do 10 more laps than the others, to show this illness you're not going to take it lying down, I think I can do you a commensurate favor. I can sign your military deferment papers. That had been the quintessential Hep. Other coaches would have sent someone else round to threaten him, but Hep was unwavering in doing things himself. It goes without saying you're going to win this match, said Hep, so I'm not going to say it. These meat processors have undoubtedly got webbed toes, and if they're in basketball gear, it's because they brought their mothers to help them change. I don't want to be accused of being unreasonable. I don't want to be the target of petulant rumblings, but gentlemen, I have to insist on a 20-point victory. They say you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but as far as I'm concerned, that's exactly why it's there. This bunch couldn't find themselves in the dark. So, I have to insist, even allowing for your not inconsiderable indolence, I have to insist on a 20-point, no, a 30-point margin of victory. Otherwise, it's sit-ups in the city park on the rainiest 5 o'clock in the morning that I can find. Hep then erected his blackboard, which he always carried around, and chalked up a few plays, selected from his notebook as thick as a hammer-thrower's thigh. Yuri once glimpsed a play with a number as high as 602. This was often the hardest part of any match, paying attention to Hep's schemes, since, certainly when dealing with a collection of small bone pickers, the required tactic was simply to get hold of the ball, pass it to Potiki, and watch him obligingly run down the court and propel it into the basket. This was a tactic stunningly effective against all but the top 3 or 4 teams in the first division, who had the brains, talent, speed, or foresight to impede this model operation. But here in Mako, it was hard to attend to Hep's phenomenally involved machinations. You had to put 1 or 2 into action, regardless of whether you needed to, or whether there would be any benefit from using it, such as collaring a couple of points. Hep was the coach, and basketball was better than a real job where you were expected to work for the money they didn't give you. A certain amount of explaining away was possible. Doc, the marking on Potiki was too fierce. We couldn't use the casino egg play. But if there wasn't some evidence of orders being obeyed, Hep's favorite remedy for a disregard of his specially bound leather notebook was half an hour of stadium steps, and it didn't make any difference how fit you were. Your legs would become solid outposts of pain. And of course there were times when Hep's scheming won matches, such as the Great Technical University Massacre, when the better team hadn't been allowed to win because of Hep's plays. When the end whistle had blown, the Technical University's team had stood on court, unmoving, unable to believe they had been beaten, viciously beaten, by a team of 5 places further down the division. But it wasn't so much to do with the winning as with control. Yuri had learned from his own coaching in the gymnasiums that the greatest part of the pleasure was seeing the invisible strings pulled, relishing the remote control, like being a theater director or a general. You wanted to recognize your handiwork. Roka, as was the custom, went out alone onto the court with the gramophone player. They all knew that this showmanship was wasted in Mako, but this was the point of being professional amateurs. You went on with the show even if there was no one to watch, or if the spectators were too thick to appreciate it. The gramophone player was István's. István and the gramophone player were about all that was left of the Hungarian Second Army. Istvan had got the portable gramophone player as a present from Alec when he set off to the front in 41. Yuri had no idea how much it had cost, but fortunes were involved. There had been German generals who didn't have the sort of musical recreation enjoyed by the Hungarian artillery lieutenant. The Hungarian Second Army, like all Hungarian armies, had the unfortunate habit of getting wiped out. Istvan returned, flayed and dented by shrapnel, even though 200,000 other Hungarians didn't. Even more miraculously, the gramophone player had been returned home months later by one of Istvan's comrades in arms. Istvan had no objections to Gyuri permanently borrowing it. Roka put on one of the jazz records, to the sound of which Locomotive trooped out and started their warm-up, bouncing around and sinking baskets. The records they performed to were all of American origin, which could have been tricky, but before they had thrown away a lot of records presented to them by one of the visiting Soviet railway teams, they had steamed off the labels and refixed them on the jazz records. So the Western decadents were then camouflaged by rubrics such as Lenin is amongst us, Our Steam Engine, and the biggest hit, In the Frontline Forest, performed by the Song and Dance Ensemble of the Soviet Army. The original credits for the jazz had been long forgotten. Any snooping eyes would only meet estimable red Cyrillic, whatever the reports of their ears. The small bone cleaners were visibly taken aback by this. Somehow, Yuri felt, they weren't going to break into the big time of big bone cleaning. One of them loped up and announced that they could only provide one referee. My other uncle couldn't come. A towering player, some 6'6", the meat's not-so-secret weapon, lined up with Potocki for the jump-off, pouring down a look of smug contempt on the 5 inches shorter Potocki. It was funny. The meats thought they were going to win. They were very surprised when Potocki disappeared with the ball, but instead of whizzing down court to deposit it in the board bank, as was his wont, he passed it back to Yuri. For a bit of fun, Yuri tried to drop the bomb, taking a shot from under his basket at the opposition basket. Normally, this was only attempted as a desperate measure, with only seconds to go before the end of the match. The odds practically blocked the ball going in, but as Yuri knew the match was Locomotive's anyway, even if they'd only been playing 2 men, he had to go. The ball flew across the court and shot through the net without touching the ring or the backboard. Any experienced player would have diagnosed it as magnificent, once in a career cheek, but the meats were flummoxed and rocketed from bucolic swagger to abject panic. Instead of piling on Potocki, not that it would have greatly hindered him, they crowded around Yuri. After Potocki had eased his way through to 10 straight dunkings as if he were practicing on an empty court, the 20 points hinted to the meats that they should keep an eye on Potocki, but this was of little help. The secret weapon lumbered about, trying to pillage passes to Potocki, but he was too big an opportunity for gravity to pass up, and Potocki always got higher or lower faster to pluck the ball. Bias, the like of which none of the Locomotive players had seen, flabbergasting bias from the referee which gave the meats impunity to foul, trip and punch, along with several completely unwarranted penalty throws, resulted in a final score of 68-32 to Locomotive. It seemed obvious that the total export capacity of Hungary's salami industry would be needed to thrust the meats into the first division. The pleasure of the good result that Hep was looking forward to had been greatly marred by the referee's behavior, going for his whistle whenever someone from Locomotive neared the ball. Hep went over to the referee to discuss the 108 infractions of correct refereeing he had noted down during the course of the match. Yuri could tell by the look on the referee's face that he didn't realize that he was going to have to go through 108 points one by one in exacting and atomic detail. Hep's persistence was one of the pillars of Locomotive's high ranking in the league, but despite all his cunning, expertise, and drive, there was no way he could push Locomotive into beating the Army's team, which had the championship trophy riveted down in its clubhouse, as there was no need to move it. The Army's strengths were self-evident: an infinity of boons for its sporters, innumerable facilities, and the ability to draft anyone they wanted, And above all, the bonus that playing for the army meant that you didn't have to be in the army. The real one, where you didn't eat, lived out in sub-zero temperatures, and dug ditches. In fact, one of the most agreeable ways of avoiding the army, a pastime that, after bonking, was the major preoccupation for healthy young Hungarian males, was to join the army. The life of the army's basketball players, as indeed of all of its sporting practitioners, was cushy. On the first day they might go as far as to show you what a rifle looked like, but that was as far as military science went for the sporters. Anyone who played in the first division had a nominal job handed out by their club, the duties being mainly collecting your wages. There were also the little brown envelopes at the clubhouse containing calorie money. For example, Yuri had visited his place of employment on numerous occasions and had learned the Morse code in the course of his railway career. In the army, shamateurism reached full speed. The only duty that impinged on the army's athletes was putting on a uniform once in a while. Plus, if you were an international standard, a high rank and a fat salary were thrust on you. Pushkas, the football genius, not only had a car, but a chauffeur. In their changing room, Lokomotiv were joined by their vanquished opponents. The atmosphere was not one of sporting benevolence and fraternity. The hope of obtaining some home-brewed palinka, as often happened on the trips to the provinces, was dashed. The demeanor and conduct of the small bone boys was undisputably bunco. You would have thought they could contain their surly clod-hopping to their own changing room, but they couldn't stay away from the excitement from Budapest. Ergo, there was nothing else to do that weekend in Mako except bait the Lokomotiv team. The Meets had chosen Demeter as the principal subject of their attentions. Demeter was tall and aristocratic, as befitted someone who came from a long line of tall aristocrats. Whether because 700 years of appearances behooved him to do so, or whether it emanated from his nature, Demeter emitted a constant poise. You could imagine him being bombed and pulled out from a pile of rubble without a hair out of place. If you were wearing a dinner jacket and Demeter was stark naked, you'd still feel underdressed. Demeter was also excessively equitable, which was why he hadn't responded to the Meet's unimaginative abuse. If it had been Potocki or Katona, or indeed any other member of the team on the receiving end, fugitive teeth would already have been scuttling across the floor. Why was it always the friendly matches that ended up unfriendly? Thought Yuri, looking around the changing room for some handy blunt instrument such as a length of iron piping. The universal punch-up Yuri expected didn't in fact come to pass. The Meet spokesman was working his way through a loop of observations such as, "You think you're pretty good, don't you?" and "You think your shit doesn't stink, eh?" As he was engaged in this, Demeter adjusted his tie, and then, with such purpose the movement seemed slow, administered a slap resoundingly on the spokesman's face. Not a punch, but an open-handed rebuke, without any follow-up. Demeter then carried on packing up his kit bag. The Meets flocked out in silence, rather as a martial artist was reputed to be able to summon fatal strength to one finger. So Demeter had conduited a crushing amount of contempt into that slap that had incontrovertibly spelt out their 4th divisionness in all aspects of life. The irony was that it was Demeter who insisted on politely bidding farewell to their hosts. They had to hunt around for Hep before they could leave. But they located him eventually, somewhat out of breath. He had run a mile down the road pursuing the referee who had taken to his bicycle at .48. Hep was in excellent condition for his age. Indeed, he was in good shape for someone 20 years younger, and he could have carried on much further had it not been for the awareness that his strictures were not being accepted constructively. Returning to Szeged to spend the night, the bulk of Lokomotiv opted for an inspection of the town's main square to see if there was a restaurant willing to serve them. They remembered that they had run out of a restaurant in the center of town without paying a bill, doing a zrínyi, as was known in the Lokomotiv ranks, in memory of the great Hungarian general Miklós Zrínyi, who had rushed out of his castle, admittedly to do battle with a Turkish force that outnumbered him 10 times, to be completely wiped out. They remembered that they had journeyed out of the restaurant, but having been so legless and brainless, they couldn't remember which one. They had been so inebriated, only half the team could walk, and had only made good their escape by locking the staff in the kitchen. But what was the point of being away from home if you didn't behave disrespectfully? They chose the restaurant on the left-hand side of the square, where, having reassured the management they weren't anything to do with water polo, they were shown to a table. "When I hear the word water polo," said the head waiter, "I know it means refurbishment, hospital, the police, a loss of teeth, years of painful, slow recovery." Hep was busy back at the hotel, writing letters about the 108 points to everyone even remotely connected with the governing of basketball, and some to people who weren't. "I definitely think you should write to the ministry," Potocki had said, knowing that Hep's epistolary exertions would save the team from a few hours of post-match analysis, which on previous occasions had driven people to climbing out of windows to evade Hep. Gyuri had gone off to the main post office to see about a phone call to Budapest. 3 days before, he had been stopped in the street by a striking Swedish girl who asked for directions to the Museum of Fine Arts. The miracle of such an encounter, of a girl who was from the outside and who was good-looking, just walking up to him without any advance notice from fate, had stupefied him, and he almost let her go without essaying further acquaintance. She was visiting Budapest for some youth festival organized by one of countless peace communities, but that was immaterial. She was a 2-legged ticket out of Hungary, and worth a 4-hour wait for a phone call. "Stay calm," reasoned Gyuri. "Stay calm for a few more days, and then if she hasn't fallen insanely in love with me, there's always the expedient of falling at her feet, pleading for marriage, offering half of his salary for life, offering anything, to kill people if she didn't like, to beg desperately and shamelessly." "Bugger the informer," he concluded, entering the post office. "I'm breaking out." Joining the queue for phone calls, a familiar figure in front of him was mnemonically focused into recognition. It was Solyom Nudge, the championship shoplifter of the Minta school. Solyom Nudge's prowess at pilfering, mostly chocolate bars, had been such that the entire third year, as a result of the gargantuan amounts of cut-price Solyom Nudge supplied chocolate they had consumed, had been unable to view a bar without feeling ill. Although they had lost touch, Gyuri had got on well with Solyom Nudge, and had been very grateful to him for specially stealing a multifaceted penknife, subsequently lost, when Korestes, who had said he'd just wanted to borrow it for a minute, had left it in a gypsy at the fairground. Solyom Nudge, it transpired, was studying Hungarian literature at the university in Szeged. "This is Jadwiga, by the way," he said, indicating a slim girl next to him, who was letting her boredom with waiting show. The surname was something Polish that Gyuri didn't bother trying to retain, but he was disappointed that Jadwiga didn't seem more delighted to meet him. One didn't get anywhere by overlooking introductions to women. However, according to the instant classification of the backroom boys in Gyuri's cranium, Jadwiga only scored a keep-on file anyway, and he had more pressing Swedish women to phone. It took a portly 3 hours to get through Budapest, and she wasn't at the student hostel. It was going to be hard work becoming a street sweeper in Stockholm. December 1944. The German soldier was trailing behind the others, clutching in his left hand a good portion of the intestines spilling out from an otherwise quite smart uniform. To Gyuri, he didn't seem greatly distressed. It was rather as if the unteutonic untidiness of runaway guts was far more troubling than any physical pain. Of course, fussing or expecting any sort of sympathy or attention would have been a waste of time. Like everything else, sympathy and attention were running out. The Germans, pedestrian or motorized, still pretending that the war wasn't over, were heading to the river and crossing over to the castle, where it was rumored that they were going to hole up and fight it out with the rapidly approaching Russians. Göring had watched the Germans arrive in force months earlier, when they had helped themselves to Hungary's government. The Germans had poured in with their heroic motorcycles and other items of snappy transport, swaggering around in beautiful leather coats. The Germans weren't looking so confident now, the prospects of getting mashed by the Russians not agreeing with them. It would have been fun to watch if it hadn't been for the fact that the mashing was going to take place in Budapest. From the direction of the city park, Göring could hear the distant rumbling artillery, the mighty footfalls of the Red Army. Military training, even for 14-year-olds like Göring, had been stepped up since the Hungarian High Command, having lost one army, was trying to get another to play with. Göring's instructors had placed exclusive emphasis on running around a lot in gas masks and then crawling back and forth over some prime cow pats. "The Russians will be in big trouble if they try to defend themselves with cow shit," one of Göring's fellow soldiers had remarked. They were also shown the much-hailed Panzerfaust, the shoulder-launched anti-tank missile that was the latest secret weapon from the German scientists, and the piece of kit that everyone wanted to get their hands on. Their instructor had taken the Panzerfaust out of its box and held it out to them like some sort of talisman. "There it is, lads, the Panzerfaust," he had said, packing it back into his box so it could be taken off to be exhibited elsewhere, and launching into a lengthy description of sundry hush-hush techniques for getting a truly first-rate shine on your boots. Some of the duties were more pleasant. There had been a boom in requisitioning, presumably on the premise of doing your looting while you could. The notoriously stupid Hankoksi, who, having made it to 15, was in charge, had led them on a stripping tour of properties in the Jewish quarter. Supposedly searching for items that would help the war effort, Göring and Dosa had an exceptionally good pillage in the pharmacy, recruiting lots of soap. Dosa's presence had been rather odd, since his father was Jewish and had been issued with a yellow star, and one evening had been taken away. Göring had spotted him being escorted away, carrying one small suitcase. But a day or so later, Dosa's father had returned, and although he hadn't been tap dancing on the roof, he had been left alone. Coming out of the pharmacy, Göring and Dosa had heard a shrill protest from the other side of the street. From a fully open second-floor window, a diminutive but vocally powerful old lady unleashed a savage tirade against their appropriation of toiletries. "Filth! Termites! Bloodsuckers! Have you no shame? Stealing like this in broad daylight!" The woman had the appearance of being irritating on a full-time basis, but Göring had been startled by the vehemence of her denunciations, which were surprising. Against the background of wholesale export of Jewish families, the emptying of a pharmacy didn't really rate a mention. Also, Göring didn't see why he should get the blame for the Nazi goings-on. Was the woman out of touch, or was it her pharmacy? But she was very loud and very persistent. People stopped to watch the show. The most annoying thing, Göring suspected, was that she was right. Hankoksi had materialized and taken stock of the situation. "Right, Fischer, shoot the old bag." Göring had been issued with a vintage revolver as a sort of official warrant, which he had enjoyed wearing. "Go on," Hankoksi commanded in a senior military sort of way. Göring pulled out the revolver from its holster. "Shoot, shoot, shoot!" insisted the old lady, weary of the world, but Göring, after reflecting that at the distance he'd probably miss, had decided to be merciful. "Your mother, dear madam, was a whore," he had shouted belligerently. This massive and out-of-all-proportion rudeness had pleased Hankoksi even more than a round through the old girl would have. It had certainly blown her back into her flat, ripping apart her lace-curtained world. Hankoksi slapped Göring on the back approvingly, but a creeping feeling of shame soon overtook Göring. You're brought up to be polite to little old ladies, Göring thought, but all you want to do is to shoot them. Tired of watching retreating Germans, Yuri set off for home. He was curious about what war would be like close up. Their first installment had been yesterday, when he and Potiki were looking out from the tiny balcony that the Potikis had, a sort of concrete slab that jutted out from the building. Potiki's mother called them in for a few samples of the parliamentarian pastries she had been baking. A minute later, there was a faint thump, and they went back out to the balcony to see what it was, or rather they wanted to go out on the balcony, but they couldn't because it was gone, seized by a long-distance Russian shell that hadn't felt like exploding. Yuri had heard a similar story from Gergely. Gergely's family were down in the shelter during an air raid, and when it was over went back upstairs to their top-floor flat, opened the door, and found the whole flat gone. All that was left were the front door, its hinges, and a view of dusty debris 4 floors down. "At least we didn't have to bother tidying up," Gergely had commented. Yuri had also quizzed Istvan about the war. "Listen, if it comes to the point where someone is stupid enough to tell you to fight, just vanish and hide somewhere till it's over." As Yuri walked down Damjanich Utsa, he saw a limousine with army insignia parked outside number 10. Wondering if this signified anything for the family, Yuri spotted Kalaman, one of Istvan's closest friends, now something influential at the high command, wearing a fancy dress uniform. Kalaman was taken aback to see Yuri, and you could see him reviewing a number of approaches before going for the shortcut. "Istvan's back. He's badly wounded." Inside the flat, Yuri got a glimpse of Istvan lying on the dining room table, looking like an 11-stone steak. Alec was next to him, with one of his old army chums, Crudy, a doctor who was taking instruments out of a black bag. Yuri knew, although he knew that he shouldn't know, that Crudy had made a fortune out of pussy, angel-making, conducting abortions, and reconstituting hymens to produce born-again virgins for the best families in Budapest. Just before Alec shut the door in his face, Istvan, who had somehow noticed Yuri standing there, shouted, "Sorry I didn't bring you back anything this time." When Kalaman returned with another officer, Yuri was still floating around outside the dining room. "We couldn't find any anesthetic," he said, undoing his uniform. "This is going to take a long time. He's got more metal in him than a cash register." During the intermissions in the surgery, Yuri learned from Kalaman that he had found out that morning that Istvan's unit had been strafed by Russian planes near Godolo, just outside Budapest. Kalaman had phoned Alec, and they had gone out to search for Istvan. It was a good thing, Yuri realized, that his mother was away in the countryside getting supplies. Otherwise, Alec would be taking full responsibility for the Second World War. Much later, Crudy came out. "Now we can start worrying about the Russians." In some ways, Istvan had been very lucky. They had put him on the last train to get out of Budapest, moments before the Russians completely encircled the city. He didn't have to spend 6 weeks in a cellar while the Russians and Germans argued over Budapest. There were some consolations to living in a cellar. First floor Noemi had been unrequiting Yuri's love for some time, was forced into proximity with him. But the diet of tedium, unwashedness, and intermittent horsemeat was hard to take. It was also hard to think well of anyone with whom you had spent 6 weeks in a cellar. The only person to come out of the cellar episode with any credit was Mrs. Molnar, venomous in peacetime, but now that war had expunged the basis of her displeasure with society, namely the lead everyone else had in such fields as youth, pleasure, and more expensive patisserie, sparked cheer and encouragement. Potiki had a huge supply of books and seemed content with the opportunity for a good read. Alec had sat stoically smoking cigarettes for as long as there were cigarettes. After that, he just sat stoically. It was not long after Noemi had complained about not having washed in recent history that the bleak observation of old Phytos, the head pessimist in a cellar-strong and pessimistic competition, "Cheer up! When you think things have become unbearable, they are going to get worse," came true. The Russians had made their way into the cellar. Depending on how drunk they were, they either removed the woman to some separate room or they did it on the spot. They were fair. They didn't just rape the young and attractive women, but distributed the violations equally. It was a day when Yuri was glad that he didn't own a vagina. The Russians took anything of value, anything portable. Yuri even noticed one eyeing the huge boiler greedily. Alec negotiated with them in German, as far as circumstances and linguistic abilities allowed. This rather boiled down to Alec translating the Ivan's request for booty. The legendary fondness of the Red Army for wristwatches proved to be well-founded. Everyone, including Alec, lost their timepiece. The Russians left bouncily, doubtless feeling the cellar at number 10 had been well worth the visit. Yuri hadn't been upset or concerned about his mother's jewels or Alec's watch. After all, Alec could buy replacements after the war. However, he was glad he had hidden his own wristwatch, a large Swiss model with so many dials he couldn't remember what they were all for, around his right ankle, beneath the protection of a thick sock. "They didn't get my watch," he reported to Alec, showing its concealed position. Alec stared at him in disbelief, slapped him around the head, took the watch, and rushed out to give it to the Russians. In the streets, it looked as if it had been raining dead Russians. As Yuri and Potiki wandered around, they didn't notice any dead Germans. Perhaps the German horror of disorder had prompted them to tidy up as they retreated. All the corpses were frozen solid, and many of them had left life in the most ridiculous postures. It reminded Yuri of the pictures of bodies of Pompeii, frozen in time by the lava from erupting Vesuvius, that Istvan had brought back from his school trip there. Yuri was looking forward to visiting Pompeii, mainly because of the more artistic murals, as Istvan said the guide had labeled them, one of which reputedly featuring a guy with a dick the size of an oar. A lorry pulled up, and before the idea of running away had even occurred to him or Potiki, a Soviet soldier jumped out, a fat Ukrainian peasant. If he wasn't one, he should have considered that profession, because he had the looks for it. Waving his submachine gun, the Davai guitar, in the winning way the Ivans had, he succinctly expressed his wish that they should load up some of his fallen comrades onto the lorry. Having made clear the task, the soldier set off for some investigative looting. For weeks after the fighting ended, they were quite accustomed to Russians strolling into the flat and liberating some item that caught their eye. Anything from one of Alec's suits to his mother's eau de cologne, usually consumed on the premises. There had even been one individual who had stayed for a long time trying to work out how you were supposed to drink from the toilet bowl. Josie joined Yuri and Potiki and gave them a hand loading up the defunct soldiers. The floor of the lorry was frozen, and you could slide the corpses along as if you were curling. There were some really ludicrous poses. One corpse had a hand cupped to his ear, as if straining to hear something. "What's that, Sergei?" Potiki supplied the line. "The wristwatches are definitely in the next block." Another corpse they managed to get upright, and leaning him slightly against a wall, managed to return a semblance of animation to him. Potiki sacrificed a last cigarette to give a more lifelike appearance to the figure. "Sure, I've got a light," said Potiki, holding a match to the cigarette inserted between cadaverous lips. From a distance, it really did look like a Russian soldier was having a smoke. It was as they were trying to get one corpse to give a piggyback ride to another, that they discerned, by the augmenting sound of swearing, the return of the soldier. He was rather angry to see that he didn't have a lorry full of corpses, and that Yuri, Potiki, and Josie were slowly, somberly, respectively, gingerly, and tenderly placing the mortal bits of a fallen hero on the back of the lorry. "Malenki robot, Malenki robot," a phrase everyone now knew meant a little work. He repeated furiously, "Bistro, bistro," waving his gun to indicate the rapid tempo of work that he desired. Evidently, he had an important looting to attend. The remaining bodies in the vicinity went in faster than sacks of potatoes. Having filled up the lorry, they were about to bid farewell when the soldier indicated, again through the eloquent means of the submachine gun, that they should clamber in the back as well. They thought about objecting, but very briefly. They got on board and watched as the lorry drove out to the city park. It was an uncomfortable trip. "These stiffs are stiff," remarked Potocki. They were taken into some administrative building where they were shown to the basement and locked in. An ugliness was unnoticeable in the atmosphere because Potocki had some bean soup waiting for lunch. They decided to decamp. There was a small window that with great difficulty they could just about climb out of. Another portion or two of horseflesh the previous week, and they couldn't have made it. They emerged at the back of the building, without any Russians in view. After they had run all the way home, they didn't set foot outside for a couple of days. Mr. Partos from the first floor, who had ventured into town since he had a tip-off about some milk, had disappeared that day. A week later he managed to get a message home from the cattle wagon he was in at Zahony, near the Hungarian-Soviet border, through the kind of medium of a railway worker. He had been invited to do a Malenki robot by a Russian soldier, and obviously there was some mistake which he was confident he could sort out. A lot of Yuri's fellow pupils had been killed, so the first roll call of school recommencing was rather grim. Annoyingly, none of the teachers had snuffed it. In particular, Yuri had been hoping that Vag Volgi would have copped a direct hit from some Russian artillery or an American bomber, but there he was, bald as a snooker ball, unsmiling, blocking Yuri's path down the corridor, patently expecting the project on Kusoth, which was already a week late when the Russians had arrived to give Yuri a breathing space. If anyone else had said, "I trust you use the extra time to broaden your background reading," he would have been joking. Vag Volgi wasn't. As Yuri floundered in his explanation of how reading one more book on Kossuth's American exile had prevented him from entirely contemplating his opus, Vag Volgi shook his head with a wounded look. Fischer, this is deplorable. You can't let a little war interfere with serious scholarship. You know our history. As a Hungarian, you should be prepared for the odd cataclysm." October 1946. Potocki was having a lucubratory crap when they came to arrest him. He was comfortably perched, working his way through a first edition of Tampa's poetry, a splendid gold-embossed publication printed in 1849 that had come from a bombed-out Jewish flat. Tampa was the sort of poet Potocki liked, plodding and second-rate, and this was precisely why Potocki was investigating his rhyme schemes. Tampa's mediocrity was rather reassuring. Tampa had been there, Peitofi's sidekick, in the middle of the 1848 revolution, the highlight of the century, bobbing up and down in the cauldron of era-making, handed all the great moments of existence, and he had fluffed it. All Tampa had managed to do was knock out greeting card verse, a chain of tum-ti-tum. Tampa was what you wanted in the way of a literary predecessor. Solid, reliable, uninspired, doing some useful groundwork, warming up a few promising stanzas, passing on the baton to his successors as they could make the dash to glory. A spear carrier, a stagehand. Not like that bastard Peitofi, who had fenced off most of the language, who had confiscated most of the things worth poetizing about, creating Hungarian literature in the lunch breaks between his revolutionary activities. The man who, according to some authorities, had declared the 1848 revolution open, monogrammed all the best poetic forms, tossed out entire school and university syllabuses as a sideline, and fought with the Hungarian Revolutionary Army, which thrashed the Habsburgs, the army which looked as if it had ironed out the jinx, when whoops, it got wiped out. Then Peitofi had the nerve to die, looking sharp in a white shirt, alone, on foot, against Cossack cavalry at 26. A man whose verse was embossed on every Hungarian at the factory. That was what you didn't need, some rotten genius queering the pitch, eating up all the literary glory on the table. Potocki had 2 reoccurring dreams. One was rather nightmarish. He would be drummed by a heart-rending fear that he couldn't remember either the names or the addresses or the telephone numbers of 2 or 3 staggeringly attractive women he had met. Their details were always just out of recall. The fingertips of his memory couldn't reach the shelf they were on, so he had no way of tracking down the beauties. They were out there, waiting for him, but he couldn't get his memory to cough up. He would wake and sweat. The other dream featured a bookcase. It was the type of dream where you knew from the kickoff it was a dream. The preeminent book was a thick volume of poetry. The whole form of this book spoke of great literature. It was stuffed with world-class stuff, the sort of thing that would be in everyone's collection, even those people who don't read. So Potocki would read the book, thinking, this is brilliant poetry. It could muscle its way into any analogy of verse. It leaves Petofi at the starting line, and it doesn't exist. All I have to do, thinks Potocki, is memorize it, write it down when I wake up, and hey, presto, instant immortality. Nevertheless, although he trotted through the dream again and again, he could never capture a chunk. Once, exceptionally, he returned with a line, "The dog is in the dog case," which, despite long consideration, wasn't any good on its own, and Potocki was unable to do the sequels. There was a variant on this dream where he came across a heap of gold coins, and despite furiously concentrating on bringing them back, he would wake up with a fistful of nothing. Potocki did try writing without the shortcuts, but although he could get enthused during the writing, as the ink dried, so did his satisfaction. The ideas, the vision that turned his ignition, were exciting, but it was like taking a pebble out of a river where it gleamed and watching it become matte and boring. Potocki tried to splash with ink the invisible men that only he could see, so that others could detect their outlines, but he always missed and was merely left with a mess. He hadn't succeeded in penning anything he wanted to show other people. It was so frustrating to see something like a beautiful girl, and then to end up with something like a matchstick figure scrawled on a wall. Thus, drawing comfort from Tompa's mechanical poetry, Potocki was surprised to hear a jarring knock on the toilet door, not really designed to take the force of a heavy fist, and an unfamiliar male voice calling his name. He was surprised, but not as surprised as he would be when he discovered it was the AVO outside waiting for him. As secret police went, the AVO weren't terribly secret about what they did. Half the business of being secret policemen is people knowing about you, word-of-mouth publicity. Potocki's mother was, fortunately, even more astonished than he was. She was flabbergasted into silence, so there was no scene as they left the flat. Even more fortunately, Potocki's father was still at work. If he was going to talk his way out of this problem, he didn't want any interference. The problem was, what was the problem? The 2 AVO made a point of not telling him why he was wanted for questioning. They were milking the superiority of their knowledge, that Potocki could tell. Until he discovered the cause of the trouble, it was going to be difficult to decide which fraud to unpack. He readied 2 or 3 all-purpose disclaimers so as to have a good story at hand. They passed Mrs. Vadja on the staircase, lamenting with Mrs. Chorgo the demolition of the church that had stood at the end of Damjanich Utsa for over 100 years. "This can't go on much longer," she was saying. The AVO car was long and black, and Potocki tried to enjoy the short ride. There was something flattering about being arrested. The entourage did testify to one's importance, but being in custody was becoming a habit. He really had to cut it down. There had been the corpse-collecting incident. The window had got them out of that. Then he and Josie had accompanied Yuri to his mother's cottage in Erdovaros. The first day in the countryside they had walked out of a forest lap into a Russian camp. Potocki immediately feigned intense pain on the lines of acute appendicitis, and got the others to plead for a doctor and medicine. This appeal had the desired effect. The soldiers had told them to go to hell and shooed them away. They had been reliving that escape the following day, chuckling over Russian gullibility as they fired a revolver at some bottles they had carried out to a local beauty spot for target practice. This was when there had been notices everywhere, in newspapers, on walls, in railway carriages, warning that anyone caught with a firearm would be considered a bandit, a fascist, someone to be shot forthwith. It was probably the shooting and their chuckling that obscured the sound of Russian patrol unit until it was right behind them. One of the 4 soldiers, a true short arse, who looked about 12, was extremely jolly. The Red Army manual for troops stationed in Hungary obviously contained the phrase, "We are going to shoot you," just to prevent any misunderstanding, since the midget kept on repeating it with an appalling accent, adding various onomatopoeic execution effects like ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba. This he did, interspersing delighted laughter, all the way to their headquarters in the village of Jew. The people who lived in Jew didn't look at all Jewish. Nor were they. Otherwise, they'd have been long dead. Not for the first time, Potocki reflected on the imbecility of Hungarian village names and how idiotic it would be to be shot in Jew. They were left in a small room, with a window so minute none of them could have managed to get more than an arm out, and besides which their twitchy escort was on guard outside, still rehearsing for the firing squad. It was going to be a tough one to mendacity out, Potocki had reflected, bearing in mind that none of them had a greater command of Russian than "fuck your mother." Josie was beginning to smell badly, and Yuri's eyes were on stalks of terror. "Don't worry," Potocki said, in an endeavor to bolster morale. "They're not going to shoot us." "It's not that," replied Yuri. "Everyone saw us being brought here. My mother's going to kill me." Potocki then recalled that Yuri's last word to his mother before going out the door had been "No," in response to the irate question. "You haven't still got that revolver, have you?" Potocki was exploring 2 lines of thought. First, that they had found the revolver and were on their way to hand it in, precisely because they realized how illegal and dangerous such an object was, and how it could easily fall into the wrong hands. Or there was the hunting down of a Nazi soldier reputed by the locals to be scavenging in the forest, harboring wicked anti-Soviet ideals, with a jackpot line. "We wanted to bring him in ourselves as thanks to the Red Army for having so selflessly liberated our country of evil scum like this." It was a better yarn, but sadly less believable. Then the commanding officer came in. Potocki divined from the crestfallen look on the midget's face that perhaps they weren't going to be fattened up with lead. None of the fabrications were given a chance to come into play, but an abrasive sandpaper severity lecture was skinned them alive, through an interpreter, and to Yuri's disappointment they were released and had to go home. The captivity had been just over an hour. How long would the AVO hold him? At a stately pace, the driver took the AVO car down the Boulevardus Andrassy Ut, and turned right at number 60, their headquarters. Potocki cut off his reminiscences with the thought that the entrance to number 60 looked familiar, and recalled that he had seen it in a newsreel, showing captive Aerocross leaders and other assorted Nazi assistants being let in, handcuffed, having a good idea of how their trials were going to go, hangings all around. The car pulled into the side entrance, the tradesman's entrance as it were, and Potocki suddenly ran out of nonchalance. Fear made itself comfortable in his mind. He was ushered up a long, ornate staircase with incapacitatingly thick carpet. The opulence of the interior was all the more striking since Potocki couldn't remember seeing a freshly decorated wall, or indeed one without bullet holes or some sort of martial damage for years. He was shoved into a large room, with a ceiling almost out of sight from which was suspended a chandelier the size of a crystal yacht. "Go and stand in the corner," said one of his escorts. Potocki then noticed someone else in another corner, with his nose pressed into the right angle of the walls. Even though he only got the rear view, from his red hair, bolt upright like a thistle, He recognized Folks. This revelation and the schoolmasterly injunction to stand in the corner brought on a fit of laughter which had a high hysteria content. This, in turn, produced a fist in Potiki's ear, which was still smarting when it got dark outside, but Potiki was quite happy to stand like a dunce, because he now knew what it was all about, and he could get the juices of expiation, protestation, and misrepresentation ready to flow. Moreover, for once, he hadn't done anything. It had all started with the rowing trip down the Danube with Yuri. They stopped for a bite of lunch on Sepal Island, and as they relaxed on the verdant riverbank, Yuri spotted a small container of the type that usually housed grenades. To their joy, it was full of grenades. They did some fishing, grenades producing unbeatable results. No wasting time with maggots, bits of line, hooks, weights, waiting. But after you've harvested a good haul of zapped fish, the fun diminishes. They were good grenades, German grenades, so Potiki, having acquired Yuri's holding through a boat-counting wager, decided to sell or trade them at school, as he had done a roaring trade at the close of the war, arms dealing for a little pocket money. During one of Hidasi's physics lessons, Potiki started his retail exploits. Hidasi was, no matter how many times he had taught a topic, passionate and excited in his exposition, so much so that as soon as he launched into density or atomic eccentricities, he didn't even notice what the front row was doing. And as far as the back row was concerned, with Potiki and the grenades, it could have been on the other side of the planet. One week they had even managed a small-scale football match using a rolled-up paper ball without Hidasi intervening. Hidasi made a pleasant change from the other masters, who loved to supervise every aspect of a pupil's existence. For example, someone like Horvath, whom it was rumored had been stripped of his army commission because of the embarrassing number of conscripts who had died in his charge. Horvath was always canning people or grooming them for expulsion on grounds of insufficiently perpendicular spines. Snoozing on the workbench, however, didn't bother Hidasi, who just carried on waving sections of rubber tubing or sticking things into a Bunsen burner. On the occasion Potiki had ignited one of the laboratory benches, purely experimenting to see if it would burn, Hidasi's only reaction had been to open a window to let the smoke out. One day, an hour after school had finished and the class had filed out, it was claimed Hidasi had been seen still conducting a lesson on electromagnetism. He loved physics. And he was liked by his pupils, not only because he left them in peace, but because, when it came to exam time and mouths were left gasping like landed fish, he would give a good mark for understanding the principle. In fact, what usually happened during the oral exam was that he asked the question, and then, even before you had time to supply an answer, should you have happened to have one, however feeble or conquering, he would beamingly answer it, requiring at most a little nodding in agreement from the examinee. Teller was telling me that if you split the atom, you'd blow up the whole world. The least he could have done was write to apologize. Hidasi was rambling as Potiki sold his grenades. Kerestesh, as well as Folks, came round to examine the goods, which Potiki wished they wouldn't do. Kerestesh was an unwelcome customer, as he was perilously unpredictable. During the siege, Soviet machine gunners had found Kerestesh at their elbows asking for a go. Once Potiki and Yuri had been at a fairground when Kerestesh had latched onto them. A gypsy, without carelessness or malice, entirely through the natural Brownian motion of public place, had brushed into Kerestesh. Courteously asking for Yuri's celebrated penknife, Kerestesh had run through the different attachments, and having selected the longest blade, sunk it into the gypsy. "Thanks," he had said politely. That was the only occasion, though, that Potiki had seen Kerestesh exhibit good manners. Folks wasn't great as a prospective customer either, as he had an unblemished reputation as penniless. In any gathering of 30 youths, there is always one who gets sat on. Someone, anyone, would call it time for a Folks, and immediately a quorum of 8 would sit on Folks. More might be interested, but folks wasn't very large, and even with 10, there would be a couple only sitting on a brace of fingers, a hand, a nose, something peripheral like that. It was a rather simple, but an inexhaustible amusement. Folks was also good for locking in cupboards, and because it was public knowledge that his mother would phone the police if he was 2 minutes late home. On one side-splitting occasion he had been handcuffed to a rail in the number 47 tram, where he had stayed despite his impassioned pleas until the driver took the tram back to the terminal. Even more amusing than doing things to folks was doing things to his briefcase. He had acquired a very sober, expensive leather briefcase through a family belief that such an accoutrement would boost his scholastic achievement. Because the briefcase was pompous, very expensive, and above all belonged to folks, it came in for a lot of attention. Folks had a curious spiritual oneness with this briefcase that transcended merely trying to protect it. Since it was kicked on sight, folks had to walk around with the briefcase clutched to his chest, but as he couldn't maintain such tight security all day, the briefcase would disappear. Invariably, the moment it fell into hostile hands, no matter how distracted he was, folks was telepathically alerted, and he would have to be sat on, while his briefcase was filled with liquids, trampolined on, nailed to a wall, or on one memorable occasion, during one of Solium Nodge's chocolate gluts in early '44, topped up with chocolate melted over a Bunsen burner, to the accompaniment of Hidasi's discourse on the spectrum. They were sitting on the window ledge at the rear of the classroom, where Kerestesh pawed the grenades, much to Potiki's discomfiture. The lab was on the second floor, and there was a drop of 20 feet to the pavement. A vogue was sweeping the school for jumping off the top of the music block, which was a 12-foot drop onto grass, started by Gombok, whose elder brother had been a paratrooper, resulting in an epidemic of sprained and broken ankles. Kerestesh lobbed a grenade up and down thoughtfully. "I tell you what, I bet this grenade that you can jump out that window and walk away." Kerestesh never explained that he was going to put up, but in any case Potiki wasn't having it, since whether or not Kerestesh broke his neck, such an escapade could only add to Potiki's detention time, which was already heavily curtailing his rowing on the Danube. Potiki had already said no 3 times when Kerestesh, who needed to be told things 6 times as a minimum, threw folks out of the window. Folks looked surprised at the physics lesson having run away from him, but had got up swiftly and dusted himself off. "See," said Kerestesh, "my grenade." Whereupon he pulled out the pin. Row upon row of boys ducked under their benches as awareness of the unpinned grenade spread. After a good 3 or 4 minutes, Potiki crawled out from underneath the neighboring bench to see Kerestesh holding the grenade up to the light. "All right, how did you know it was a dud?" "I didn't," replied Kerestesh. Just then, folks walked back into the classroom. Hidasi, who hadn't missed a word of his eulogy on the electron during the grenade scare, rounded on Fuchs. "How dare you leave the classroom without my permission? Double detention." That lesson was the last time they saw Kerestesh. 2 rumors made the round. One that the headmaster had Kerestesh on a retainer to stay away from school. The other that Kerestesh's vanishing was due to having bet someone at Kobania railway station that he could headbutt the 415 from Keleti, which didn't stop at Kobania, into submission. Potiki definitely preferred the latter version and found the detail verisimilar. Folks had been doubly depressed by the double detention. He had never had a detention from Hidasi. To the best of everyone's knowledge, he had never given a detention. As they left their punishment, Folks bent double with woe, his briefcase pressed to his chest. Potiki, since there was no one else around to witness it, felt compassion and tried to cheer Folks up. "It's no use," moaned Folks. "I'll never do the great stuff like you, selling grenades. No one sits on you." Potiki strived to play down the kudos of arms dealing, but as they waited for the tram, his sense of humor pushed in front of his compassion when Folks suggested, "Look, couldn't I help you sell some?" Potiki looked contemplative for a theatrical moment, then agreed. "Okay," he said. Potiki outlined the hidden underground German arsenal he had discovered, which was brimming over the top with SS gear, ammunition, weapons, grenades, etc., which would make the two of them a fortune. "What you need to bring is a rope, a lot of rope, 50 feet. A miner's helmet, or if you can't get one, a very powerful torch. And lots of sorrel." "Sorrel?" "Yes, you know, the green stuff. Sorrel is the best thing to pack explosive in. It relaxes them," elucidated Potiki with an infallibly serious face. The rest of the way home, after he had farewelled Folks, Potiki kept lapsing into laughter at the thought of Folks working his way through the shopping list. And on the appointed Thursday, when Folks showed up at school hidden under enormous coils of rope, a miner's helmet at a rakish angle on his head, carrying 2 huge baskets full of fresh green sorrel, Potiki was truly afraid that he was going to injure himself or pass out. He had also primed the rest of the class about the proposed weapons quest, so there was universal merriment, but it was the touch of the miner's helmet, which must have potently taxed Folks's ingenuity, that finished Potiki off. He couldn't control himself and earned 3 detentions for inexplicable spasms of mirth. By the next afternoon he had managed to compose himself as he read his tombook. The schoolish atmosphere at number 60 Andrassy Ut was further heightened by an instruction, after he had been standing in the corner for hours to cover 2 sides of paper with his curriculum vitae. Potiki was calm now, if not utterly confident of talking his way home that night. The grenades he had actually sold would be long gone, deniable. A blanket refusal to acknowledge them was the tactic here. And as for the subterranean German arms cache, since there wasn't one, he could reveal it was a schoolboy prank, apologize profusely, and go home. It was a pity he hadn't the chance to liaise with Folks to harmonize their narratives, but he polished various emotional stages, fear, incredulity, repentance, with a few standby lines in reserve. Mentally, he adjusted the tones of denial and set the level of horrified innocence he wanted to draw on at key junctures. They were interrogated separately. Potiki was allowed to sit, and this he did as respectfully and helpfully as humanly possible. His interrogator was wearing the new blue insignia uniform of the AVO, and he started off the session with, "Of course, we know all about you, Potiki." Potiki paid no heed to the contemptuous tone and smiled steadily, working on the theory that smiling might reduce the chances of getting hit. The interrogator looked at his life story with conspicuous disgust. He put it down with what Potiki, as a consummate dissimulator, instantly spotted as an artificial hiatus. He had the feeling that his interrogator wanted to go home. It was 9 o'clock after all. "Folks has confessed everything about the weapons. He told us you wanted to be his assistant in organizing an armed struggle." "No," said Potiki as uncontradictorily as possible. "There aren't any weapons. It's—" "What's this, then?" asked the interrogator, slapping a German submachine gun on the table. He counted the beats and said, "An oversized and extremely impractical toothpick? Part of a lawn-mower, perhaps?" Potiki found himself, for the first time in his life, out of stock of any suitable fabrications. Were they going to frame him? Whatever was going on, he realized he wasn't going to get any of the good lines. "But, as I said," continued the interrogator, "Folks has turned on his mouth. He explained that you didn't know anything, that he was just bringing you in to help distribute. We've nipped this one in the bud, which is as well for you." Here it is, thought Potiki, seeing it coming. He wants to go home. "We know all about you. That's our job. But you're young. We're going to overlook this mistake, though it's a weighty offense. We're going to give you another chance." "Whatever you say," thought Potiki. "You're in the Scouts, aren't you?" It wasn't a question. They didn't give him a lift back home. Andrassy Ut, bleak and black as it was, looked tremendously beautiful to Potiki. He inhaled a generous amount of night air. A poem about freedom was coming on, given his new qualifications in valuing it. The prop with the gun had been a little crude, he judged, but he had been really afraid they were going to stitch him up. But if they deemed waving a gun necessary to get his cooperation, that was their business. Laudonnière was in charge of the scout troop. The other Jesuits took part, but it was Laudonnière's principal duty, fitting enough, as he had worked his way up through the ranks. He looked the part of the Jesuit, tall, with sober eyes that could gate-crash your thoughts. Potticky had to remind himself that although Laudonnière was dressed in black, he was still on probation. There was some ridiculously long apprenticeship for the Society of Jesus, advanced altar-kissing, and so on. "I know you may find this hard to believe," Potticky began. "Let me guess, the AVO wanted you to spy on the troop," Laudonnière volunteered. Yes, frankly. How did you know?" "Someone would have to do it. Your fondness for getting into trouble makes you the obvious choice. May I suggest copying out the troop's newsletter? It'll save you a lot of time. Just give a little more space to any particularly noteworthy knots, any real intriguing bonfires. Those people are very keen on paperwork. Anything else?" Potticky met Folks on the way to school a week later, the first time he had seen him since their joint incarceration. Folks seemed terribly frightened and upset to him. "I'm sorry. I thought you were joking about those guns. That's why I took them to the caverns. But I think I managed to convince them it was me who found them. I'm sorry." Potticky and Folks never talked about it again. They never really talked again. And Potticky certainly never talked about it with anyone else. But he noticed that people didn't sit on Folks anymore. September 1948. The ant training had been typical. Yuri knew that he should be studying much harder. Unlike all previous exams, whose certificates of importance he had never found convincing, this was frighteningly, windpipe-constrictingly important, and he really should have been studying much harder. He had wanted to study much harder. The intention had been beautifully formed. It had been everything an intention should be. But it remained an understudy, never getting on stage. He had rowed out on his own to a quiet stretch of Margaret Island with a whole boatful of textbooks, leaving no clue as to his whereabouts. It was just him and the mathematics. 1-on-1. Lying in the heat of the elderly summer, Yuri opened the books to lay himself bare to calculus, to bask in the equations, but while his tan deepened, somehow his erudition didn't. He felt cheated. Like jumping off a cliff, he had hurled himself at the distant algebra, but instead of plummeting down to impact with those formulae, he just hovered above, aloft, some covert anti-gravity repelling him from the maths. Relishing the unrationed sunshine, he succumbed to a bout of ant shepherding. Prior to this, his only dealings with ants had been stepping on them, either by accident or squashing them when they invaded his possessions or edibles. He had partitioned himself at the intersection of a number of formic caravan routes and spent the better part of 3 hours devising Olympianly a series of obstacles and tests for the ants with the aid of twigs, leaves, and extracts from his lunch sandwiches. He toyed with the idea of becoming a great entomologist, a world-leading zoologist. As far as he knew, biology was an area unpolluted by Marx, though some of his disciples, like Lysenko, had tried to make up for Marx's silence on the phyla. The fascination of the ants had run unabated as long as there was no other distraction from the maths. Mathematics had this to recommend it, if nothing else. It made everything else, ants, English, push-ups, ironing, washing up, beguiling and wonderful. Whole new galaxies of interests had popped open now that the maths exam was drawing close. Anything unconnected with maths was irresistible. He rowed back to the boathouse to discover that Potticky had been sculling up and down the Danube looking for him in a fruitless attempt to gloat over his revision. Yuri lugged the maths books home. He was used to carrying the heavy weight about as a sort of tandem intellectual and physical toning. helping his stamina, and also, he hoped, the proximity of the knowledge would help it to spill out on him. There were many dogs in Budapest that weren't as well walked as his math textbooks. Entering the flat, Yuri noted that Potocki wasn't around, because Alec was on his own. Potocki had taken to frequenting the Fischer flat, because he found Alec most congenial, as unlike Potocki's father, Alec had no obligation to Potocki's smoking. Indeed, he would hoard up cigarettes, earmarking sole survivors of a delivery to be reserved for an appearance by Potocki. More and more often, Yuri would return from training or a run to find Alec and Potocki in a nicotine partnership, making the most of scanty tobacco. Alec usually testifying to the callipygian glories of a set of buttocks he had encountered as long as 4 decades ago. Yuri didn't smoke. The odds against him playing First Division basketball were already so great that he couldn't afford any handicap, however small, so he didn't begrudge the extra familiar sharing of the cigarettes. What was irritating was Alec's equanimity. Alec would now be regularly on duty in the large armchair, which was almost the last remnant of their pre-war furniture, indeed virtually the last of their pre-war property. Stationing himself in his armchair, abetted by a cigarette if available, Alec looked unbelievably good for a man completely ruined. His hair and mustache were so disciplined it was as if they had been sculpted into place. However, the grey pullover, which was now the core of his wardrobe, did have 2 impossible-to-miss holes. Other men, having seen all their assets evaporate overnight, especially having an entire fortune fly by night, would have protested bitterly at the unseen forces reducing their wealth to the small change in their trouser pockets. Destitute at the age of 60, even allowing for the common denominator of a world war and vast industries of suffering and misery, you would have expected some cursing and shrieking, a gnawing of fists, a denouncing of higher powers. But Alec didn't issue any unseemly lamentations. He simply sat in the armchair, at ease, as if enjoying a day off. He tried to resurrect his fortunes after the war, and more crucially after the hyperinflation, which Hungarians proudly pointed out had been the fastest and greatest in economic history. Once the inflation was over, Alec went to the bank where he had deposited millions, emptied his unfrozen account, and bought a loaf of bread, hardly getting any change back. The gutters of Budapest had been clogged with discarded banknotes, the fallen leaves of an old order. What tortured Yuri even more than Alec's tranquility, what racked him night and day, was the sheer inanity of the loss. It could have been so different: a tiny stash in Switzerland, a loose gold ingot buried in a field, some well-cached jewelry, and other things would have been different enough for them to eat, and even eat well. But everything had gone in what would amount to no more than, at best, an eyebrow-raising footnote in abstruse economic journals. Funnily enough for a bookie who had made a very good living out of people losing their money on horses, Alec's first ventures to recoup some money saw him going to the track for a string of flutters. Yuri could distinctly remember Alec, before the war, coming home with the takings from the races, in a small brown suitcase, the money all jumbled up for Alec's staff to sort out, and exclaiming, "Human folly! It's the business to be in! You can't go wrong!" His turf accountancy riches had been less the result of his astuteness than the fact of bookmaking being a virtual monopoly, and one of his old army chums being responsible for handing out the licenses. Nevertheless, incited perhaps by his inside knowledge, Alec remained adamant that the GGs would provide, if not a regular income, a startup capital for some future, nameless, hardship-solving enterprise. Alec's excursions to the track were, in the main, shirt-losing exercises, but now and then he must have won, since there were evenings when there was something to eat. More direct action took place, too. One day, Yuri came home to find his books. All his books were gone. All that was remained was a patch of lighter wallpaper. "I had to sell them," Alec replied to Yuri's inquiry. "We have to eat, you know." Which was fine, but Alec could have asked first, and the galling thing was not that the books were gone, but that whatever the going market value of his library was, Alec would have been bamboozled and only got a tenth of it. Alec's business sense, if he ever had any, seemed to have been mislaid somewhere during the war. The grocery shop that he had run for a month was the best example. It nearly destroyed the family because they had to rise before dawn to buy stock, and not only did they not make any money, they lost it. They lost a staggering amount, more than if they had just jettisoned the greens in the street. Grocers weren't keen on other people becoming grocers. Ambitious projects like grocerying were behind Alec now. The armchair was enough. Since Mother died, Alec had demonstrated less of a need to be seen doing something. There were mysterious absences from time to time, which spawned packages of food, but Alec treated life largely as a spectator sport. This lack of remorse and of pleading to rewrite the script could be accounted in some quarters as admirable, but Yuri found himself unable to applaud. "How does it feel to have one of the most sat-on arses in the universe?" he inquired after a very forlorn day. Alec shrugged. "My father lost everything," he said, as if this were a lucid explanation, appending by way of conclusion, "You'll dig me up when I'm gone." Yuri hadn't seen much of his grandfather. Memories of his grandfather's visits in his furthest childhood had two components: nice cakes he wasn't allowed to touch, and a bullet-headed, dangerous-looking old man who kept asking who Yuri was. His grandfather had, according to Alec, stood surety for a friend's gambling debts. The friend had been unable to pay, and instead of doing the done and honorable thing, passing a bullet through his brains, went off to Berlin to open a Hungarian restaurant, leaving grandfather to fork out. But if nothing else, Alec and grandfather had handled fortunes. Somehow, Yuri felt that he wouldn't be given a fortune to lose. Nevertheless, Alec's snap pauperdom had certain benefits for Yuri. Having a father who had stepped down from life meant there was no friction over the exam business. Alec had never been excessively concerned about Yuri's schoolwork. Sometimes Yuri wondered if Alec knew which school he was attending. In a rare and ephemeral flare of studiousness, Yuri once asked Alec to test him on some Latin verbs. "Do you know them or not?" Alec had queried, and when Yuri had responded that he thought that he did, Alec had retorted, "Then why do I need to test you?" Still, Yuri reflected as he shaved in the first of his preparations for his evening out, at least he only had to sit one subject again to get his matriculation certificate. Next door, while he decapitated his bristles, he could hear Mr. Gallantai repeatedly complaining about the nationalization of the factories, which really must have been exercising him since it had happened some months ago. "This is too much. It can't go on much longer." Yuri had no doubt that things would go on for some time yet. Enough to get him in the army. This was the sole encouragement to study, and it was a truly major carrot. No pass, no university. No university, yes, army. Years to years of not eating, standing out in the rain, digging ditches, not seeing anyone you knew, anyone you liked, prisoned with salutes and worse beds. People preferred to commit suicide before being conscripted, as it was more agreeable to die at home in comfort, rather than truncating your arteries in some dingy barracks. It was a good thing that mathematics was the only remaining weight threatening to drag him down into all that. After all, there had been many fails nuzzled up against him in the exams. Hungarian literature had been a real case of digging himself out of the grave. Luckily, Botond had been conducting the oral examination, albeit with a couple of other teachers who didn't like him as much, or probably at all. The set text was Arany's Toldi. Either he had never had a copy or he couldn't find it, but the evening before, when Yuri had resolved to read a bit, his sudden desire to read Arany was foiled, so he turned up dutifully at the exam to collect a fail. Botond was sitting with his feet up on the table. The other teachers' faces were strongly broadcasting that this detracted from the decorum of the occasion, but Botan was the head of the Hungarian department, and what was more, was unchallengeable in Hungarian literature. He had read everything twice, and when it came to poetry, could recite nearly every published verse. If you were lucky, if something sparked him off, he would enter a Hadassi-like trance and declaim flawlessly for 20 minutes, giving the class a much-needed break. As befitted someone deeply implicated with art, Botan had long, unruly hair, so remorselessly unruly that pupils and staff suspected he engineered his coiffure to look like a starfish every morning. "Well, Fischer," Botan had said jovially, staring up at the ceiling, tapping a cuspid with the earpiece of his spectacles, probably running through some juicy text at the back of the cerebral shop while he was going through the tedious business of testing the pupils. "It's always a pleasure to see you, but I can regret that you'll have to give us some of Toldy before we can let you go." "To be honest, I can't," Yuri owned up. "I'm sorry, but I don't know any." "Ha ha, always modest, always modest. Any section, just fire away." "No, honestly, I don't want to waste your time," Yuri had insisted. "Exam nerves, eh? All right, just recite any one of your favorite poems." It was a reasonable request, but it caught Yuri by surprise. He rifled his literary knowledge, but the drawer was empty. "No, sir, I'm afraid I can't recite anything." "Ha ha, Fischer, your sense of humor will get you into trouble one day. I'll put you down for a pass. Send in the next candidate, please." Botan was extremely avuncular to everyone, except those who evinced a sincere enmity to poetry. He was one of those few masters who was liked, a fondness fueled by the biographical information, passed on year after year, that Botan had got drunk with all the major figures working the Hungarian language since the turn of the century. He had starved with Addie in Paris. And I were arguing who should peel the potato for supper, and with 8 other unwashed and less posteritied Hungarians shared one bed on a shift basis in an unheated garret, got drunk with all the major literary figures again, punched Picasso in an argument over prosody, and was, despite his senior teaching post, available at short notice for drinks with any major, or minor for the matter, literary figures left after 2 world wars and a plethora of emigration. Literary criticism was more compelling when you knew that your teacher had dragged the author out of a bar by his legs. Once out of the exam, in the corridor, with post-incident clarity, it did occur to Yuri that there was one poem he could have rounded up, by Botan's old pal, Addie, on the pleasure of seeing the Gare de l'Est in Paris, one of Addie's most appealing themes being that the noblest prospect a Hungarian could see was the way out of Hungary. Good, but a sozzled poet. Istvan had been in Erminescent, Addie's birthplace, during the war, and had been surprised to find not so much as a plaque to Addie's memory, whereas, by comparison, Hungary was littered with commemorative notices such as "Pétofi walked past here," and "Pétofi almost walked past here." When Istvan pointed out this omission to a local, the rejoinder was, "Why should we put up a monument to a second-generation alcoholic?" The maths exam was the first thing the next morning, but it was too craven to stay in, despite the frittering away of time caused by the afternoon's ant circus. Alec was in the armchair, in some difficulty without a cigarette. As Yuri was heading out, Alec caught him in the back with, "You're going to love the army." The first time he sat the mathematics exam, he had prudently taken the precaution of smuggling in the textbook. The main reason he failed at the first attempt was because he hadn't known enough to know he hadn't known enough. Yuri dipped into the textbook in the hope of succor, but he had found its pages totally unintelligible. He angrily registered that if he had worked a bit harder, he would have been able to cheat properly. The second time around, his preparations at least gave him enough expertise to understand the questions, even if the answers weren't jumping into view. It was possible for him to do something about these questions, even if it was like fighting a forest fire with a thimbleful of water. An all-pervasive desperation not to do military service saturated his being. He had seen a group of conscripts the previous week, ideally cast for the role of a chainless chain gang, miserable, bones veiled in skin, carrying a loaf of bread that had long ago lost its credibility in the civilian world, that required a pickaxe rather than a knife. Yuri liked to think he was tough, but knew he didn't have the resilience for hardship so well planned, so non-stop. Although things were rough, there was always the prospect of something good happening to you if you were outside the army, no matter how remote that prospect might be. In the army, you weren't going to be bothered by any comfort, cheer, or anything that could be classified under the heading pleasant. There would be no appointments with pleasure. The others in the exam hall, from a distance anyway, seemed to be beavering away confidently. Did he look in control to those 2 rows back? Yuri wondered. The first question offered a few footholds, so he hastened to put something down on paper before the wisdom he had fished out slipped away, and in the hope that some apocalypse should curtail the exam after 10 minutes, he might have enough answer to pass. He had unrolled as much of the answer to question 1 as he could, when a glance to his left established that his gaze had a direct flight path to the left breast of the young lady there. Either she had forgotten to do up her blouse, or the buttons didn't feel like working, but light was taking off from untextiled skin and crash-landing into Yuri's retinas. His loins underwent a stepping-on. All the mathematical erudition he had convoked was summarily banished. To deliberately have arranged such an alignment, to visually sidestep the clothing barrier in other circumstances, could have taken hours, but now, at such a delicate moment, his composure and her memory impacted. Simultaneously he looked away, but it was too late. The chemical heralds hit the road, stirring up a global ache. Crippled by this unwarranted intrusion into his concentration, he returned to the maths and found he was locked out. The second question scarcely acknowledged his greeting. Surveying the 180-degree view on his right, Yuri ruminated on a group from one of the people's colleges. These were the special institutes where individuals predominantly from the bottom of the bucolic barrel were crammed with learning to provide the party with man and woman power. Peasant lads, in the main, who had ties fastened around their necks, copies of The History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, stuck in their hands, along with a ticket to the center of the universe, Budapest, where accommodation, in some appropriated bourgeoisie building, would be waiting. They were loud in their endorsements of Marxism, as anyone in their new shoes would be. Yuri needed, as a minimum, 3 attempted answers to pass, and while he had 1 attempt and a feint, the remaining questions looked hermetically sealed, inscrutable. A girl on his right, one of the People's College contingent, kept staring over at his paper, which Yuri found droll. How could you think there was anything worth examining on his laughably blank paper? He was coming to the conclusion that glaring at the questions in the hope they might crack was a waste of time, and he might as well enjoy a display of swagger by walking out and perhaps fooling a few despairing souls into believing he had done brilliantly, instead of squirming around like a maggot on a hook. The people's girl was still looking at his paper, and what was worse, looking as if she was looking. Being disqualified for cheating wasn't going to make much difference to Yuri, but it might to her. "I can't help," Yuri mouthed to her. "Don't look or we'll both—" He drew a finger across his throat. The girl reddened and threw her regard down onto her own sheets of paper. Now that he had conceded the mathematical match, Yuri adjourned to treat himself to a spot of ocular plundering from the chest of the girl on his left, but was disgruntled to find that a fold of blouse was now refusing his glance admission, bearing any further visual trespass. Having decided he wasn't going to sit like a cabbage any longer, he was putting the top back on his pen as a prelude to departure, when the supervising rays from the invigilator were momentarily diverted, and a square of paper made its way from the row on the right to his desk. Opening up the paper, Yuri found it contained a neatly written solution, which, although he couldn't entirely follow it, had such aplomb that he couldn't doubt its correctness. He copied out the answer and sauntered out of the exam hall, knowing he had vaulted the pass, although, with hindsight, he conceded that ant training and other diversions had drained the blood from his luck. In the aftermath, several congregations of math discussions formed. Numerous people were slumped around, with crumbled faces, as if auditioning to illustrate the caption, "Despair." For the first time in his life, Yuri felt like going to church to say thank you. He certainly thanked his immediate savior. He was in good form with her, since she was so unattractive that there could be no question of making an overture, and he could relax. Potocki appeared, closing in and frowning to see Yuri wasting verbal effort on a young lady lagging so far behind the pack of beauty. Potocki, of course, hadn't failed any of his exams. He had strolled down to the exams, dipping into a textbook or two as he walked, packing bites of knowledge into his cheeks like a hoarding hamster, and then spitting them out at the examiners. By the time he walked out of the exam, he already knew less than when he walked in. In basketballing terms, it was like a one-armed blind man throwing the ball hitting the ring, circling around, wobbling, teetering, but then finally slumping into the net. Lucky, very lucky, traveling to the border between luck and miracle, but 2 points nevertheless. Yuri could see Potocki taking his time, lining up a whole afternoon's witticisms about his poor choice of female interlocutors, but it wasn't going to bother him. "Thanks again for the help," said Yuri as his valedictorian. "You must be phenomenally good at maths." "Oh no," said the girl modestly and endearingly. "They gave us all the answers last week. We had plenty of time to learn them." They took the watch to the brothel. His mother's watch, which had incredibly not ended up on a Soviet army arm, which was probably the only pre-liberation timepiece left in Hungary, and which had once been worth an awful lot, was on that particular evening enough for 2 beachings, one for himself and one for Potocki. Yuri had fervently determined to celebrate, and to have the much-respected good time. But once the negotiations over the gold watch's weight in harlots were over, Yuri felt oddly detached, as if he'd left his dick at home. He would never have believed he could appraise so academically femaleness being exposed. Whores were so often associated with ugliness, sadness, and debasement, but the girl who had introduced herself as Timea was young, vivacious, and if not intelligent, had an alertness that could pass for it. "You're very beautiful," Yuri remarked, repeating the observations of his eyes. "Oh, my breasts are much too small," she replied, as she continued to undress for work. It wasn't true. She had the sort of beauty that removed the possibility of difficulties. She could have had anything she wanted from hordes of men genuflecting in submission. Her employment in the brothel was strange, since you would have thought she could have easily begged a couple millionaires to have a less demanding lifestyle. Considering the inordinate amounts of time he spent in contemplation of four-legging, Yuri found it hard to account for the sudden amputation of his desire. Watching Timea was delightful, worth the money in itself, but a curiously abstract experience, like admiring some art in a museum. Yuri suggested that Potocki go first. It was terrible. His callousness had simply packed up on him, out of order. He was annoyed with himself for wanting to do it, and at the same time, he knew that once he was out of range of the brothel, he would be annoyed with himself for not doing it. When Potocki re-emerged, all he could suggest was that they should leave. "Are you out of your mind?" Potocki expostulated. "You can't throw away a perfectly good fuck." He returned to claim the unused coitus. Yuri learned there are people who can take their deceased mother's watch to a brothel, and there are people who can't. And if you're one of those who can't, you can't. It was an expensive lesson, and one that was not likely to have any future applications, because he wasn't going to have any more deceased mothers or deceased mothers' watches. He wished Potocki would hurry up. He wanted to go home, since he had the feeling he was going to cry. January 1949. They spent the last hour telling camel jokes. "The new Foreign Legion officer arrives at the fort in the middle of the Sahara Desert," explained Laudonnier, "and he's been given the introductory tour by the sergeant, and he listens attentively, but eventually he says, 'This is all very interesting, Sergeant, but there's a rather delicate matter I'd like to inquire about. We're going to be out there for years. I mean, what does one do when the juices start to build up?' 'Well, sir,' says the sergeant, pointing to a camel tethered in the yard, 'when an officer is missing the ladies' company, that's what we have Daisy, the regimental camel, for.' The new officer is rather shocked to hear this, but says nothing. Months elapse, and finally, after a year in the Sahara, he snaps, runs screaming across the yard, and flings himself on the camel. As he's pumping away, the sergeant comes up and coughs discreetly. 'It's none of my business, sir, but the other officers prefer to ride Daisy to the brothel in the next village.'" For a Jesuit, Laudonnier had an astonishingly good fund of camel jokes. Yuri and Newman could hardly get any in. Laudonnier was rather hogging the camel section, but it was a very long journey, and Yuri certainly didn't have enough camel jokes at his disposal to cover a fraction of the trip to Halas. Laudonnier had been a little vague at first about what he had to attend to in Halas, the hamlet where he had been born and raised. "I think I need a bodyguard," he had said to Yuri. Yuri would have been glad to do a favor for Laudonnier anyway, but it was flattering to be thought of as large and dangerous, though Yuri had brought Newman along in the event of any bona fide bodyguarding being required. As a water polo player and a very large person, Newman was going to have the last punch on any subject. Yuri had seen Newman, when two drunk and quite large firemen had merrily announced that they were going to thrash the living daylights out of him, pick them up and throw them across Rakosi Ut, where they had hit a wall with unpleasant bone-breaking sounds. It had to be some sort of record, but sadly throwing firemen wasn't a recognized sport. "The new Foreign Legion recruit arrives at the fort in the middle of the Sahara Desert," Laudonnier resumed, "and he's being shown the ropes by an old sweat, and he finally summons up the courage to ask the question that's on his mind. 'Look,' he asks, 'we have to spend years out here. What do you do about the urges?' 'What we do,' the old sweat elucidates, 'is we go out, find a bunch of Bedouin, ambush them, and find relief with their camels.' So time passes, the troops go out into the desert and hide behind a sand dune and bushwhack some Bedouins. The old sweat immediately runs down towards the camels, and the new recruit asks, 'What's the rush? There are plenty of camels for everyone.' 'Yes, but you want to get a good-looking one.' At the railway station at Bekasaba, a wiry, behatted peasant who kissed Laudonnier's hand was waiting for them. A cart, luxurious by local standards, but bottom-grading for an hour's journey, the time the deferential peasant assured them it would take to reach Halas, conveyed them. Going back to his origins didn't seem to excite Laudonnier greatly, but as Yuri surveyed the territory, where the shoe was still seen as a daring new fashion idea, where only the sound of crops growing disturbed the peace, he could comprehend the lack of enthusiasm. There was nothing to be said about the landscape apart from that it started where the sky finished. Laudonnier was coming home because of Comrade Farago. Farago had been, apparently, an egregious feature of life in Halas for a long time. Laudonnier had vivid memories of him, although he left Halas at 14 to study in Budapest. Farago was both the village idiot and the village thief. In a small place like Halas, you have to double up, Laudonnier recounted. But the small village had great tolerance for homegrown trouble. The war and the Arrow Cross changed that. October 1944 was the last time the villagers of Halas had expected to see Farago. He had evolved from subsistence misdemeanors such as sunflower stealing, apricot rustling, and abducting pigs to running the district Nazi franchise. Laudonnier didn't expand on what Farago had been up to. You don't want to know. Hallis's citizens had not expected to see Farago again after October 1944, as that was when he had been shot in the chest 6 times and taken by cart to the mortuary in Bekesgaba, where the police deposited inexplicable and unclaimed cadavers. It was still a time when stray bodies attracted bureaucracy. A little later, no one would have bothered. It was when they put Farago on the slab at Bekesgaba that he began to complain, quite loudly for a corpse, that he wanted a drink. The villagers were very surprised to see him again. "You gave me a revolver with only 6 shots. Is it my fault?" A reproachful voice was heard in the charda. This hadn't been the first attempt on Farago's life. A month earlier, as Farago was enjoying the hospitality of a ditch, which was a lot closer to where he had got leg-buckingly drunk than home, sleeping soundly in the cold, someone had chucked in a grenade to keep him company. The grenade had failed to get rid of Farago, though it did get rid of his left leg, but even this didn't slow him down in his duties for his German mentors, hence the subsequent target practice. It was the village priest who then suggested an auto da fe. Again, when it was known that Farago had his nose pressed to his pillow by an enormous volume of alcohol, anonymous hands set fire to his house in the middle of the night. Farago must have been in the grip of a true carouse, because he didn't lose a snore as the fire charred his front door, and then burned to the ground the 2 neighboring houses. "The priest suggested that?" observed Yuri. "Who knows?" Ladanya had said. "If we had the original text of the commandments, there might well be a footnote concerning exemption in regard to Farago." When Hallis learned that Farago had signed up to become the local Communist Party secretary following the changing political wind, it was decided to stop messing about. Farago was dragged out of his house in the dead of night, dead drunk, a dead weight. His hands were tied behind his back, a rope was thrown over a branch, a noose attached to Farago's neck. He was hoisted up, the branch snapped, and Farago's yells drew a passing Russian patrol that came to investigate. The outcome of this nocturnal suspension was that Farago ended up with a blister necklace and a revolver, as he sensed there were people who didn't entirely approve of him. "I shoot," Farago had announced in the charda, "and I'm not even going to bother asking any questions afterwards." This statement came after the death of the villager credited previously with the 6-fold ventilation of Farago. The cause of Ladanya's return was a small vineyard of 2 hectares well away from Hallis that produced a wine so acrid that Farago was almost the only person who would drink it. This vineyard had been left to the church, probably maliciously, although it barely earned enough income to have the altar dusted. Farago, as first secretary and mayor of the Halas Mesomagyar Moroni community, had decreed that the vineyard should be removed from the charge of the pushers of the people's opiate and handed over to the hegemony of the proletariat. The village turned to Ladanya because he was someone who had been to Budapest, who had seen the innards of books, because he had breathed his first lungfuls in Halas, because he was a fully paid-up member of the Society of Jesus, and because he had broken the 50-egg barrier. Although he had left the village 15 years ago and had only been back for 1 weekend in the interval, Ladanya was still big news and a source of immense pride. How many other places could boast that the village Jew had become a Jesuit? And then there were the reports that meandered back, as Ladanya made his way through his law studies at university, of the omelette jousts and of Ladanya's participation in the goulash wars that had broken out at the end of the 30s in Budapest restaurants. Ladanya was 6'2", and this copious frame, in conjunction with a student's appetite, created an enormous parking space for edibles. He started to pay for his studies and his mother's upkeep by taking part in eat-outs, with a side bet going to the greatest devourer. His first contests were on the student circuit, where the wagers merely covered the cost of the food consumed, usually dittoed 3-course meals. But his unflinching digestion soon took him to the big time of the New York Café, where leading journalists would be hard at work stretching the human capacity for eating omelettes. When Ladanya polished off a 45-egg omelette with a couple of kilos of onions and ham thrown in for flavor, devastating the drama critic of the Pester Lloyd, who had thrown in his napkin at 38. Halas knew all about it. When Ladagny, with his custom-built cutlery, was invited to Gundle's to test the new hyper-strength goulash, which was eventually billed as even Ladagny only had 3 bowls, and had been certified by the Technical University as containing 30,000 calories. Halas had all the details, if a month later. When circus strongman Sandor the Savage thought he could take Ladagny with drum cakes, everyone had a good chuckle about that, and the Stradivarius violin Ladagny had won. But Ladagny had hung up his knife and fork, having broken the 50-egg barrier for the first time, after the editor of the Pesty Hurlap dropped dead on the opposite side of the table, his cardiac arrest not unconnected with the 46 eggs worth of omelets he had just consumed. This abrupt prandial demise and Ladagny's realization he wanted to join the order brought his gastronomic career to an end, without diminishing his fame in Halas. So when Ferraro heard that Ladagny was coming to plead for the vineyard, he simply issued the challenge, "Let's eat it out." The population of Halas was hardly past 400, according to Ladagny, and despite the cold and pluvial weather, most of them were gathered outside in the rain, waiting for the Jesuit-laden cart to arrive. It was, Yuri comprehended, the highest accolade you could get. Now I know what the 19th century was like, he thought. The best thing about visiting a place like Halas was that it made you very grateful for living in Budapest. Yuri hadn't been out of Budapest 7 hours, and already the charms of electricity, pavement, and a greater choice of generic material were becoming overpowering. For a day, when he got back to Budapest, he would be very happy. Feeling he had grown to the dimensions of a tycoon or a film star, Yuri stepped off the cart and watched his best shoes, not much to brag about, but the most powerful in his sartorial arsenal, disappear in mud. They were shown into the charda, a wooden affair, with a stove in the center dispensing a little heat into the interior, which was really going to be warmed by the crowd outside funneling its way in. Ladagny held a whispered confabulation with the village priest in a confessional, somber manner. As Ladagny's retinue, Yuri and Newman took the brunt of the local hospitality. This, of course, had been in Yuri's mind when he agreed to come to Halas. The countryside meant unrestrained food. They might go short of excitement, but not of eats. Yuri had firm intentions of swallowing along with Ladagny as soon as he could, and if people insisted on pressing presents of foodstuffs on them when they departed, Yuri could put up with that. The scale and ferocity of peasant cuisine could be overpowering if you were out of training. Yuri knew how the breakfast alone could put feeble urban dwellers in hospital. At Erdovaros, the summer he was 13, when Yuri had been entrusted to one of the local families, they poured him a generous palinka for breakfast, along with a brick of fat garnished with a dash of paprika. Thinking well of the liberality, he drank the palinka before walking out the door into the ground. It had taken his legs hours to remember how to walk, but his stomach only a few minutes to evict the solid elements of his meal. That sort of morning fueling was tolerable only if you had grown up on it, and if you had a day in a field ahead of you. Even as an athletic 13-year-old, harvesting for an hour had given him so much pain in so many places that all he could do was lie in the field and pray for an ambulance, while the heavy pregnant women, who had been working alongside him, kindly offered to go and get him a drink. The hospitality was unleashed straight away. Yuri hadn't seen so much good food since the point when the war had got noticeably warlike, and it was quite possible that he had never seen that much food in an enclosed space even before. The depressing thing was that he wouldn't be able to make up for 5 years going hungry in one evening, however hard he tried. Even the expansive Newman was looking awed by the food, since people had unmistakable designs of inflicting several servings on them. If Yuri tried to slow down his consumption, the villagers who had appointed themselves his personal troop of waiters would hover around, and if he ate up, the consumed items would be swiftly replaced. Within half an hour of mastication commencing, Yuri was already seriously worried about parting company with consciousness, surrounding his enormous plate, which had grown a stalagmite of sausage, cured pork, pig cheese, and boxing-glove-sized chunks of bread, were 2 glasses of wine, 1 red, 1 white, 2 glasses of palinka, apricot, and pear, and 2 glasses of beer in case he got thirsty. Behind him he could hear enraged villagers fighting to get to his side so they could pour out 1 more of their pressings and distillations. Ladanya was also offered some refreshment and a selection of food, but noticeably half-heartedly. No one wanted to wear out his alimentary muscles. He was principally occupied in giving his hand to be kissed by the queue of people that had formed to pay its respects. Ladanya was far from pleased about this, Yuri could tell, but the villagers' veneration was reasonable enough, bearing in mind that there were university professors who were terrified of Ladanya, whom would duck into doorways to avoid a searching question from Ladanya, a question that would home in on their ignorance. The story Yuri had heard was that when Ladanya had collected his law degree, the faculty offered to throw in a doctorate to save everyone's time. The concurred time for the blowout had been 5 o'clock, but Farago and his sidekicks didn't show up till past. Ladanya's request to Yuri for him to come to Halas to manage any violence hadn't been made out of concern for his own safety. The villagers would protect me, and that's exactly what I don't want. If things turn nasty, I'd like someone from outside, who won't have to stay there. However, Yuri's apprehension about roughhousing was completely subsumed in his amazement at Farago's appearance. "No one's going to believe us," Newman whispered to Yuri, who concurred with a nod. No amount of assertions that what they were saying was strictly in the bounds of veracity would help, Yuri knew, when he saw Farago walk in. No one back in Pest would believe them. Farago rolled in with 2 lanky lackeys, a pistol tucked into his waistband. His hue was so ghastly that Yuri could imagine corpses being dissected by medical students looking fresher. Farago was drunk. He stank. His suit, a pinstripe, looked as if it had been buried circa 1932 and only dug up the day before. In any case, it clashed with the string vest he had on underneath. His tie was the most successful part of his outfit. It made an eye-catching belt. The hatred that rose when Farago entered was so solid, so sinewed, Yuri was surprised that Farago was able to walk in. He realized he was going to be treated to something special that evening. It was hate at first sight for Yuri, which made him reflect that Farago must have taken the villagers on an almost endless argosy to undreamed-of lands of human anger. This was the absolute zero of human turpitude. He deserved to be exhibited, but it was probably for the best that he was shackled to Halas. "I thought we had it tough," observed Newman, taking in Farago. "But the rest of the country should write a thank-you letter to Halas for keeping him here." Yuri had been teasing Ladanya on the train down about how the church should surely adapt and adopt a forgiving attitude to Farago, and gladly renounce worldly possessions. Smiling quietly, too capable to be caught red-handed with any un-Jesuit emotions, Ladanya had replied, "Whether or not we should have such properties is a good question, as is what should be done with them. But they shouldn't be handed over to bandits, and while our Lord did enjoin us to turn the other cheek, it should be borne in mind that he never met Farago." "So the Black Beetle has come to be crushed by the people's power?" roared Farago, missing the chair he had been aiming to sit on and vanishing from sight. Installed in the chair with the assistance of his seconds, he continued his unwelcome address. "As first secretary of the Hungarian Communist, the Hungarian Working People's Party of the Halas Mesomegur Moroni community, and as mayor and as chairman of the Dizzy with Success Collective Farm, in the words of Comrade Stalin, reporting on the work of the Central Committee to the 18th Century Congress of the CPSUB." Here Farago petered out ideologically, paused, and having run out of things to say, reached for his pistol to illustrate a point, and shot himself in the leg. To general disappointment, it was the wooden leg. "And," Farago resumed, "and in a scientific manner, with a Bolshevik tempo, I'm going to eat you into the ground." He snapped his fingers, and the proprietor of the charda approached the table and erected an enormous balance with scales. They used that in the Beckus County Fried Chicken Championships, someone interjected into Yuri's ear as the proprietor measured out 2 vast bowls of steaming bean soup for the kickoff. Ladanya had said nothing more than good evening so far, while Farago continued to glasshead, letting everyone see his thoughts. "You're trying to impress us, aren't you? You think you can carry on sucking the blood of the people, you leech in a dog collar?" Here Farago halted as his eye chanced upon the village gypsy standing in the front row with a good view of the proceedings. Emitting a thoracic cleaning rasp, Farago then expectorated a slab of phlegm so huge and forceful that the unsuspecting gypsy was knocked sideways. "No gypsies," Farago elaborated, which Yuri found odd, since Farago looked more gypsy than the village gypsy, with an extended stomach of such pauncity you might think he had a huge watermelon stuffed under his vest. His nose had gone in for extra growth as well, hanging like an overripe raspberry. Gut and Conk were unimpeachable witness to Farago's feasting in lean times. He saw himself as an omnivore, as a megalivore, for whom eating was a measure of virility. Farago had no doubt he could leave his opponent stalled on the first course. Ladanya said grace, and Farago retaliated by clenching his fist and growling the communist salutation. "Freedom!" It was obvious who the crowd was backing on this occasion, Yuri thought, as the 2 contestants started to shovel in the bean soup, but it wasn't always easy to sort out who to back in the Rome versus Moscow conflict. The church in Hungary was heading for a kicking, indisputably. Mindszenty, the cardinal, was stuck in a nick somewhere in Budapest, while they adjusted the charges to get a good fit. Gabor Peter, the head of the AVO, had been a tailor, spying for the Americans, plotting to bring back the Habsburg monarchy, breeding Colorado beetles, sneering at socialist realist novels. And they must have had the survivors from the scriptwriting teams from Hungary's pre-war film industry on contract to concoct the evidence, because no policeman would invent as fantastically as that. It was hard to sympathize with the cardinal, Yuri reflected, because Mindszenty was a buffoon, however wronged. The Catholic Church in Hungary wasn't top-heavy with brilliance. It would be so nice to have a real choice, fumed Yuri. It was like Hungary being between Germany and the Soviet Union. What sort of choice was that? Which language would you like your firing squad to speak? In these circumstances, of course, a brilliant cardinal might not be any more useful. Being clever and far-sighted wasn't always of use. Does it help being the clever pig on the way to the abattoir? Stupidity could be quite advantageous now and then. Mind you, stupidity, with which he was well equipped, hadn't done Mindszenty any favors either. If you're falling off a cliff, the quality of the brains that are going to get dashed doesn't hugely count. When Yuri discussed the position of the church, Ladanya was grave, but not worried, but it was very hard to imagine Ladanya worried about anything. Being burned at the stake would all be part of a day's work for him, even if other clerics would jib at the prospect. It was hard to imagine Father Jenik, for instance, gearing up for martyrdom, much as Yuri liked him. Jenik firmly held to the philosophy of getting the best out of things. Why had God created first-class hotels if he didn't intend us to use them? Just after the Russians had tied down Budapest, Jenik had taken the entire scout troop out into the countryside. The 100-kilometer trip had taken 2 days by a train that had gone so slowly that, while one of the younger boys had fallen out of the open-doored wagons, one of the older boys had plenty of time to climb down from the train roof, rescue him, and throw him back on. Jenik had led the troop to a village where he had some tenuous kinship, and had begun to spin a yarn, relying heavily on hyperbole, expounding at length the horrors and degradations of war and how sadly the tender youths in front of them had been marked. Jenik wasn't lying, but he wasn't doing anything to restrain misunderstanding. Father Jenik, who had been laughing all the way down on the train, and whom Yuri suspected as the original begetter of Ladanya's camel jokes, had become somber and pained. His discourse on the ordeals of war had been rolling along for quite a while before Yuri realized that Jenik was talking about the troop. Jenik had his hand on Pap's shoulder as he conjured up the tortures of hunger and deprivation. Pap did not look as if he had been constructed out of knitting needles glued together, shuddering thinly and haggard, despite the fact his father was a butcher, and he and his family got more meat than all the carnivores in Budapest Zoo. Tears had peeped out of peasant eyes, and until Hallis, Yuri had never eaten so much at one go. That night he had had the firm belief he would never need to eat again as long as he lived, and he wandered around in the dark, keeping his legs moving in a desperate attempt to festinate digestion and to eschew puking, to grind down the anvil in his stomach. However, in other ways, Father Genic was the traditional avuncular priest, always rolling up your sleeve to check your spiritual pulse, working his way through the club regulations. Attendance at Mass, confessions, observance of holy days. Ladanya would never mention religion, unless you brought it up, or it cropped up naturally in the course of conversation. There was no badgering, no impresario-like push to get bums on seats, no ticking off a list with Ladanya. He seemed unconcerned whether you turned up or not, and this was what was so pernicious. Yuri had dropped church much in the same way as he had stopped believing in Santa Claus. There came a point where it was impossible to take seriously. And that was what was so worrying about Ladanya. He was so clever. He had a bird's-eye view of everyone's actions. Even Potiki wouldn't try modifying the reality with Ladanya, because Ladanya would have read your diary before you'd written it. Yuri couldn't help feeling, when he was doing something totally trivial, like cleaning the bathtub or buying some groceries, that it was all part of some master plan, that cleaning the bathtub and buying groceries were all part of Ladanya's machinations. It was just that he was unaware of it, and that one day he would wake up wearing black with a white collar. Perhaps because of his order, perhaps because of his Ladanya-ness, Ladanya operated quietly. The summer before, in an excess of compliance, Yuri had offered Catalin Takacs to pick up her new dress from the dressmaker. It was brooded by her changing-room companions that she had no pubic hair. So he journeyed out to the dressmaker, helping to dress the girl he wanted to undress to verify the canard about her cat. The favor was a double goodwill, since the dressmaker lived in Onion Fold, off the Vassy Ut. It was said that when the American liberators had carpet-bombed Onion Fold at the end of '44 by mistake, as they searched for the factories on Chepel Island, no one had minded because no one could tell the difference. It was also maintained that both the Waffen-SS and the Red Army had stayed out of the Onion Fold because they hadn't wanted any trouble. Although Yuri knew Budapest well, he had never ventured into the Onion Fold and was flabbergasted to discover that the stories were true. Having quit the tram, he passed people lying in gutters like piles of autumnal leaves in smarter quarters, booze having severed their relations with the known universe. As he walked along, he was regarded with an unconcealed hatred by groups of natives milling around. Reflexive dislike and aggressions he had experienced before, but never with such cannibalistic fervor. Yuri had considered, before setting out that morning, pocketing a knife on account of Onion Fold's notoriety, but as he turned the corner onto Yats Utka, he couldn't help but noticing two men fighting with what could only be described as cutlasses, long heavy swords of the type favored by Hollywood pirates. A semicircle of barefoot spectators were monitoring, not greatly impressed by the quality of the hacking. Carrying a knife wouldn't have helped. The result would have been that he would have had his knife stolen as a supplement to getting stabbed, and a good knife, like everything else, was hard to get in those days. Yuri had lots of time to ruminate on how his untimely, unremarked demise on the streets of the Onion Fold would be due to his yearning to let his gaze ski down Catalin's smooth slopes, killed by curiosity about a bald cat. He had also ruminated on his way up to the 5th floor, how people he visited always lived on the 5th floor of liftless buildings. The dressmaker, a sprightly lady of 80+, clearly of the work 12 hours a day till you drop variety, and who was cozily unaware of what went on in the rest of Onion Fold, congratulated Yuri on the cut of his trousers. The trousers were the last pair of Alec's Savile Row trousers, indeed the only fully qualified trousers that Alec had left, lent to Yuri since Alec had come to the conclusion that he wasn't getting out of bed that day, or that he should rise. He wouldn't be progressing beyond the armchair. The dressmaker bustled away to prepare the dress for its journey, while Yuri reflected how sad it was that she couldn't bequeath her industry to him. It was as he rushed back to the tram that he chanced on Ladagny talking with some of the Agnolfold's denizens, patiently listening to him. They patently considered Ladagny as someone who had stepped down from the moon. Ladagny seemed slightly peeved at being caught in the act of doing good, but he accompanied Yuri to the tram and reluctantly disclosed that he haunted Agnolfold before the first mass of the day. It was the sheer lunacy of his faith, Yuri thought, that enabled Ladagny to leave with all his physical workings intact. Greatly relieved at having emerged from Agnolfold with his functions uninhibited, Yuri was waiting outside the Nugati station to change trams to deliver the dress, when a group of 5 youths his age came up, and one, without any preamble, with a pair of scissors, swiftly cut the tie Yuri was wearing, the last of Alex's silk ties, and the only tie then residing in the Fischer household. The trimmer then handed over the snipped sections to Yuri with the invocation, "Cerulean." At that point, Yuri recalled there was a vogue in Budapest, particularly amongst those who went round in fists of 5, for prowling the boulevards with a pair of scissors to amputate ties and then say "Cerulean." The tie hadn't been a great tie, the design hadn't really been to Yuri's taste, and there had been of late a painfully visible soup stain on it, but the desire to punch the scissor operator in the mouth had been quite breathtaking in its intensity, especially since he was clearly expecting Yuri to have a laugh over the dividing of his tie. Yuri thought how much he would enjoy punching him in the mouth. Then he thought how much he wouldn't enjoy getting it back as a 5-fold minimum. He resorted to what he hoped was a look of contempt. The 5 got on the next tram, remarking how some people had no sense of humor. Then, at Farago's suggestion, they switched to chocolate ice cream. Yuri knew it was all over. Ladagny and Farago had warmed up a couple of liters of bean soup before moving on to the main course, fried chicken, its consumption meticulously measured on the scales. "We in Hallis have always been famous for our fried chicken," Farago rambled on. "And now, under socialism, the fried chicken is even more fried." He reached for a plate of slender green tubes. "The paprika is optional," he announced, loading a couple into his mouth. 3 kilos into the chicken, Farago began to sweat, though whether this was due to gastronomic exertion or the calorific effects of the paprika it was hard to judge. He was also beginning to look uneasy, perhaps because it was dawning on him that the reports of the Jesuits' unearthly wolfing had some foundation. Farago was oozing effort while Ladagny was methodically and calmly stripping drumsticks with such ease that he hadn't taken the trouble of dialing his willpower yet. "I'm just going to shake the snake," Yuri informed Newman. He was becoming increasingly anxious about losing contact with several outposts of his body. Draining 2 of the 4 glasses of Palinka awaiting his attention, he made his way out of the charda into the sheltering darkness and voided the burning liquid from his mouth in an aerosol flurry to dodge some of the enormity of Hallis's hospitality. A standard peasant, an elderly gent with the inevitable black hat that peasants had stapled to their heads, and a massive handlebar mustache, came to join him in watering the planet. "Good evening, sir," said the peasant, causing Yuri to note that only country folk could be so courteous while airing their dick. Conversation turned to Farago as Yuri was in no hurry to go back in and be the victim of further largesse. He was curious about Farago's track record. "I hear he did some appalling things during the war." "You don't want to know, sir. Some things should never be repeated, just forgotten. Satan himself is his coach." Yuri waited outside as long as he could without triggering a search party, and re-entered to find Ladagny and Farago crossing the 10-kilo mark. Farago in discomfort, Ladagny still emitting a lean, keen look. A barrel of pig's trotters in aspic was dumped in front of Yuri, and he wondered how on earth he was going to eat any. "You didn't like the smoked goose, did you?" asked one woman accusingly and woundedly, although Yuri estimated that he had had 6 respectable helpings. Newman next to him wasn't saying much, but he wasn't demonstrating any signs of suffering. However, he had 16 stone to upkeep. The village must have gathered every bit of food for 10 miles around. Yuri could only regret that his stomach wasn't up to it, that it had left its office, put up the out to lunch sign, and wasn't doing any more business. To round off his other distasteful qualities, Farago had a bad cold, and he was handed over his handkerchief to the deputy party secretary to place on the stove to drive. Yuri felt another surge of sympathy for the villagers. They had a straightforward, soily existence, which, if you like that sort of thing, could be quite pleasant. No wonder they were filled with hatred for Farago. Bewildered by their misfortune, it was like having a plague of locusts or a dragon deciding to set up home with you. "Why us?" the elderly peasant implored. "A whole world to be a stinking horse-brick in, and he's never lost sight of Hallis. Why?" The eating had now long since left pleasure behind. It was no longer a question of appetite, but a question of will, which was why Yuri knew Ladanya would win, and knowing Ladanya, would end up recruiting Farago as an altar boy. Conversion. It was funny how people could, while changing completely, remain the same. Fodor, at school, for example, for whom getting into trouble had not been a byproduct of his activity but a sole activity, who had been almost as much of a nuisance as Karestes, had, without warning, got a bad attack of the Holy Ghost. At first there was a suspicion that it was an elaborate and unfunny stunt, but Fodor was so unswerving in handing out leaflets to remind how Jesus wanted a word that everyone realized that he had gone evangelist for real. Preaching was his latest irritation tool. Fodor caught Yuri hanging around in a corridor one day. "Jesus Christ came to be your savior. He died for your sins. You must acclaim him and surrender to his teachings," Fodor urged, and then continued, more quietly, really savoring the next bit. "You've been warned now. You've had the message. You've got no excuse. If you ignore it, you'll burn in hell for eternity." Fodor had then marched off with a satisfied air. This was the appealing part of the job for Fodor, going around with a sawn-off version of the scriptures and looking forward to the infidels being infinitely ignited. Yuri had also seen Fodor in the Kurot, on a soapbox, giving a sermon to the unheeding passers-by, a glint of delight in his eye at the prospect of the mass fry-up that was coming. Fodor didn't want anyone to be able to reach for some mitigation when they stood in the pearly dock, saying no one had explained the Nazarene contract to them. Then Fodor could chime out, "Liar, liar, I told him, let him burn." What had befallen Fodor in the end, whether he had grown weary of his sadistic evangelism, Yuri didn't know. Yuri had last seen him at a school trip to the cinema where they had been locked in. You could tell it was a Soviet film when they locked you in. The school had taken over an enormous balcony in the cinema, which descended in a series of plateaus. Fodor had vaulted over what he had thought was the edge of one of those sections, in fact the end of the balcony. Just before he disappeared from view, there had been a nanosecond's worth of expression on his face. "Why isn't there any balcony here?" Along with a couple of others, Yuri had selflessly volunteered to take Fodor and his broken legs to a hospital, thereby avoiding the feats of Sergei, who single-handedly repulsed the invading Germans in between repairing his tractor to produce a bumper harvest. Either for fear of ridicule or in pursuit of fresh souls, Fodor never returned. "You don't say much, do you?" Farago observed to Ladanya, with the implication that Ladanya was unfairly reserving energy for eating. Even if Farago had had more fight, the switch to chocolate ice cream was the end. A large chicken's weight behind Ladanya, Farago had chosen the sweet, to which Ladanya was most partial. Ladanya's nickname in the troupe, Iceman, came from his mythical disposal of chocolate ice cream, in the days before he had signed up with Jesus. Yuri wondered whether Ladanya had mentioned to anyone back at Jesuit headquarters that he was popping down to the countryside to out-eat a party secretary. However laudable the goal, in an atmosphere of austerity where quips such as, "Isn't that the second meal you've had this week, Father?" abounded, this sort of indecorous gourmandise, however much a part of Christian soldiering, much must have run the risk of some grueling rosary work. "What would you like me to say?" inquired Ladanya politely, keeping a spoonful of ice cream from its destination. The whole village was craning forward now, as Farago was visibly floundering, gazing with resentment at his bowl of ice cream. "As the saying goes," said Farago, fighting for air, "there isn't room for two players in the same inn. We, the working class, we, the instrument of the international proletariat, we will defend the gains of the people." Here Farago jammed, fell off his chair, and as if gagging on his propaganda, spilled his stomach on the floor. It looked very much to Yuri like a job for the last rites. Ladanya didn't seem worried. "There are some documents Father Orso has ready for you to sign, I believe," he said. The village priest crouched down and offered a pen to Farago, who was sprawled on the floor as if he were thinking about doing a push-up. Saturninely, he scrawled a mark on the paper, and, supine, was lugged out inexpertly by the rest of the party cell, limbs lolling. During their post-micturition conversation, the elderly peasant had also told Yuri, "Take the most rotten individual imaginable, and there will always be someone, usually very stupid, but not always, who will say, 'No, no, he simply misunderstood,' misquoted. Even the murderers, when they write about them in the newspapers, they have a wife or a mother who says he's not bad. He's a lovely boy when you get to know him. You ask anyone here to say anything in favor of Farago. Ask people who've known him all their lives to say one thing to his credit. Just one courtesy, one thank you, one favor. You'll find the people of this village as quiet as melons in long grass. His own mother, if Farago was waiting to be executed, would only say things like, 'Make that noose tighter,' or 'Is it permissible to tip the hangman?'" Wiping his mouth with an embroidered napkin, Ladanya stood up briskly, as if he had been having a quick snack between important engagements. "Well, we have to go now. God bless you all." Another hour of hand-kissing and loading up on gifts onto the cart followed, but Ladanya resolutely insisted that they would depart since they had an opportunity of catching a train which would get them to Budapest in the morning. By moonlight, Ladanya looked remarkably thin. Yuri felt somewhat queasy during the bumpy cart ride, and he was astonished that Ladanya didn't have any inclination to de-swallow. It would be months, Yuri was convinced, before he would want to eat again. Newman broke the peregrinational hush. "Does that agreement really mean anything? Forgive me for saying so, but Farago looks as if he would roger his grandmother for the price of a drink, or even for free." "Look," replied Ladanya, "what we did tonight was to act out a morality play. I was asked to come. I couldn't refuse. I doubt if it would make any difference, not because of Comrade Farago being probity-free, but because of everything else in the country. This was one night of miniature victory in what will be long years of defeat. I hope it will have some importance for the people of Hallis." "How long do you think this will last?" asked Yuri, not sure that he actually wanted to hear the answer. "Not long," pronounced Ladanya. "I'd say about 40 years or so. You have to wait for the barbarians to get old, to become soft barbarians." It wasn't an answer Yuri wanted to hear, particularly coming from Ladanya. "Time to leave the country." "Not at all. Firstly, as I'm sure you know, it's not easy to get out anymore. And secondly, and I should point out, this is not an idea patented by the church. Matter doesn't matter. It's not physical conditions that count, but your opinion of them. Take the farmer in the smallest village in the middle of China, who is the happiest man in the world because he has 2 pigs and no one else in the village has got 1. Living isn't like basketball. It's not a question of points, but what's here." Yuri saw Ladanya touch his forehead with his forefinger. "You only lose if you give up, and if you give up, you deserve to lose. In basketball, you can be beaten. Otherwise, you can only be beaten if you agree to it. You're lucky, you're very lucky. We're living in testing circumstances. Unless you're very dull, you should want to be stretched." Thanks for the totalitarianism, Stalin. Yuri doubted that he would enjoy a prison cell as much as Ladany. A ticket to Paris would be more fun, he retorted. Couldn't I book a few prayers for that? I'll be delighted to forward your request, but don't be too specific, or you might get it. One should pray for the best. Maybe I'll be happier here than in Paris. I'm prepared to take that risk. Anything to escape from record-breaking lathe operators. Yes, this cult of the worker is a bit wearying. Ironic that it sprang chiefly from a fat, freeloading German academic who never had a job in his life, but just sponged off his acquaintances and who indulged in such very bourgeoisie practices as impregnating the chambermaid. And so boring. People often overlook the work of a poor carpenter who chose fishermen as his company. They rattled on in the cart for a while. The greatest irony about Marx's influence is that his books are unreadable, Ladany mused. Perhaps his appeal lies in his unintelligibility, a sort of mysticism through statistics and the wages of textile workers. People will have a good laugh about it one day. But, unfortunately, there are people who believe it, not the ones who've joined now, but those who've joined before the war, when the movement was illegal. They believe in it, and as church history amply shows, crazy ideas can take a long time to die out. I think it's a process I'd like to watch closely from a cafe in New York. I might even find it funny from that distance. Me too, chorused Newman. The desire to travel is part of your age. You've never been out of Hungary, have you? Be careful, people can become very fond of their prisons, you know. They arrived at the station in the nick of time to catch the train back to Budapest. Newman, who had the priceless gift of being able to sleep on trains, bedded down in another compartment on the unclaimed seats, while Ladany took out a book, The Analects of Confucius. Is it any good? Yuri questioned. Life is too short for good books, said Ladany. One should read only great books. How can you tell if it's great? If it's been around for a couple thousand of years, that's usually a good sign. This isn't bad. Some of us younger ones have been told to study Chinese. Our superiors think it's a growing market. Every year a Jesuit gets a letter containing his orders. I have a feeling they may be getting us out of the country. I think that's wrong, but that's where the vow of obedience comes in. Yuri hadn't been to church since he was 14, when his mother dragged him to the Easter Mass. Naturally, he had attempted to get in touch with God on several subsequent occasions, when he had thought he was going to die, but always on the spot, away from church precincts. This was surely the real boon of a religious upbringing. It gave you a number to ring in emergencies, which was some consolation, even if no one answered. Yuri had met with the various arguments for God's existence from his partisans, proof through design. That's what I call a well-made universe. The craftsmanship of the universe. It did seem to be an awful lot of trouble for a practical joke. Or Pascal's way of looking at it, 100 francs on God each way. But, all in all, the best argument he had come across for taking Jesus' shilling was that the sharpest razor, Ladany believed it. When they reached Budapest, Ladany thanked Yuri and Newman for their support. It was the last time Yuri could see Ladany. Yuri had no inkling of that, but years afterwards, re-examining the scene, he suspected that Ladany knew. Don't forget what I said about good books, and read the Bible occasionally. It's had some good reviews, you know. Ladany's tone in this farewell admonition was not that of a salesman or a friend recommending a good read, but rather that of a visitor handing a prisoner a loaf of bread with a file in it. September 1949. It was as the tram was on the last stretch of the Margaret Bridge that, from the corner of his eye, Yuri logged the girl sitting on the edge of the railings, and then the girl that wasn't sitting there. There was nothing he and the others on the tram who had spotted the suicide bid could do. By the time the tram had stopped and they could have got back to the bridge, the young lady's fate would be, one way or another, cleared up. It seemed a bit heartless to say, well, there goes another one, and to shrug one's shoulders, but apart from forming an audience, nothing could have been contributed by returning. People down by the riverbank would be doing whatever Samaritanine could be done. Besides, Yuri was late. Having a suicide dropped in his lap would, of course, be typical of his luck, especially when he was late for work. On the other hand, it would at least be an honorable excuse for tardiness. A sharp picture of the girl stayed with him. Eerie how quickly a detailed portrait could imprint. She looked like a country girl, seeking a populist conurbation by taking the exitless exit, and not really attractive enough to encourage diving in after her. But then if she had been attractive enough to have hordes of men diving in after her, she wouldn't have had to jump in the first place. Also, one had to respect suicide as a national pastime, as the vice Hungarian. Yuri wasn't up to date on how suicide was progressing under socialism. It could well have been abolished, but the popularity of doing it yourself couldn't entirely be laid at the door of Rákosi and Co. For centuries, Hungarians of quality and quantity, who hadn't managed to be part of Hungarian armies that got wiped out, had been blowing their brains out or uncaging their souls in other ways. Yes, a few idle minutes, some melancholy music, and a Hungarian would be trying to unplug himself. And not just the nobility. Hungarian maids in Vienna had been notorious for their fondness for bleaching their entrails. The tram deposited Yuri in front of the monstrous Gans electrical works, but he was the only one on the tram offloaded who made his way through the entrance of Gans. All the other workers had arrived much earlier, before the shift had started. Of course, Yuri thought, the Hungarian propensity for suicide might stem from their other great proclivity, their love of complaining. Who better to complain to than the chief architect? Go to the top, go meet your maker and give him an earful about the shortcomings of the universe. There was probably a dirty great queue of Hungarians outside God's office ready to remonstrate. As Yuri entered the main yard, he passed a board which was bedecked with amateurish red decorations, and which had a heading, Socialist Brigades. Underneath were lesser signs, such as Guernica, Dmitriev, and Bela Kun, presiding over wonderful production figures and grainy black and white photographs of sheepishly pleased and self-conscious lathe operators, lathe operating. These photographs didn't change. Alongside these displays was an elegantly penned scroll, Hungarian-Soviet Friendship Society, heading a series of ailing black and white photographs of Soviet lathe operators watching Hungarian lathe operators lathe operate, with avuncular elderly brother encouragement, and photographs of Hungarian lathe operators watching Soviet lathe operators lathe operate, with younger brother wide-eyed admiration. There was no seasonal variation in these pictures either. Not far from these displays, but diametrically opposed to them, on the other side of the yard, was an enormous caricature of U.S. President Harry Truman made out of card. At the foot of this caricature was a board with the inscription, Friends of Truman, in wobbly calligraphy, and in less bold lettering, I'm out to destroy the gains of the people of democratic Hungary. Please help me by taking it easy. My thanks. On the board, which looked like an old situations vacant notice that used to be hung outside the factory, various names had been inserted. There wasn't much seasonal variation in this either. Top of the list was Potocki, Tibor, followed by Fischer, Georgi. Yuri could never fathom how Potocki had managed to get top billing once again, with one or two other more mutable names, Nemeth, Sandor, or Kovrig, Laszlo, unknown but agreeable figures to Yuri. This pillorying was attributable chiefly to the reluctance of Potocki and himself to come to work any earlier than was truly necessary to avoid dismissal. Yuri didn't care too much about President Truman's friendship, though he did wonder, if he ever got to go to the United States, whether the amity would stand him in good stead there, largely because there were few additional penalties to having your name publicly associated with the President of the United States, and Gombos would deal with them. The juxtaposition of names was clearly deemed by the agit-prop department to be sufficiently shameful to obviate the need for further reprimand. Being Class X, being a class alien, Yuri really couldn't be much worse off. He was starting from the back of the queue for the goodies, had there been any in the first place, apart from the obvious problems of having Class X stamped on the moral credentials you had to produce every time you wanted a job, a place at university, or more or less anything. What was so grossly unfair and infuriating about being labeled as the son of a bourgeoisie family was that Alec was so profoundly all-round un-bourgeoisie. Aside from the profession of bookmaking not being the most highly regarded of careers in canapé circles, there was the whole weight of the old morphinist's behavior. Molesting widows and chambermaids, carrying the cosh, shooting up. He had always instructed his employees to call him Alec, which in itself had been tantamount to membership of the Communist Party in the eyes of his fellow capitalists, and gave them afternoons off if the weather had been outstandingly good, or if he felt like treating his torticollis with some morphine, although it had been evident for years that the dope didn't do his neck any good, just as the hypnotist had failed, but Alec had only given him one go. The hypnotist had brandished his pendulum and chanted, "You are in a deep, deep sleep," for 10 minutes, after which Alec had said, "No, I'm not. Are you planning to charge for this?" And then, when he lost all his money, instead of trying to recoup his losses, going out to toil dutifully in the respectable bourgeoisie way, Alec just sat around contentedly in his armchair, wearing his lacular pullover, his neck cricked, grappling with the theoretical questions of how to get a cigarette. Bourgeoisie and Alec didn't mix. Agreed, he had some money at one point, but that had been a long time ago, before Yuri was old enough to use it. "What I'm giving you is priceless," Alec had said, holding court in his armchair that morning. "I'm giving you your independence. You're making your own way. You owe me nothing. Whatever you achieve, you can say, 'I made it on my own.' You're not weighed down by an over-solicitous father. You have no towering figure of paternal success to intimidate you. How many people can say that? You're a talented acorn that can grow without fear of the shade of a great oak." The curious thing about Alec was that the less active he became, the less he slept, thus ensuring his availability to give Yuri the benefit of his thoughts as Yuri got ready to go to work. You see, Istvan, for example, will always have the disadvantages of everything that money could buy. Istvan, in practice, was bearing up beneath that burden rather well. He had returned at the end of 45, with a dozen chums who disembarked from the prisoner of war camp in Denmark, where they had been guarding themselves, carrying 2,000 cigarettes and fluent in 15 languages. Before things grimmed up, Istvan had managed to get a job in the Ministry of Agriculture, where he had got to know everything there was to know about sugar. Because he was unobtrusively junior, and because they had to retain some people at the ministry who knew something about agriculture, he had been magnanimously tolerated. Istvan had laughed about it all, as he did about everything. Because of a jovial disposition, he had returned from his years on the Russian front with one important souvenir: the inability to get worked up about things that weren't 3 years on the Russian front. You could tell Istvan things like, you had gone to a restaurant and contracted hepatitis. You were going to be conscripted into the army. You had just been jilted by the girl who was more important to you at that moment than life, and that you wanted to fold up and die, and Istvan would just chuckle, or if you looked really miserable, guffaw loudly. Istvan had reappeared in Budapest the day after they had been burgled. There hadn't been much left to steal after the Red Army had maneuvered back and forth across the flat a couple of times, and furniture had been traded for food. Istvan had walked in as if he had just returned from the corner shop to find Yuri dazed by the inexhaustibility of their misfortune. Istvan immediately went out again, and the next morning all the missing items were piled up outside the front door with a note apologizing that the dustpan left wasn't the original, but hoping the replacement would live up to expectations, and wishing the family good health. The only other survivor from Istvan's artillery unit, it turned out, was one of the master burglars of Budapest, who had been greatly peeved to hear that his commanding officer's family should have suffered such an indignity. There was only one question that István asked when you started to reconstruct some tribulation. What did you do about it? It was what you did about it, not the blubbering, that interested István. István came back for the peace, got married, got a job, got a flat. His most annoying habit was his way of making life look easy. His application and down-to-earthness were such that it was hard to believe he was related in any way to Alec. Where had he got it from? Why didn't he have any? Yuri pondered. István was capable of sorting out anything, of making the best of the worst, which was why Yuri couldn't understand what had made him come back to Hungary and what had made him stay there. István seemed capable of anything, except perhaps getting Alec a proper job. Have you just given up, then? Yuri had demanded of Alec. Given up? Given up what? Tennis? Smoking? Horse racing? My studies in Sanskrit? I'm an old fart, you know, Alec remarked, checking the length of each bristle of his mustache in a pocket mirror. You can't expect too much. You, the healthy, vigorous son with his whole life ahead of him, should be thinking of supporting his valetudinarian father. Doesn't it bother you? Does it bother me? Yes, no. You may be surprised to hear that when I was growing up, it wasn't the summit of my ambitions to end up in an armchair wearing a grey pullover with holes in it. I confess I was thinking more in terms of excessive luxury. But I do enjoy disappointing people by not being suicidally miserable. Alec should have considered a post as a party secretary, Yuri reflected, with his gift of the gab and his inclination for doing nothing. After the war, they would have taken anyone. Not now. Now they were hanging the communists they already had. Solyok, the foreman, was doing one of his readings to Yuri's workmates when Yuri finally arrived to do his day's work. This discovery made Yuri very pleased that he had arrived late. The main reason that Yuri had such a surfeit of nonchalance about tardiness was that he and Potocki had been given jobs at the factory by Gombas himself, the deputy director of the works, and people knew this. An Olympic medalist, a weightlifter whose efforts had been rewarded with a tasty sinecure at the Gans works, Gombas was keen to build up the works' basketball team, to propel them into the first division. Thus, Potocki and Yuri, as Potocki's personal ball passer, were invited to join the team and to spend a little time at the works. Yuri got on well with Gombas and liked him, not just because he had provided Yuri with a job and evasion of the army, but also because Gombas was an affable type, and Yuri rather admired his open-handed perversion. What Yuri rather admired was that, while other men would have been openly ashamed of their peccadillo, Gombas was charmingly frank and unrepentant about his penchant for girls teetering on pubescence. His office was spacious, sequestered and complete with shower. There, girls hand-picked by Gombas on his travels in the provinces and brought to Budapest for intensive training, received his personal tuition. Yuri was always expecting to see some enraged parent or the police march into Gombas's office. But so far it seemed the arrangement had upset no one, and there was always the possibility, as Potocki had pointed out, that if fellatio ever became an Olympic event, Hungary would clean up. Every now and then, Solyok would feel obliged to give a reading from the party newspaper, which of course had the same content as the other papers, but there were some fascinating variations in the punctuation. Considering how boring Free People was on the page, and how people would only think about reading it in the most desperate circumstances of tedium, it was hard to see why it was thought that having Solyok crawl through a passage, adding new layers of dullness, would render it more memorable. The extract that morning was from Party Worker, a fortnightly journal that was even more tightly controlled by boredom than Free People. It was as if they specially selected the dreariest bits from Free People, excised any microscopically colorful vestiges, and then published the whole thing as Party Worker. Sulyok was just finishing an article by Revi on the executions of Reich and his band. Reich had been convicted of working on behalf of not only the British and American intelligence services, in addition to a distinguished career as a police informer when the Communist Party had been proscribed, but also doing a bit of moonlighting for Marshal Tito and his filthy Yugoslav deviationalists. Why wasn't he working for Walt Disney as well? Yuri was tempted to ask. Because being Minister of the Interior had taken up too much of his time, Yuri answered himself. It had been rather amusing to see Reich hang. There was a shapely irony in the Minister of the Interior, the man who had so lovingly built up the communist state, who had nourished the secret police, being the first to jig on air when they ran short of non-communists. Yuri had no idea what the true facts of the hangings were, but there could be no doubt that what was in the papers was a load of absolute bullocks, because it came from the people who specialized in absolute bullocks, the Hungarian Working People's Party. But, with the disposal of the conspirators, our considerable victory will augment our strength and decisiveness in order to finish the tasks waiting ahead for us, Revi's article concluded. The only joke Yuri could remember about Reich was that he had been appointed to the government because they needed someone at hand in case documents needed to be signed on a Saturday. Rakosi, Gero, Farkas, and Revi, the quartet imported from Moscow to run Hungary, were all Jews, or at least were considered to be Jews, since as far as Yuri was aware, no one had caught them at the synagogue. The Moscow quartet was giving the chosen people the sort of publicity that they hadn't had since they voted to nail Christ to some bits of wood. When he had started his readings, Sulyok had sometimes tried to initiate discussion about the exciting articles he read out, since discussion, as long as it concurred with the party line, looked more democratic. "There's nothing as fucking democratic as a good discussion, comrades," Sulyok had insisted. The problem that he faced was that most of his audience was on peace rates, and although the money was contemptible, especially for someone with a family, contemptible money was still better than no money. Others might have shared Yuri's editorial doubts, but the upshot was that no one wanted to engage Sulyok in debate. Today, Sulyok didn't try to elicit comment, but reached for a thin red paperback entitled "They Were Heroes," evidently a collection of biographies of the people whose names were rapidly appearing throughout Budapest and elsewhere as streets. Communist martyrs. There was an inaudible, invisible gasp of horror from Sulyok's audience, who had assumed their ordeal over. Obviously, Sulyok was making a point for someone's benefit. This was real ideological overtime. But for whose benefit? Everyone gathered around was well below Sulyok on the ladder of advancement, so he couldn't be currying favor from anyone there, but perhaps he had deduced that someone present was informing to someone upstairs. The bonus martyr did seem a bit overindulgent. Nevertheless, it didn't make that much difference to Yuri if he was standing there listening to Sulyok, doing nothing, instead of standing at his job, doing nothing there. Thus, Ferenc Rosa, one of the outstanding leaders of the Communist Party, finally perished heroically in the torture chamber. Sulyok terminated his reading with a note of finality of the sort reserved for the end of a children's bedtime story. "Sorry," said Potiki, interrupting this respectful silence. "This was last week, was it?" "No," said Sulyok, shocked. "It was 1942. "Oh, I see. It was the fascists who killed him. Listen, could you read that passage about him being tortured to death again? It's worth hearing one more time." Yuri wished Potiki didn't have to be so Potiki all the time. Potiki had said all this with the seemingly straight face of someone curious to learn more about the setbacks of the workers' movement, but Yuri couldn't believe that Potiki's love would be everlasting. The first day of work, Potiki had helped himself to a long length of copper wiring. "The state owes me," he asserted. Anyone else would have waited a few days to familiarize himself with the layout before sticking something to their fingers. And it wasn't as if Potiki was in abject need. He always had supper waiting for him at home. "No, regrettably, comrades, we don't have the time," Solyok apologized. "The imperialists don't rest. Remember, we have to harden our work discipline." "Why not harden a horse prick up your arse?" commented Tamas, not too softly, as he and Yuri strolled back to the electrical engines. Loud enough to be heard, but quiet enough for Solyok to be able to ignore it. Tamas could get away with this. Who wanted to die? Tamas was incredibly good at killing people. He had a couple of Iron Crosses and an Order of Lenin to prove it. He had been a great hit during the war in a number of armies, starting with the Hungarians. He didn't mind being dropped alone beyond enemy lines, not eating anything but the odd rat whose head he had to bite off, sitting in puddles that were thinking about becoming ice — the little finger on his left hand had been peeled off by frostbite — and killing Russians until the cows came home. He was an enthusiast of the knife. "You know," he confided in Yuri, "people don't like being stabbed." After one mission, when he had spent 2 months dodging around behind Russian lines without resupply, he had been captured, no ammunition, and offered a job on the spot. "Killing Russians or killing Germans, you think I give a toss?" Tamas was, Yuri guessed, heading for 40, but he still had the sort of hard, well-defined muscles that would have socialist realist painters fighting for space. He was in charge of insulating the parts of the electrical engines that needed insulating. Yuri didn't understand it, really, but since he really didn't do anything, it didn't matter. Tamas hauled the heavy parts up by chain and then immersed them in a vat full of chemicals which insulated the copper. Despite having been in attendance for months, Yuri had no idea what the chemicals were or how the process worked. This was because Tamas did everything, while Yuri watched him intently. It was supposed to be dangerous work, and was by the standards of Gans well paid, i.e., you had change in your pocket after you had eaten. What Yuri was paid for boiled down to listening to Tamas's adventures, recent and ancient, which Tamas would recount without a break as he hauled electrical engines up and down. Tamas had a lot of adventures, chiefly because he didn't seem to sleep very much. He had no fixed abode, and he looked on renting a room as a waste of money. He slept the 3 or 4 hours he needed in some only very noisy part of the factory, as opposed to an unbearably noisy part, curled up on the floor, springing out his slumber fresh and zestful. Most evenings, however, he didn't need to sleep at the factory because of an amorous entanglement or transnocturnal carousing. Tamas had a unique view of Budapest in terms of the women he had slept with and the kosmas he had drank in. This topography he would share with Yuri during their work. A routine Tamas monologue. "Yeah, I was over by the Blind Drunk Blindman. They do a great Czech beer over there. Anyway, I hadn't been there since I was giving cock to the French ambassador's wife's maid. And it's just opposite to where I was delivering my dick to the wife of the gypsy violinist who used to play in The Overflowing Ashtray. That was the violinist I had to stab, not the one who tried to pay me to keep his wife. She was the one I met behind the You Can Even Make Wine from Grapes. That was a great place, you know. I had a marvelous evening there with a Bulgarian girl. I didn't speak any Bulgarian. She didn't speak any Hungarian. But then you don't need to, do you? She had a place that was almost above the Why is the floor pressing on my nose? I didn't get out for days. So, I was in the Blind Drunk Blindman. They were giving me some of the under-the-counter Palinka. They say the Germans wanted it for their rocket program, when I noticed some really small bloke in there with a good-looking woman. They were sitting next to this group of dockers. Anyway, this bloke leans over to the dockers who are mothering this and mothering that, and says very professor-like, "Would you mind not swearing in front of my wife?" You have to admire his bottle, but getting upset about swearing in The Blind Drunk Blindman is a bit like going into a grocer's and being shocked by the vegetables. I can see this guy is going to get more kicked around than a football at Ferencváros on a Saturday afternoon. So I tell the barman to hide away a bottle of the special pig trough Palinka for me because there isn't going to be any unshattered glass in a moment. And I get over at the right moment to wish one of the dockers the best of health with the boot he's giving the guy's wife, Tits, a courtesy squeeze. This episode was representative of Thomas's evenings, leaving behind 5 unconscious dockers and 2 others earnestly searching for their earlobes. They weren't going to find them because I swallowed them. Good protein, I learned that behind the dawn. The police turned up. Think they were thinking about charging me because the guy was helping out suddenly choruses up. That's him, I saw the whole thing. He's the ruffian who started it. Still, the police knew they'd look good and stupid in court, explaining how I'd attacked 10 dockers. Of course they took me in for questioning, but they only asked one question. Where's the pig trough Palinka? Perhaps for Yuri's benefit, Thomas was always fastidiously precise about the location of the woman with whom he was consorting. Thus, Yuri knew as well as his own address that Thomas's separated wife lived halfway up Kossuth Ut in Kobanya, between the short dipsomaniac and the tall dipsomaniac. Thomas also went to great pains to underline that his son, who was 10, got the best pocket money in Budapest. Thomas did the work of 3 people and was remunerated accordingly. As he calculated his pay packet, an hourly event, he would include the information about the superlative status of his son's pocket money. Thomas's Herculean exertions were a further reason why Yuri didn't need to do much, although Potiki, who was employed in the section where the copper wire was spun out, had absolutely nothing to do but remark, "Hey, look at that wire getting stretched." But, from time to time, Thomas would create a task for Yuri. "Get a new blade for this hacksaw," Thomas requested, which pleased Yuri as that would fill up the time until lunch. He set off for the stores as slowly as he could to make the most of the trip. When he got there, he was surprised to see a "Do Not Disturb" sign, which looked as if it had been borrowed 30 years previously from a luxury hotel. Inside, the store master, who was the party secretary of that section of Gans, was playing cards with 3 confederates. Yuri had barely got his foot across the threshold when, without looking at him or noticeably moving his lips, the store master said firmly but without rancor, "Fuck your mother." This was said as such an aside, so mechanically, that Yuri felt it couldn't have been related to his entry. So he asked, "Sorry to interrupt, but..." The store master wheeled on him. "May God and all his holy saints fuck you," he exclaimed in what seemed a deplorable lapse for an avowed atheist and a historical materialist. "What's your name?" "Fischer." "Okay, you're fired, and on your way out, stick a horse prick up your arse," said the store master, dismissing him in an enraged tone before turning back to his comrades in cards. "Can you believe this? You can't get a minute's peace in this place." Turning to his electrical engines, Yuri pondered the question of whether Gombas, his protector, was in a stronger position than Lakatos, the wing party secretary. And if he were fired, did he care that much? He tried to kid himself, but then realized that he did care. Gans might be bad, but it wasn't army bad. Tamas was surprised to see Yuri returning empty-handed. "He said that he was too busy and that I'm fired," Yuri reported. "He does have a cruel sense of humor, that Lakatos," said Tamas, setting off with the blunted hacksaw. Continuing to meditate on his predicament, Yuri resolved to alert Gombas immediately to the threat to his employment, and went up to Gombas's office. Gombas's secretary wasn't there. Neither was Gombas. After he repeated polite and clear knocking, in order to ensure that he didn't accidentally spoil a training session, Yuri found Gombas's office to be vacated. He stared at Gombas's black telephone. The idea of picking up the receiver and putting a call through to abroad, somewhere, anywhere west, sneaked into his mind. He toyed with the idea of just doing it, of placing a call, just to hear them say, "Hello," or "Good morning," just to hear the sound of abroad, the crackle of free air, the ineffable language of it. The prospect xylophoned excitement along his spine. He enjoyed toying with the idea for a few minutes, knowing for a variety of reasons, first and foremost a lack of guts, he wouldn't attempt it, but he fully savored the opportunity. He imagined picking up the receiver and asking in a Gombas-like voice for New York, Paris, London, Berlin, even Cleveland, Ohio. It was 5 of the best minutes he had spent for a very long time. Then he restarted his worries on getting the sack. Where was Gombas? Had he embarked on a talent scouting tour? Would he be in the army before Gombas paid another visit to his office? Going back to the shop floor, Yuri bumped into Potocki sauntering down a corridor, bouncing a basketball on the floor and off the walls, wearing his sunglasses. Presumably he had run out of wire to watch. Yuri recounted his problems while Potocki bounced the ball furiously around a portrait of Rákosi. "I always envisaged you a military man," said Potocki, with the total lack of sympathy only a close friend could muster. "No, don't laugh. I've never seen anyone who can rival your genius for digging trenches. In recognition of your trench digging alone, you should make general. And I hear military service is extended to 3 years. That should give you plenty of time." Potocki then moved off into the offices to dazzle dazzleable young women with his dribbling skills. Even though he was highly exercised about his own perils, Yuri couldn't suppress a pang of anxiety about Potocki, who wasn't slowing down his disregard. He had always been the one to get them into trouble, the self-evident, self-incriminating trouble, such as the scout camp, where they had drunk all the communion wine at Potocki's suggestion. There had been no hope of getting away with it. Father Jennek had been justifiably furious, but since there had only been 3 days of the camp left, there had only been 3 days of real wrath and punishment. This camp could be longer. Bearing 2 new blades, Thomas reappeared. "I told you he was pulling your leg. He's a good lad, old Lakatos. He wouldn't let me leave without giving me this carton of cigarettes. I didn't want to take them, but he really pressed me." Thomas gave Yuri 2 packets. Then it was lunch. The weather was a muscular sunshine, so most employees went out into the yard to eat whatever they had managed to lay their hands on. Sigmund and Partos, the 2 priests, were sitting next to each other, dealing with their bread and cheese, conversing in Latin, polishing their only remaining Catholic weapon. No one paid any attention to them anymore. The workers were quite accustomed to the strange workfellows that had descended on them. Priests, accountants, diplomats, cartographers, nobility, all undexterous to a man. There was a great campaign going on for sharing working methods. Posters, films, exhortations in print and in person were undodgeable. One of the newsreel versions of this appeal that Yuri had seen featured a seasoned old worker, complete with the beret that was the hallmark of proletarianness, who, having ignored the frustrated bunglings of the fresh-faced youth on the lathe next to him, reads the Free People editorial on the imperativeness of sharing working methods. The old worker is forthwith struck down with shame at his laxness. Instantly, he rushes over to introduce the boy to the delights of advanced lathe turning. This was essentially the party saying, "You'd better train each other because we're not going to spare the time or cash to do so." While everyone in the works would rather have been dead than carrying out what the party had urged, if for no other reason than not wanting to waste valuable earning time, they had provided guiding help and encouragement to the newcomers who had been dropped into the midst of the factory without knowing how to do the job, and often not even knowing what the job was. They were silently acknowledged as domestic exiles. Yuri was warmly greeted by Sokanai, who was sitting scribbling away furiously on a mess of sheets on his lap. Sokanai had been a lecturer at the university, an expert on international law, a decent man, if tiresome in anything but the smallest doses, who looked on Yuri as an ally. Having noted that Sokanai had a bulging bag of crisp apples, Yuri sat down next to him, amazed at what he would do for a good bite. Sokanai was in an incessant state of fury, with only slight adjustments in the volume. He had explained to Yuri several times, firmly gripping him by the wrist, with prodigious force for a skinny lawyer. "They replaced me with an idiot! An idiot! An idiot! A man who knew nothing! Nothing! You must believe me!" Sokanai would repeat this, just to leave no doubt that he wasn't using idiot as a figure of speech, but as a purely technical term. Yuri always agreed adamantly, because he wanted his wrist released, and because he found it plausible that some cadre who had flicked through the paperback edition of Lenin on International Law had got Sokanai's job. Over 60, Sokanai was too old to take it. He couldn't even attempt to roll with the punches. Most of his lunch break was spent compiling further violations of national and international law and principles. "I've really got them now," he snarled. They'll pay. This nonsense can't last forever, and then they'll pay." What Sokanai was doing was extremely dangerous, and Yuri had no intention of frequenting him any longer than was necessary to obtain an apple or two. The other week, a worker who had either too much palinka or hardship had suddenly burst out with, "They say that under Horthy, Hungary was a land of 2 million beggars. Well, at least under Horthy, it was just the beggars who were beggars, and not the whole sodding country. I can't feed my family on this." A black car had been waiting for him outside the gates. "We have a few questions. It'll only take 5 minutes." No one had seen him since, but then no one had ever seen again those people whom Russians had invited for Molenki Robot, a little work 5 years ago. Being an old-world courtesy fiend, Sokanai handed over 3 apples, which Yuri could only bring himself to refuse once. Mulling over how eggshell-thin dignity was when your belly was yelling, Yuri returned to work to find Solyok talking to Tamas. "Listen, Tamas, we need a little favor. We're having some camaraderie difficulties." It took Solyok some time to spit it out, but the problem was this. There was only one place manufacturing the machine tools Gans needed, and for some reason, enmity, superior bribery, incompetence, kinship, the machine tools were being shipped to other factories, not to where they were needed at Gans, where despite Stackhavenite book-hooking, the 3-year plan was not being fulfilled. "Tamas, could you go over there and explain in a constructive, fraternal, and socialist manner the absolute dire necessity for some urgent supplies to aid the intensification of the 3-year plan fulfillment situation?" "You want me to hijack one of their deliveries, right?" asked Tamas. Taken aback by this uncomraderly language, Solyok winced, but didn't blab any more. "Yes," he said, handing over a set of lorry keys. "Take Yuri and some of the other lads if you need." It's all about having the right skills for the right task, Yuri thought. You can read Lenin on international law, but no amount of reading Lenin on ambushing and highway robbery could help you if you didn't know the business. Tamas picked up Pulinkas, another well-known pugilist, and an apprentice jawbreaker, Bode. As they were pulling out by the front gates, Yuri noticed Pataki, apprehended by 2 security men who were unwinding a long length of copper wire from underneath his shirt. Smiling, Yuri waved, looking forward with keen anticipation to hearing how Pataki could talk his way out of that one. Tamas dropped everyone off, one by one, whether they wanted to go, before putting his foot down on the accelerator, to head off the Zuglo, where the machine tool factory was located. "Don't worry, I can take care of it on my own," he said to Yuri with an expectant grin on his face, slipping his knife in between his teeth. At home, Yuri found Alec still parked in his armchair, but entertaining Soaks, his former doorman who came monthly to pay his respects. Soaks was the only one of Alec's old staff who made the effort to see him out, and he was made welcome because of that, and also, more saliently, because he always brought a package of food from his farming cousins. His mother had always complained that Alec showered his staff with holidays and bonuses, though, as Yuri recalled, Soaks, who had been on duty outside Alec's office, had never copped any of the goodies. Soaks was inescapably stuck in cheerfulness, but went up a jubilation or two when he saw a younger Fischer. "How are you, Yuri? Settling down yet? Thinking about getting married?" Yuri knew he was at the age when everyone was immensely inquisitive as to what he was doing with his Willie, so he was prepared for this sort of inquiry from his seniors. He was as keen to be castrated as to get married, but he laughingly denied major romance with good grace. Someone who had come halfway across Budapest to deliver food was entitled to question anyway. Yuri discerned an open package of goose crackling and started to make arrangements digestively. Looking down the finger he was pointing at Yuri as if down the barrel of a gun, Sokes remarked, "You'll know when you find the right one. You'll know." Yuri nodded concurringly, as one does towards someone who has mustered goose crackling. "I knew the moment I saw my wife," he said, chuckling. This surprised Yuri because he had only seen Mrs. Sokes once, and his first, last, and lasting impression was of consummate ugliness. He had always imagined that Sokes married her out of charity, or that their wedlock was a further symptom of Sokes' chronic misfortune rather than elective affinities. Sokes's life was one of round-the-clock calamity. An orphan, he had been shipwrecked as a cabin boy, lost the use of one eye from an infection, lost his toes from frostbite in a Russian prisoner-of-war camp, lost both his children in the great dysentery epidemic of 1919. You just had to laugh. There was surely more disaster in his past, but unusually for a Hungarian, with such promising material to draw on, Sokes was very niggardly in passing out the details of his years. "The party secretary catches Kovacs," said Sokes, changing tack. "Comrade Kovacs, why aren't you at the last party meeting?" "The last party meeting?" replies Kovacs. "If I'd known it was the last party meeting, I'd have brought the whole family." Sokes was now, in an odd way, a successful figure. Now that poverty and misery had been generally distributed, he was a tycoon of jollity. In the land of the blind, Yuri thought, the man who knows how to use the white stick is king. The only irritating aspect to Sokes was that his whistling and totalitarianism rather invalidated one's license for self-pity. Yuri could never enjoy his resentment for quite a while after Sokes had left. Sokes's presence made him lose that acute sense of accumulated injustice and aggrievedness that he had been so carefully working on. Alec, for example, might be sitting comfortably in the back of adversity's big black car, but Sokes seemed to thrive on hardship like a slap-up meal. To his shame, Yuri was glad when Sokes left and didn't have to pretend anymore that he didn't want to throw himself on the goose crackling. Alec had ventured out earlier to get some fresh bread, and in this combination with the goose crackling yielded a profound sense of well-being, an undispersible glow of plenitude that would linger on for the minimum of an evening, or until Yuri went out to do some training. The 2 packets of cigarettes, French, had been part of a great plan Yuri had been hatching to do some profitable bartering, but Alec looked so deformed, so unnatural without a cigarette, that Yuri handed them over and watched Alec's face become an amalgam of joy and reflection on how to apportion the cigarettes chronologically. One strove to be hard, to be tough, dangerous and independent. Yuri weighted up the effects of the pile of goose crackling. But self-discipline is such a delicate thing, a plant that wilts on either side of a narrow temperature band. In mitigation, it had been exceptionally adipose, unquestionably hastened to the capital that morning, rap before darkness had been dispelled, possessed of an evanescent crispness and a tang that had to be captured by taste buds within 12 hours, or it would abscond to the limbo of fabulous flavor. The glut of cigarettes and goose crackling engendered a pliancy and a conversation between the two of them. Of late, Potiki had been the top recipient of Alec's locutions, a hunched, cigaretted dialogue running through Alec's lewd material. Yuri made a point of ostentatiously going for a run, or loudly doing some housework, while they were thus engaged, but it didn't have any dampening effect. He decided to press Alec on abroad. "What was it like in Vienna?"
Alec had spent a couple years stationed outside Vienna as an Austro-Hungarian officer and gentleman before the big one that had vaporized the Strudel Empire. "I don't remember much now," said Alec. "It was a long time ago. I remember the sex, but that's about it. That's the odd thing about Vienna. All that culture, all those libraries, piano recitals, all that learning, all that Mozart was here. All the elaborate chocolate and patisserie, and the women were interested in only one thing. If I hadn't been 20, it would have killed me. There was one lady, the wife of a distinguished geologist, who was still vigorous enough to carry out his conjugal duties. I timed myself one day. From 10 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, 5 hours. I thought she might stop or ask for an intermission, but no. We only abandoned the mission because her husband was coming back with some very gripping granite. When I got out into the street, I had to call for a taxi because my body was on strike. Then I found out that someone else from the regiment was leaving his calling cards there as well. The husband challenged him to a duel, and I had to act as his second. You would have thought she could have read a book or gone to a museum every now and then. "I don't think I'll be getting to Vienna for a while," Yuri remarked. "Oh, I'm sure you will. This can't go on much longer. You realize you and Istvan are my last hopes." "What do you mean?" "The only sort of success I can anticipate now is sitting in a cafe regaling my cronies with tales of my son's successes. I'm counting on you for some reflected glory and a modest income. You don't want your old father to be stuck in a cafe with nothing to boast about." "Oh, so you're going into sitting around full time." "I'm working up to it, but don't forget you have no excuses. You're at the perfect age for disaster. Physical peak, flexible, durable, a good reservoir of optimism. 19 is the ideal age for misfortune. You can fight back. And things change. Nothing lasts forever. Hungary has had some bizarre moments in its history. Mongols, Turks, wandering in and out. Our friend Horthy, a regent without a king, an admiral without a sea. But Rákóczi, the one thing I can confidently predict as a non-starter in Hungary is a Jewish king. I'm willing to bet that you won't last long at Gans, and that you will have a good laugh about all this." "How much are you willing to bet?" Yuri asked, sensing easy money. "We can negotiate a figure." At this point Alec was racked by a caravan of coughs of lung-ripping ferocity. "The trouble is," he continued weakly, "I'm not going to be around to collect at this rate. But you still have no excuse for not achieving stupendous prosperity. Think of all that bringing up your mother lavished on you." Yuri decided to tackle some of the housework. Nothing substantial, but tossing a coin to domesticity, Yuri entered the waiting room for washing up and exposed some plates to running water. Considering how little they had to eat, there was an alarming quantity of dirty crockery. "I told her for months to go to the doctor. For months. You know what she said? 'I can't go. I haven't got a slip.' I don't suppose it would have made a lot of difference," Alec volunteered. Suddenly, Yuri wished he hadn't started to converse. August 1950. They estivated outside Tatabánya. The peasants out in the fields, on account of what they had endured or because of some innate earthiness, evinced no great surprise to see half a dozen naked and tanned figures strolling through their sunflowers. "Basketball players," they muttered. Potocki was in the lead, wearing his sunglasses, striding out in his basketball boots, a map neatly folded under his arm. Although they got plenty of exercise at the training camp, where Lokomotiv had been invited to act as resident sparring partner for the national team, they were full of kicks, and at Potocki's instigation had gone out for an afternoon constitutional in order to ascertain that the surrounding countryside was as boring as it looked. So far it was. Most of the vicinity was flat and obvious, but Potocki steered them to a distant clump of greenery, a copse on a series of mounds, with a huge patch of baldness on top. The view from this hillock corroborated their worst fears: the total absence of anything that could be loosely accounted exciting or notable in the neighborhood. So, gentlemen, there it is, the countryside. The place for those fond of vegetable antics. The abode of bucolic delights as celebrated by millennia of illustrious poets, who, in my opinion, were either heavily bribed by wealthy farmers, eager to boost their standing, or gibberingly demented, concluded Potiki. There was a rectangular stone some 4 feet high on the summit, which Potiki, having consulted the map, announced was an object of significant trigonometrical value. If it hadn't been on the map, they probably wouldn't have bothered, but how often do you get a chance to destroy a landmark? The stone was recalcitrant and astonishingly heavy, but with the help of a few sturdy branches as levers, they eventually upended it and had the pleasure of watching it robustly tumble down a good way. Feeling satisfied by their afternoon's work sabotaging the Hungarian state, they headed back to the camp. Has the new Hungary overcome the old 3-layered class system of workers, bourgeoisie, and nobility? Roca asked, swiftly providing the answer, before anyone thought he was posing a serious question. Not quite. There are still 3 classes in the new Hungary. Those who have been to prison, those who are in prison, and those who are going to prison. On their way back, Potiki saluted with the map a young peasant girl, whose face would have been ugly on a young peasant boy. Joke civility, Yuri noted, but another week of the camp and the gauche, sack-wrapped girls would start looking like beauty queens. Usually, tired after the day's training, Yuri would plunge into blackness as soon as he made contact with his mattress, despite its high ranking in intractability. The training was demanding, and as always, Yuri had to do twice as much as anyone else. Some people have athleticism handed to them on a tray. Others have to sweat to get up to scratch. Hitting 60 push-ups had caused him dreadful suffering, while Potiki could do it on demand while conducting a conversation on any theme you'd care to name. He had been born with explosive in his muscles, even his tongue. When Yuri returned from the first installment of the morning's training, a run around the lake, gasping from the blow of such a brutal introduction to the day, Potiki would be lazily bestirring himself, often having a contemplative cigarette on the porch of their hut. Potiki could get away with this, because he could always deliver on court. "I know life is unfair. I don't dispute that," Yuri would gasp. "But does it really have to be this sort of industrial strength unfair?" Potiki's rightful place was in the national team, not playing opposite them to give them a good workout. He had been invited to play with the junior squad years earlier, when still at school, but was turfed out after a few months. Not for slackness in training, or for any other basketballing deficiency, but thanks to the light in Harmati's eye. "She is the light of my eye," Harmati would say, in an exaggerated, over-parental manner of his daughter, Peroska. Potiki's falling out with Harmati, the coach of the national team, had its roots in Harmati walking in when Potiki was deflowering Peroska on a horrifically valuable Louis Quinze chaise lounge that Harmati had personally plundered from the debris of a neighboring and deceased family's bombed flat. It was the mess on the sofa that did it, Potiki maintained. However, Potiki's charm and undeniable talents would have boomeranged him back after a nominal banishment had it not been for Harmati walking in again to discover Potiki having a foam bath with some highly prized bath crystals brought back by hand from a trip to Italy, and with Harmati's other daughter, Nomi. Fortunately for Potiki, it was a flat designed with 2 doors to every room, and his speed enabled him to stay ahead of Harmati for 6 circuits of the premises, before he could gather up his garb and exit. "It's bad enough being caught with your trousers down, but when you have to dry yourself first," Potiki reflected later, adding, "I think it was the bath crystals that really upset him." Potiki had just found out about his speed one day and found it there whenever he needed it. If Yuri didn't run every day, he'd slow up and balloon. If he didn't play ball every day, his edge would blunt, but Potiki could wander onto court after a month in a Parisian restaurant and still be able to whiz down infallibly to dunk the ball in the basket. There had to be a good reason for Potocki to stir, and training wasn't one of them. "We're not paid to train, we're paid to win," was his reaction to Hap's supplications to hone his abilities. Hap had no real choice but to put up with Potocki. He usually didn't keep a close eye on him during training, so that his non-cooperation wouldn't grate. On the other hand, Hap had managed on one unforgettable occasion to persuade Potocki to run the 1500. Potocki must have had his mind on something else when Hap had explained that the locomotive athletics team was runnerless for the 1500 meters at an upcoming meet, and had pleaded with Potocki to run it to avoid the ignominy of a no-show. Yuri was there on the day which introduced Potocki to effort. He could remember the uncomprehending shock that had appeared on Potocki's face after the first lap and a half, when it gradually became apparent to Potocki that unlike shooting the length of a basketball court, the 1500 would involve the most daunting of things, labor. He came in fifth in a field of 6, arriving at the finish line with his customary collected features exploding into a morass of leering agony. After minutes of gasping for breath on the dearly embraced ground, Potocki finally announced, "I thought I was going to die. These runners are out of their minds. How can they do this for a living? My track career is over." Yuri had been very glad to witness Potocki stumble on a new world of experience, to see him dust off his willpower. Money, however, always got him going. The sprinters at the camp had already lost the more interesting portion of their worldly goods to Potocki, as they always did when they challenged him. The sprinters, the 100 boys who trained with zealotic fervor, who stretched, bent, and twanged muscles for hours, who ran everywhere, lifted weights, ate carefully, and went to bed early, and did nothing that didn't further their aim of doing the 100 faster, couldn't believe that Potocki could best them in a dash. But he could, by challenging them to 50 meters. Sprinters who don't know Potocki joyfully stumped up the cash for the bet, and those who did know him stumped up petulantly, and then saw nothing but Potocki's back. Over 30 meters he was so explosive, so swift, so straight out of the jungle, that no one could get close. By 50 the professionals would have closed with him, but they'd still be a sternum behind. The pattern, when Potocki, for amusement and not forance, had been dared to run the full 100, was that before 60 the sprinters would have a nose ahead, by 80 they were clear, and by the 100 Potocki could see their souls. Ronai, an Olympic 100-meter bronze winner, was the one least able to come to grips with Potocki's kick-start. Year after year he had been vanquished by Potocki at training sessions, at meets, on Margaret Island, and once inside the bar at the opera. Fanatical, even by the whole-hearted standards of the sprinters, Ronai had the obsessive nature of a marathon runner. At the camps he was a largely solitary figure who seemed to regard conversation as, at best, impinging on his training program, or, at worst, blatant sabotage. And he could, to anyone not directly involved in the perfection of his leg movements, begrudge even a "good morning." He would, not even if waiting at a bus stop or in a queue for the cinema, not that he went very often, be bending and flexing muscles, or if refraining from using them would be plotting new techniques to lick them into shape. Ronai was up before everyone else, in clement and inclement weather, trotting around, relishing the extra time he was putting in, that was putting him ahead of the others still in bed in Budapest and elsewhere, pushing himself and thinking about the next exertion. The world for Ronai was a conglomeration of various training possibilities that could enable him to load more ammunition into his legs in time for the 52 Olympics in Helsinki. Some of his mattress partners, miffed by his monomania, had let slip that when it came to bed, Ronai was less concerned with the merchant of pleasure knocking on his door than in disciplining sets of muscles through a series of awkward and convoluted couplings that would last until he had counted out the required number of muscular contractions, the signal for a different constellation of brawn to come into service. "It's so moving," one netball player recounted, "having Gluteus Maximus whispered in your ear." Ronai had lost heavily to Potocki. Money, various edibles, and a magnetic pocket chess set he had obtained in London during the '48 Olympics. He couldn't leave Potocki alone. The very sight of Potiki lounging around made him twitch. He had come close to Potiki, very close, losing a number of runs by the breadth of a vest, and one even ended in a dead heat according to the adjudicators. But parity wasn't good enough for Ronai. It wasn't acceptable for him that a mere basketball player, who wasn't even in the national team to boot, who was regularly to be found loafing around, gassing, playing cards, drinking Czech beer, and being hunted by his coach, that such a ramshackle athlete could best a sprinter who hadn't drunk a Czech beer since 1946. Beer, he had pronounced publicly, is for the weak. There are 7 people around a campfire. They all put in a hand into the flames. One by one they pull back. The one who leaves his hand in the longest is the world champion. A man who never failed to exercise his ears before he went to sleep didn't give up easily. "Quick, give me some cigarettes," Potiki would say when he saw Ronai approaching, lighting up 2 together to compose the veritable picture of a prodigal sportsman. 2 weeks into the camp, Ronai had lost all his money and any objects of value, including a pair of remarkable German toenail clippers and a less remarkable phial of Bulgarian rosewater. Though the judging of the races had been made more difficult, as after the first few defeats, Ronai insisted on running after dark, when no one else was likely to be about. It was always tight, Ronai at Potiki's heels like a fleshed-out shadow, but the nipple-length losses were an awful gulf to Ronai, an abyss that became progressively more uncrossable. One night, Yori and Potiki entered the camp canteen to find Ronai entombed by empty Czech beer bottles, shouting out as if to the human race, "It's so unfair! There's no point! It's all fixed!" It had never occurred to Ronai that there were people who couldn't be bothered to put a hand into the fire. It made Yori feel a lot better, and perhaps Ronai too, though he still kept losing to Potiki. Predestination was not something to which Hep subscribed. He was out to humble and humiliate Harmati's national team, and he had a suitcase full of plans to bring this about. "You're probably too young to understand this," said Hep, addressing the team. "But the real tragedy of life, the most appalling fact you will have to face in this existence, is that there is no substitute for hard work, and flourishing rolls of documents, and using the right plan." The sight of Hep threatening a Stalin shift of training threw a panic through the team. They had been counting on a month of sunbathing and exploring the plentiful cuisine prepared for the sportsmen and women representing the Hungarian nation. Potiki took Hep aside. "Look, we get the message. You want to do the national, boys?" "Yes," conceded Hep. "Okay, here's the proposition," urged Potiki. "We'll train hard, and the boys have asked me to approach you on their behalf, but if we can forego the above the call of duty stuff, I guarantee, that at the last match of the camp, at the display when all the big cheeses are there, I guarantee that we'll beat them. But, believe me, the team will fray if we overdo it. Remember what the water polo player said at the brothel after he paid for 8 girls, but only employed 5. This is ridiculous. I managed 8 this morning." To universal surprise, Hep entered into the Potiki pact. Potiki could be persuasive, of course. Aside from the effortlessness of his line, he knew which key could open which person. He was the master locksmith of character. Take the way he had wriggled out of the copper wire fiasco at Gans by claiming he had been borrowing some for a lieutenant colonel in the AVO, who had discreetly asked him to acquire some for various secret projects. "They're conducting electrical experiments." The security people might well have caught a whiff of bullshit, but who was going to take the risk of vexing a lieutenant colonel, however infinitesimal the risk, over a bit of rotten wire? Potiki had walked away with a stern injunction to stick to proper channels. Yori suspected that Hep may have had other reasons, apart from Potiki's cajolery, for acquiescing, but Potiki had unwound Hep, and given the rest of the team a summary level of activity, except for Yuri, who couldn't afford to let any hour pass without exploiting it. Yuri was ushered out of sleep's antechamber by a procession of loud bumps, which his ejected senses slowly situated as emanating from the bunk above him. Craning out of his bed, he realized that unless Potiki had suddenly developed a brilliant ventriloquist act and grown a large pale bottom, he had enticed some female company back to their hut. It was outrageous. Here they were in a communist dictatorship, on the verge of World War III, in the middle of the night, and Potiki had the gall to enjoy himself and invade his sleep. God's dick was about all Yuri could think of in his irate days, not fully reconnected to his imaginative facilities. "There's really no need to be polite," insisted Potiki, not missing a beat. "Don't pay the slightest attention to us. Pretend we aren't here. Feel free to carry on with your sleep." Not confident in the resilience of the bunk beds in the face of love's vibrations, Yuri threw his mattress onto the floor, where he would be a safe distance from any collapsing reposory. "If you tie a torch to it, you'll be able to see what you're doing," he counseled. At dawn's entry, Yuri awoke, feeling more sleepy than when he had started. It was a morning he immediately recognized as one he wanted nothing to do with, a day that revealed itself, that flagrantly exposed itself as a day which wouldn't allow him to get anywhere. Yuri found himself thinking, without any side dish of shame, about why he hadn't joined the Communist Party. That was where his life had taken the wrong turn, he decided. Deciding where his life had gone wrong was something that took up a lot of his leisure time, and he was convinced that he had pinpointed the chairman of the Error Board. If only he could send back a message to his younger self to sign up. If only he had accidentally walked into a party office and inadvertently dropped his signature on an application form. Now, of course, apart from the bad taste it would leave in his soul, his participation in the communist movement would be as welcome as a bonfire in an ammunition dump. He had as much chance of joining as a blue whale had, assuming it could make its way to Budapest. Back in 45 or 46, things were different. Hitler could have got a membership card then. The more the merrier. He could have got in, denounced his family background, vituperating Alec as a decadent bourgeoisie, which would have been fun. And with a bit of Lenin spouting, the odd weekend being chummy with coal miners down a pit somewhere, he could have ended up with a comfortable, well-paid, work-free job as a func somewhere. And with the accelerating rate of arrests and hangings, promotion couldn't be avoided. The Chinaman had stunned them all. Yuri had tried to get to know him, still curious about Red China. This was shortly after the thwarted visit to the Chinese embassy. The visit to the Chinese embassy had come a few weeks after the thwarted visit to the Ministry of the Interior, where he and Potiki had tried to get into the police. Getting into the police had originally been Potiki's idea, but Yuri warmed to it, thinking about all the police he could be rude to while in uniform. The police had a 2nd Division basketball team, and Potiki had the belief they could work themselves a niche there. All those policeman jokes were a deterrent, but after deliberation, Yuri felt the list of people he had prepared for harassment was worth it, and the prime factor was dodging military service, since they had got wind of a rumor that suggested Ganz's workforce would no longer qualify for strategic exemption. No one had spelled out why they were turned down. They could only guess the police had found another source of First Division players, or maybe the crippled and deformed status of their moral credentials had done in their prospects. While he and Potiki were negotiating their transfer to locomotive and wangling their places in the evening classes at the College of Accountancy, Yuri, reviewing the options in case of severe emergency, had managed to find something preferable to self-mutilation to stay out of the army: going Chinese. He had been thinking about Ladany. He never had the chance to see Ladany again after the feeding frenzy in Halas, but he heard that he had been posted to China as predicted, just before the communists had come into their own there. The only bulletin after that was that Ladany was in Shanghai. He couldn't have been there for long. The Chinese had got a bad case of socialism, but at least they didn't have too many Russians. Not enough rice to go around. Reviewing the state of China and speculating on Ladany's whereabouts, celebrating one-man mass in jail, running a restaurant, correcting some Mandarin's ideograms, Yuri lighted on the idea of going to China. Red China was the first stop for the journalistic imagination. It was always getting slapped on the back every time you opened a paper or switched on the radio. "Let's go con the Chinese," Yuri proposed to Potocki. "If we get out of there, it might lead to other things. And if it's awful, well, it's awful here, and at least it'll be Chinese misery." Anything seemed superior to homegrown misery. Yuri argued they should go along in the guise of ardent admirers of the Chinese Revolution, avid to learn more about the achievements of people's power in China, and eager to start Chinese lessons. "With a border that big, it'll be no problem walking out," Yuri reasoned. Potocki had a look that alluded to the excellent rowing weather, but why not roll the dice? The Chinese embassy was in a quiet, elegant street just off Adrasi Ut, in what was the diplomatic corner. Huge, ornate, opulent buildings that spoke of an unhurried lifestyle. How do you enlist for the diplomatic game? Yuri wondered as he inspected the serenity and evident absence of work in the embassies. They have ruled out writing a letter or phoning. That left space for prevarication or refusal. The best would be to go along and put their feet in the door. The time of their approach had also been intensely debated, and they came to the conclusion that early afternoon would be most suitable. The embassy's door was black and enormous and didn't look like the sort of door that cared to be disturbed. It was a door that was meant to be seen but not knocked on, a door you walked past at a path's distance. Unlike the Western embassies, there wasn't a policeman on guard outside, but the whole tenor of the facade was discouragement. A sizable bell was on duty at the side of the door. Yuri pushed it once, manfully, for a very polite duration, but didn't hear any corresponding ringing inside. He waited for a very polite duration, hoping for signs of life. This process was repeated twice as passers-by passed by, wondering what two smartly dressed Hungarians were doing outside the Chinese embassy. The bell obviously hadn't been designed to be rung, so Yuri gave a curt rap on the door, stinging his finger joints. There was no knocker provided. He continued lengthy intervals of polite waiting with painful knocking bouts. They were beginning to infer that the building was abandoned when they noticed, from a first-floor window, an oriental visage peering out at them, having shunted aside a substantial lace curtain. Potocki and Yuri acknowledged the watcher by switching on exemplary polite and radiant smiles. Nothing happened after this first contact for several minutes. "They're busy learning Hungarian," offered Potocki, free to amuse himself since it hadn't been his idea. "They're scanning the phrasebook for 'drop dead.'" After an unreasonable length of time, the door was opened by a young Chinese man in a wearied suit, who greeted them in mechanical but correct Hungarian. "We're fans of the Chinese Revolution," said Yuri. "My friend and I have been stunned by the feats of the Communist Party in China. Can we come in to express our admiration?" They were escorted to a luxurious reception room, which only confirmed Yuri's respect for the diplomatic life. Another Chinese official joined them. He seemed to have rudimentary or no knowledge of Hungarian, since the door-opener kept handing him chunks of the conversation in Chinese. "We have been inspired by the example of the Chinese Revolution," proclaimed Yuri. "As Mao Tse-tung has said, the Communist Party of China has brought a new style of work to the Chinese people, a style of work which essentially entails integrating theory with practice, forging close links with the masses and practicing self-criticism. It is this new style that in an internationalist's fraternal and scientific spirit we would like to study, first-hand for ourselves, in order to aid the development of a peace-loving socialism on a global basis." Oddly enough, no one laughed when Yuri finished. Potocki must have been biting the insides of his mouth. Yuri had done his homework. Potocki hadn't. But this didn't stop him. "Yes, as Comrade Mao said, Hungary and China are closely bound by common interests and common ideals." The good thing about Mao, like Marx, and in particular Lenin and Stalin, was that at some point or another he had written or said everything from "I ordered the steak medium rare" to "Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny" to "Chattanooga choo-choo." Everything had passed their lips, so you couldn't go wrong quoting from imagination. Yuri took the ball again and reiterated their fervent desire to go to China, learn the language, and study the Newing of China. The two Chinese listened very soberly to the proposal. Then the non-Hungarian speaking one, who exuded an air of seniority, spoke to the other briefly, and his words stumbled out through the other in clunking Hungarian. Comrades, your ardor is highly commendable, and we are greatly touched that our achievements in China have proved such an example to you. But, as Comrade Mao has also said, as he has so aptly phrased it, building socialism must start in front of your neighbors, and it is better for you to carry on the struggle here in Hungary in your own way. There could be no doubt that in China the science of horseshit detection was not neglected or unknown. Yuri and Potocki were given a copy each of Mao's poetry on their way out. They thanked their host profusely. They had spent no more than 20 minutes on Chinese soil. I suppose if nothing else I can say I've been to China, Yuri said. Out but in. The Korean War had seemed promising too. Potocki actually phoned the Ministry of Defense, pseudonymously, from a public phone, to inquire whether there was any chance of being able to go and fight those imperialist bastards. The authorities, guessing the magnitude of these volunteers' numbers, deduced that they would most likely be the fastest surrendering soldiers in the history of warfare. Potocki was carefully given details of an anti-American demonstration where, he was assured, he would be allowed to uncork his righteous wrath. Why are they fighting communism in Korea, but not here? Asked Potocki, irascibly. Are the hotels much better in Korea? Is it the superiority of the local cuisine? My only objection to the war is that it should be here and not in some rice paddy in Korea. What have we done not to be invaded by the Americans? With this background in Far Eastern studies, they were intrigued by the arrival of a Chinese basketball player at the camp. Harmati had presented him with great fanfare and to bursts of admiring applause. This first period of Hungarian-Chinese basketballing relations went well, but after that, despite the undeniable warmth, cordiality, and curiosity on both sides, things slowed down somewhat, because whoever had arranged for him to attend the camp and had either overlooked or forgotten that Wu, as he seemed to be called, spoke no Hungarian, no English, no German, no Russian, or any other language of which anyone in the camp had a smattering. No one, of course, spoke any Chinese. He probably thinks he's in Moscow, observed Roca as Wu trotted about dribbling the ball respectably but unbrilliantly. No one had seen him arrive, and the purpose of his presence remained rather mysterious. Harmati, under questioning, denied having any foreknowledge of Wu's provenance. He's Chinese, right? Or maybe Korean. Can you tell the difference? Or maybe he's a Cambodian who likes long walks. Anyway, if he's Chinese, we salute him as a member of the heroic Chinese people. If he's Korean, we salute him as a member of the heroic Korean people. This is a sports camp, blown by the breeze of progress. We fraternally give him a basketball and let him run down in a correct, scientific, and socialist manner on the court. If nothing else, he's going to learn that you've got to be a bit taller to play basketball. Wu could have easily fitted into 5'6". Everyone liked Wu because, despite his virtually Trappist existence, he was extraordinarily polite and cheery. He was the only person in the camp who energetically thanked the cooks for the meals they provided, giving vigorous bows of gratitude every time. Things must be really bad back home, Yuri remarked, since the only thing you could say in favor of the camp food was that it was there, and you could have as much as you wanted. Wu's courtesy extended to the basketball court, where on those rare occasions when he unwittingly managed to get hold of the ball, he was too civil to refuse to hand it over to whoever approached him. The sportswomen had invited all the sportsmen over to their half of the camp for an egg and no-cuddly evening. Despite the more important attractions, Potocki spent most of the evening launching strictures on the texture of the no-cuddly, how the wrong kind of flour had been used, which was strange since Potocki knew as well as anyone there was only one kind of flour available. Flour, since Hungarian shops had adopted a philosophy of not taxing their customers with choice. That the water temperature had wavered, that the no-cuddly had been swimming for too long, and the eggs applied at an inappropriate point, and generally indulging in a molecular appraisal of the method. Sensing skepticism at his culinary authority, Potocki then proclaimed loudly that he would return the sportswomen's hospitality by preparing a true fish soup, a genuine fish soup, the following week. "Why a genuine fish soup?" queried Roca. "Why not a sham one?" "I mean," Potocki responded superciliously, "a traditional fish soup, prepared in the proper way, as Hungarians have prepared it since time immemorial." "But you can't cook," Yuri pointed out. "There are certain things that every man should be able to do, and cooking a fish soup is one of them. It might be tricky getting some of the ingredients, but I will endeavor to do my best." "Will it have potatoes?" inquired Kitona. "No," replied Potocki. "But I like potatoes," remonstrated Kitona. "So do I," retorted Potocki, with one foot on the ladder of petulance. "I also like my basketball boots, but I wouldn't put them in a fish soup. Potatoes don't belong in a genuine fish soup." The day of the reception came near, and Potocki, beseeched 24 hours a day to include potatoes, was getting truculent, and also, though Yuri could only suspect it, worried about his ability to cook fish soup. Fish soup would be something very difficult for Potocki to talk his way out of, since fish soup was either there or it wasn't. But, somehow, Potocki had managed to round up the ingredients, so that was a minimum he had something to attempt to cook. "Where are the potatoes?" asked Yuri. "There aren't any," said Potocki, trying to look expertly at the fish he held, overdosed on air. "That's not carp, is it?" asked Yuri. "No, it's not," said Potocki. "It's perch." "Oh," said Yuri, exiting. "I didn't know you could make fish soup with perch." In came Yorkovich. "Where are the potatoes?" he asked. "There aren't any," reaffirmed Potocki, still working hard to give the appearance of preparing fish soup. "That's not carp, is it?" asked Yurkovich. "No, it's perch," was the terse response. "Oh," said Yurkovich, walking out of the kitchen. "I didn't know you could make fish soup with perch." When Hep came in and asked about the potatoes, Potocki calmly replaced on the cutting board the perch he had been considering, and enunciated forcefully. "I know what's going on. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get me worked up. But," he continued in a determined but unirate tone, "I'm not going to let you." "Okay," said Hep. "But where are the potatoes?" It was Demeter who won the bottle of reserve Palinka, when Potocki, at the 15th questioning, answered by attacking Demeter with a brace of perch. Having fired off his perch at the swiftly retreating Demeter, Potocki stormed off into the countryside. When Potocki returned to the camp, some hours later, Yuri noticed, too late to make another stab at the fish soup, he found everyone gathered in the marquee as if for fish soup soiree. "Come on," said Kitona. "You've got to see this. I've managed to persuade Wu to do it." "Do what?" asked Potocki, puzzled. "His numbers. It's quite amazing. I caught him playing along with the radio the other day." Potocki followed Kitona into the marquee, where the entire camp seemed to be in attendance. Kitona appointed himself master of ceremonies. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are very privileged tonight to witness a performer who has traveled thousands of kilometers to be with us. First of all, can I ask for some discreet lighting?" The flaps of the marquee were closed to produce a fair penumbra. A stretcher was carried in, with a figure hidden under a blanket. The blanket was lifted up to reveal a pair of Chinese buttocks. "Secondly, may I ask you to maintain absolute silence during the recital? Over to you, Mr. Wu." The sounds commenced, and it took several moments for the audience to latch on. They soon realized that Wu was farting out the Internationale. The audience, distinguished by his ideological unsoundness, despite the recent injunction for quiet, burst into spontaneous applause. Wu's phrasing and stamina were astonishing, and the Internationale was only the beginning. As the audience wondered what on earth he had been eating, Wu launched into a medley of tunes, concluding with "The Blue Danube." It was a standing ovation. Then the soup was served. Yuri and the others could see that Potocki was itching to remonstrate about the salination or some other aspect of the soup, but he realized that his reputation could be irrevocably marred, and he had to sit and take it. "It's really rather good, considering where it came from," remarked Hep to Yori. The origins of the soup were never revealed to Potiki. It had been tinned at the behest of an official at the Ministry of Agriculture, who thought it would make a good export product to Britain, until someone reminded him that Britain was a capitalist country, and as such couldn't be the recipient of Hungarian fish soups. Indeed, it transpired that all the countries likely to pay for tins of fish soup were capitalist, whereas their trading partners, the socialist countries, wouldn't cough up a moldy kopeck. It was decided to divvy up the fish soup within the ministry, so all the families of the staff experienced a fish soup bonanza. Istvan had dumped 10 tins with Alec, who would eat anything except fish. Playing for the railways had some benefits, including free deliveries. Yori was looking forward to the end of the camp, since he was becoming preoccupied with seeing Zuza again. And he was also looking forward to the end of the camp because Potiki wasn't. Potiki wasn't because he knew he had promised Hep that Lokomotiv would win the match against the national team. Potiki didn't show this, but his exuberance was steadily deflating as the day grew nearer. As the Lokomotiv players sparred with him, it was a constant reminder to Potiki that the national team was the national team because it had the best players, drawn from the army and the technical university. Thoughtfulness clouded Potiki's brow as he studied the opportunities for winning. The others had been quite content with Potiki to parley a truce with Hep. For a while, losing the match would bring a certain general retribution. For Potiki, it was going to bring intensely specific retaliation from Hep, of whom it was said he bore grudges 30 years old. Worrying about things wasn't Potiki's forte, so after a couple of introspections, which didn't hand over a solution, he chose to leave the action to the day. The only thing in Lokomotiv's favor was that the national team didn't have much to lose. Although the supremos of the sports world would be at hand, no one was going to pay any attention to the result. In the outside world, it wouldn't count. "Why aren't any of the buggers injured?" Potiki lamented as he changed for the match, clearly having prayed for some disability, since nothing else could provide victory. The first half went to Lokomotiv. At half-time, they were in the lead 32-26. It had been a lively session, played with one of Lokomotiv's favorite leather balls, Vladimir. As one of the national team remarked to the referee, "Couldn't we have another ball, please? Potiki won't let us play with this one." Yuri had never seen Potiki run around the court like that before. It was as if he were playing on his own, charging after the ball like a lunatic, in top gear all the time. His relentless acceleration paid dividends. He got the ball where others wouldn't have, but Yuri could see it was at a cost. Potiki was looking fully drained when the half-time whistle blew. "On y'all!" Potiki called out to Yuri's co-worker in Lokomotiv's dirty tricks department. On y'all, who had been sitting it out on the bench, trotted over. His talent was to neutralize players on the opposing teams who demonstrated too great a facility at scoring baskets, by using a variety of techniques, never recommended by coaches, but extraordinarily effective. The backhand testicle grab, or the airborne elbow jab in the face. Anyol was injured. He had sprained his ankle after administering a particularly devastating elbow to Damini, Hungary's leading scorer, turning on the crimson nostril taps. Leaning close, Potiki poured some words into Anyol's ear, who then sauntered off. "What are we going to do?" Yuri asked Potiki. "You look a wreck. You're not going to last the second half." Potiki smiled. "We just have to soldier on." The second half showed that Potiki had expended his fuel and lost his magical ability to corner the ball. Hep remained impassively on the bench, aware as anyone else that the points were starting to snub Lokomotiv. The score was 33-32 to Lokomotiv when the shouts of "Fire!" were heard, and someone ran in to call for help in carrying buckets of water to put out the blaze that was consuming the quarters of the national team. Hearing this, the national team, to a man, dashed out to save their hard-earned toiletries. They had been due to leave the camp that afternoon, and what with sifting through the ashes to find French shampoo and Italian soap, the match never resumed. Hep didn't look happy about this, but more importantly, to everyone's relief, he didn't look very unhappy. He did also look as if he wouldn't be listening to Potiki much in the future. Boarding the bus that was to take them to the railway station, Potiki and Yuri noticed Wu sitting beside the running track, looking as affable and out of touch as ever. "I don't suppose anyone has told him the camp is over. Or if they have, I don't suppose he knows," Yuri said. They collected Wu, since, if nothing else, they knew exactly where to leave him in Budapest. He had met Zsuzsa a fortnight before the camp. She represented a change of tactic for Yuri. He had been pursuing a number of attractive women, who, far from considering docking, had recoiled from his greetings as if his hello were a wielded knife. "Communism and celibacy, that's too much," Yuri had moaned. Rather like an injured player seeking a fixture in the division below to repair his pride, Yuri had met Zsuzsa at a dance. Gangs of hormones, supported by a sense of desperation, had unearthed beauty from an unpromising surface. Even though they had only met 3 times, Yuri had been unpacking the equipment, setting up the furnishings of affection, and a good part of his time in Tatabánya was spent contemplating the ransacking of her fleshy treasures. Yuri went back home only long enough to spruce up and to verify his summered, youthful looks in the mirror. Staring at himself, he really couldn't understand why women weren't climbing in through the windows. He didn't mind about totalitarianism at all as he sauntered over to Zsuzsa. "All you need is something to look forward to," he said to himself. Zsuzsa's flat had a phone, but he felt like reappearing in person. Zsuzsa was in, but was showing out a guest. In his initial shock, Yuri couldn't decide which was worse, that the caller was a strapping gentleman, the holder, probably, of a jaunty dong, or that he was also owner of a blue flash AVO uniform. A professional, not like the poor green sods conscripted to tramp around the borders and shoot any decamping capitalists, foreign spies, or general bad lots seeking to flee the gains of the people. Even without the blue uniform, they would still have looked at each other as if they were being introduced to a dog log. What further incensed Yuri was that Zsuzsa was unaware of the monstrosity of inviting a blue boy home, even when he pointed it out to her. "Elamir is sweet," was about all Zsuzsa would say as Yuri fulminated about the iniquities of the AVO. Under interrogation, Zsuzsa explained that Elamir had entered the scene by apprehending Baudry, Zsuzsa's dog, when Baudry had inexplicably succumbed to the call of the wild in the park and spurned Zsuzsa's implorings to return. "He ought to be good at collaring," riposted Yuri. The other great disappointment he suffered that evening was the realization that Zsuzsa was heavily involved with stupidity. Her occupation, florist, should have warned him, but Zsuzsa, although she inhabited Hungary, didn't seem to live there. She didn't understand what was going on. She hadn't noticed what was going on and couldn't grasp what Yuri was saying. Yuri also noticed that her nose was looking too large that evening, but on the other hand, he couldn't help being envious of her total lack of contact with 1950. She had an airtight insulation of dimness. "Have some tea," Zsuzsa insisted. She was still pleased to see Yuri and didn't pay any heed to his ravings and didn't comprehend what upset him on either the masculine or ethical plane. Yuri enumerated the AVO's privileges, their special supplies. "That's not true. Elamir was just saying he has to work very long hours and he needs to earn extra money by translating articles from Pravda to help look after his mother." Yuri realized it was like trying to demolish a house by throwing a glass of water at it, and a strong sense of familiar futility descended on him like a cage. He had a good look at what was on his plate, and he didn't find his appetite stirred. This was going to be, he sensed, another fine addition to his collection of failures. He could see the title of his autobiography: "Women I Almost Slept With. Not Kissing and Telling. 1950 was a good year. I almost slept with 4 women. a heroic production increase under strict Marxist-Leninist principles from 1945, when I almost slept with 2 women. He had an expired affair on his hands, but he was going to have to prop up the cadaver, as troops might do in a trench with fallen comrades, to dupe their enemy into thinking they still had greater numbers to fight. The complication was that the following Friday, Locomotive was having its annual party, the summit of its social gatherings, and Yuri knew that he would soon face a firing squad, then attend without a companion, and unfortunately Zsuzsa was the only representative of her sex willing to even talk with Yuri. If Zsuzsa didn't go with him, no one would. Elamir was removed from the conversation, but this eviscerated their badinage severely, and with a reminder about the Locomotive festivity, Yuri took his leave and reflected deeply on the absurdity of living in a country more than half full of women, demography being on his side since the erasure of the Hungarian Second Army in 1944, and being unable to transact some romantic commerce. Standing in the tram, with the passengers packed as tightly as cigarettes in a carton, centuplets in the oblong womb of the tram, even with the backs of 3 older citizens coupling with him, Yuri felt sappingly lonely. Crushed, but lonely. How do you find people you can talk to? There should be a shop. And once you've found people you can talk to, how do you hang on to them? He devoted a lot of his spare time over the next few days to internal lamentation and some deft self-pity. Cassandrine about the flat, looking at himself in the mirror and asking, "Ever had one of those lives where nothing goes right?" But on the Tuesday night he found himself awake. Mental irritations growled up clearly from the cerebral digestion. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, the hour favored by the back-seat drivers in his cranium for interrupting his sleep. Whatever was bothering him would be thrust up, and although he couldn't name the issue, a strong discontent was emanating from his cerebral colon. Switching on the light, Yuri referred to his watch. 3 minutes after 3. Why was it when he wanted to wake up with punctuality he couldn't, but at the seething rage inside always popped out its self-appointed seething hour, and why it was that when he wanted to feel awakened in the mornings, he could never feel as fresh as he did now? He switched off the light and hoped for sleep to creep up on him. His freshness was undiminished when he heard the doorbell ring. His first thought was Hep, but it was too early and too outrageous even for Hep, and he was in the clear with Hep, so there could be no justification for a dawn raid. Such a ring could only herald a really interesting misfortune amongst the neighbors. Murder? Rape? Cardiac arrest? Or was it the AVO? He thought sarcastically, his curiosity rubbing his hands with glee. Yuri went to the door to find 4 plainclothes AVO men there. The plain clothes usually made them stick out as much as the uniforms, since no one but the AVO could get proper clothes. Everyone knew about the bell shock, sweating away with the fear of arrest, but Yuri had never felt important enough to be arrested. For an instant he believed they might be looking for someone else, or that they had the wrong address, until they explained, not that they were arresting him, but that they had a few questions waiting for him. Yuri got dressed and left a note for Elek, who was nowhere in evidence. Warming up a widow somewhere, no doubt. Kovacs, the concierge, an inveterate arsehead, was waiting, deeply disgruntled, to let them out and to lock up. Yuri did manage to pick up a very faint sensation of satisfaction as he saw Kovacs fuming in his moth-eaten, cigarette-ventilated dressing gown, his hair floating in all directions. The car wasn't black, as tradition dictated, but a sort of pukey brown. This was a little disappointing, since it was going to spoil the story he could relate when he got out in 5, 6, 7, 10 years' time, whenever. It was a short drive through empty streets. Yuri was surprised in a way that something he had been fearing for so long should have come so inexplicably out of the black. Was he going to be coached for a show trial? Who was being stored in the clink these days? They seemed keener on communists these days, but there was always the need for a supporting cast. Curiously, there was an element of relief. Now he had touched bottom. There was no need to fear being arrested when you're arrested. What was the charge going to be? As far as Yuri knew, considering the government to be a bunch of wankers wasn't on the statute books. Why hadn't they arrested him in 45, in November, after the elections when he hadn't anything to eat, but did have a loaded revolver, and had gone out into the streets in Alec's overcoat to shout 57% with lots of other people? Why the smallholders, a crowd of people with mustaches who liked going to church and waving loaves of bread, should have got 57% of the vote would have been a mystery if it hadn't been for the Russians and Baldy Rakosi's party on the other side. Rakosi's Communist Party, which only scored 17%, despite all sorts of largesse from Moscow and regular deliveries of prisoners of war to demonstrate Rakosi's diplomatic skills. Rakosi had messed up that election, partly because, like everyone else in the Communist Party, he couldn't believe how disliked he was, and partly because he'd only just unpacked the Build a Communist State kit that had been posted to him from the Soviet Union, and was still reading the manual. 57% was a rather witless thing to shout in the streets, but it had been great, and the slogan was a portmanteau, replete with sesquipedalian imprecations and oaths against the communists. As Yuri was led into the elegant interior of 60 Andrassy Ut, for some reason, the rumor about the head of the AVO's wife came to his mind. Gabor Peter's wife was bruited to be a lesbian with a strong penchant for triadic trysts. This salacious aside stepped aside as a young AVO officer, presumably the junior members and recruits got the night shift, who was Yuri's age, opened a folder and muttered, "Fischer," as if he were taking receipt of a consignment of desk lamps. The officer flipped through the file in a moderately annoyed fashion because it seemed to be virtually empty and lacking the crucial items he was searching for. Yuri studied him and thought, if only I hadn't been born a moral vertebrae with intelligence, with dignity, I could be sitting there comfortably. "Your confession doesn't seem to be here," remarked the officer, with the clear implication that he was the only person in the building who dealt conscientiously with paperwork. "It had better be good. I'm not signing any rubbish," said Yuri, diving into the silence. On account of the dearth of menace in the proceedings, it was rather like a dentist's waiting room without the magazines, and because he had the feeling it would be his last chance to crack a joke for a long while, he took the initiative. It would be the sort of story that would tickle anyone in prison. The receptionist looked at Yuri as if he had fouled the carpet, not stupid or boorish, but simply sad. He called to a colleague in an adjoining room. "One more. Fischer." The colleague came in with a clipboard he was consulting closely, professionally. He spent rather longer than one could expect it would take to scrutinize a single sheet of paper, even with very small print. Finally he pronounced, "There's no Fischer." "Can I go home then?" asked Yuri, feeling he had nothing to lose. Both of them turned to him with a look that said it would be extremely unwise to open his mouth again. The receptionist gestured at Yuri. "What do you think he's doing here? Waiting for a bus?" "I don't care what he's doing here. He's not on the list. I've told people about this before, you know. We're not the Hotel Britannia. Your name's Fischer?" he asked, addressing Yuri. "Yes." He looked lengthily at the list again. "You don't have any aliases or nicknames, do you?" "No." The list was regarded again in the hope it would suddenly divulge a Fischer. "You are Hungarian, I take it?" he asked, scanning a violet piece of paper evidently intended for foreigners. Yuri confirmed his nationality. "Well, I've got a Fodor, but that's it, and there aren't even any F's on the foreigners list." "It doesn't matter," said the receptionist. "Just stick him downstairs." "It does matter. What's the point of having a fucking list if people's fucking names aren't on it?" The receptionist seized the clipboard and eyeballed the list with an air of doubting the other's ability to spot a Fischer even when there was one there. "Okay, just take him down." "But we're full up. I've only got the double left." Yuri was held underground and shown into a cell which had a feeble member of the Bulb family lighting it, and which was predominantly full of gypsy. There were 2 benches in the cell, both of which were covered in the largest gypsy Yuri had ever seen. In fact, one of the largest people he had ever seen. Like Newman, but with 3 or 4 pillows tied around him. How could anyone get that fat in Hungary? Apart from his striking collection of collops, the gypsy's left fist had "Bang" tattooed, B-A-N-G, on the topmost phalanges of his fingers, and his jowly face had a grid marked on the left side, as if someone had been playing noughts and crosses with an exceptionally sharp knife. Yuri wondered if the gypsy had ever contemplated a career in water polo. "Hello," said the gypsy, withdrawing a division of his thigh to expose some bench and stretching out a hand. "I'm Knots." Then he added beamingly, "Pimp." Yuri shook his hand and introduced himself. He admired Knots' clarity of identity. How should he depict himself? Basketball player? Railway employee? Student of life? Fischer. George. Class alien. "What have they got you in for?" Knots inquired. Yuri reflected. "Nothing, really." "If it's nothing, they're going to throw the book at you. I reckon they have a quota of 10-year sentences they need to fill. One of my mates in Nyíregyháza got taken in a few weeks ago. Nothing personal, Bognar, they said, but we have to put someone down for a 10-year stretch, and we think that you wouldn't mind too much, being a stinking gyppo and that. Just sign the confession so we can go home." Knots was in for obstructing the course of justice. 2 AVO men were chasing a kid who had let down the tires on their car, and they tripped over Knots, who had been recumbent in a stairwell, dead drunk after a protracted wedding celebration. Knots's lack of consciousness was why he hadn't been able to implement his usual escape technique. The policemen these days aren't as well made as they used to be. You just have to sit on them to hear them snapping. The terriblest threats of retribution had been issued to Knots because it had required 2 arrest teams and a butcher's van to bring him in. "I can't say I'm looking forward to a stretch. The prisons really have gone downhill," complained Knots. He had been, he elucidated, in most of Hungary's penal institutions, including the infamous Star prison in Szeged, where Rákosi once spent 15 years. Rákosi had had a satisfactory library, a cell to himself, and an international campaign to obtain his release. Progressive intellectuals from all over Europe had sent telegrams of protest to Hungarian consuls. Yuri had seen one from the West Hull branch of the Friends of the Soviet Union in an exhibition about Rákosi's life. The telegram had spoken of their emphatic disgust at Rákosi's conviction. Yuri had reflected that he might well feel more friendly towards the Soviet Union if he lived in West Hull. He had also looked up emphatic in his English dictionary, since it was a word he hadn't come across before. Odd that the progressive intellectuals were so silent about the abounding convictions in Hungary now. Yuri also had the presentiment that progressive intellectuals in West Hull, or anywhere else, wouldn't be sending any telegrams on his behalf. But then Yuri was ill-disposed towards them anyhow for saving Rákosi from the death penalty. "The bread and dripping were outstanding," said Knots, continuing his reminiscences about the Star prison. "It was worth it for the bread and dripping alone." Knots's soliloquy went on, encompassing other jail delights, which were punctuated with an exhortation to Yuri that whenever he got out, 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, he should hasten without delay to Knots's sister, who could habitually be found around Rákosi Tér. "There's nothing like it for getting out of your system." The main difference between prison and being out in Hungary, Yuri ruminated, was that in prison there was less room. That was about it. Less room and a strong smell of unbathed gypsy. As compensation for the ammoniac tentacles growing from Knots, there was, at least, no portrait of Rákosi in the hall. Still enjoying a burst of aplomb, Yuri couldn't help reviewing the various outcomes of his incarceration, all of which contained generous helpings of more incarceration, pain and pain's subsidiaries. Yuri liked to think of himself as quite tough and self-reliant, which was why he didn't like to find himself in circumstances which might amply demonstrate that he wasn't. On the wall, someone had scraped, "I am a member of Parliament." The statement didn't seem to be worth the trouble on its own. Presumably it was an aposiopesis, produced by the author's untimely removal from the cell. Underneath, in a different style, with a different sharpish instrument, someone had inscribed, "I am a member of Ujpest Football Club." Was also in faded pencil, remarkable since Yuri had had all his portable personal and impersonal items removed, as well as his belt and shoelaces. "If you can read this, you're in trouble." Well, thought Yuri, here I am under the frog's arse, under the coal-mining frog's arse indeed, at the very bottom of existence. Nothing could make things worse. Was he going to be entitled to any of those things in his life that were accounted as worthwhile or enjoyable? He was 20. Was he going to get out in time to grab any of the things worth grabbing? Without great satisfaction, he inspected the ledgers of his years. When the venerable poet Ereny had reached 80, according to Potocki, he was asked how he viewed the peaks of his celebrated life, a legend-creating poet, revolutionary, seer, national hero and ornament. "A bit more tupping would have been nice," he replied. This pronouncement hadn't made it into Ereny's biography. The prospect of having his Willie in dry dock for a decade was only marginally less alarming than having all his bones broken, or dying unpleasantly, or indeed pleasantly. Knotts got tired of his discourse on penal cuisine and the merits of his sister, and reclined for some sleep. "This can't go on much longer," was revealed on the wall beside him, underneath which, with the true Hungarian desire to have the last word, someone had written, "It already has." Would there ever be a new round of Nuremberg trials? Yuri wondered. Would he be around to see them? What would the AVO say in their defense? We were only obeying ideals. It was hard to judge the pass of time, but it seemed to Yuri that a day had gone without any change or incursion into their cell, apart from the odd commotion at the Judas hole when they were scoped by the guards. There was no sign of food, although Yuri's appetite had scarpered. "It's my fault they're not giving us anything to eat," apologized Knotts. "They can't bear the sight of a fat gypsy." Having got to the point where he was strapped in, mentally steeled, ready to look a 10-year sentence in the face with equanimity, Yuri was released. Judging by the light outside, it was the following morning. No one had said anything in the way of explanation. He had been summoned, given back a portion of his personal effects, not his shoelaces or small change. Yuri hadn't taken the trouble of inquiring about the whereabouts of the missing items or the wherefore of his manumittance. Outside, he felt so pleased to see Budapest. Budapest looked so effervescently active that he half wished he could be arrested more often. He was coming to terms with his deliverance when he noticed Elemer, the dog-catching mailed fist of the proletariat, step up to him. Elemer, who was smoking a dawdling cigarette, had clearly been expecting him. "Any time," was all he said before he walked off. The shock was such that Yuri had no time to kill him before he vanished. His anger expanded steadily and so intensely he thought the rage was going to pop his skull. Trembling with anger, he made his way home on the tram, and if anyone had so much as brushed against him by accident, it would have resulted in an instantaneous, furious, bone-crushing onslaught. At home, he discovered the note he had left on the kitchen table for Alec, looking unread. Where was the old goat, he wondered as he ripped up the note. Alec entered at that moment, sniffed and commented ebulliently on Yuri's mallardous condition after the AVO's cold sauna. "Communism doesn't prevent washing, you know." Yuri never told anyone. August 1952. It had only been a month, but if he never achieved anything else in his life, that month would be achievement enough. The camp had been at Bohonyi, but they had met at Peg's railway station by the sergeant major, who had been specially selected to shape up the university students during the 4 weeks he had charge of them, to mould them into lusty officers. The sergeant major was in no way perturbed by the centuries-old tradition of sergeant majors being sadistic, aggressive, and very loud. From the very start, he was out to prove he could be far worse than anything they might have imagined. "We're going to be fighting World War III soon," was his opening gambit. Like all soldiers, he wasn't too enamored of peace. It didn't give the military the respect and resources it considered so richly deserved. But a peace which was simply a built-up to a world conflict was something the sergeant major could stomach. "You are turds, unspeakable turds, whom I am obliged to transmogrify into barely useful turds. My philosophy is to make life for you so unpleasant you will find war an agreeable recreation, a bit of light relief, and that you will die in a manner that will not disgrace the fine traditions of the Hungarian army," which is about all Hungarian armies had ever managed to do, Yuri thought. "I suspect some of you will be committing suicide. Indeed, I will consider my work a failure if some of you turds don't try a bit of wrist slashing. And if you don't do the job properly, we're willing to help. Attempted suicide is punishable by death." To be fair to the sergeant major, he at least looked as if he knew something about soldiering. Large, vigorous, confident, gnarled, the sort of person you were glad was on your side. A bastard, but a competent bastard. "It's all right, having a shaky officer when you're in the barracks," Thomas had told Yuri at Gans. "It's not important if it takes him 2 hours to find out which way up the map should be, but when you get to the front you need someone good, or you get jacked." We had one officer called Kosis. The funny thing was that he had always wanted to be an officer. He came from a military family, but even after going through the Ludovica, he couldn't direct piss into a bucket, let alone a military operation. Within an hour of getting us to the front, he got us pinned down, and he was killed straight away by some Soviet who got through our defenses, infiltrating brilliantly in a Hungarian uniform, speaking fluent Hungarian and having lived in Budapest for 30 years. The sergeant major's first threat. "When we get to our base, you will become acquainted with the parade ground. You will become so well acquainted that if by some unheard-of miracle you survive, you'll remember every crack when you're 90. Here the sergeant who had been delegated as assistant whispered into the SM's ear, what they were to learn later, that Bohony didn't have a parade ground. "There'll be plenty of drill," the SM continued, "so that from a great distance the imperialist might accidentally mistake you for soldiers." The military had not lost its fondness for cowpats. What Bohony did have was meadows, so they practiced their ceremonial march, their bayonets fixed and resting on the soldier of the person in front. On a level parade ground, this could have been an impressive sight of coordination and martial display. In a meadow full of cow dung and hollows, it was a massive exercise in ear removal. The first to lose his oral equilibrium was Jon Yossi, a lawyer, who, being a lawyer, deserved it. He wasn't going to be produced in any show trials after that. The month was bad, very bad. But a month only being a month as such, it couldn't be unbearably bad. Most of the time was spent on the usual military tricks of making you try and do half an hour's worth of doing in 5 minutes. And Dohany, the SM, who never told them his name. "I don't want you to think of me as a person, just a fucking bastard," was very keen on making people run around in full gear, with 20 pounds of kit, wearing a gas mask. The odd thing about gas masks, Yuri reflected, when you thought about how they were designed for you to breathe through, was that they were virtually impossible for you to breathe through, particularly when doing anything more arduous than standing still. The bulk of the agony revolved around unending physical exertion. Even for Yuri, as a professional amateur athlete, it was demanding. For the students who had been more sedentary, it produced the effect Dohany was after: intense pain, shock, disbelief at how much physical punishment the body could take in 24 hours. "Sleep is bourgeoisie," pronounced Dohany, before sending them out on all-night maneuvers with the sergeant. Most of the group developed an air of aghastness after the second day, as if they were permanently being punched in the stomach. At moments of excruciating physical effort, running with a stretcher full of hypothetically wounded soldiers, for example, Yuri recalled a painting he had recently seen of a soldier lying down in a comfortable field, reading pensively, surrounded by comatosely relaxed brothers in arms. The painting was entitled, "Soldier Reading, Surrounded by His Brothers in Arms." Dohany would have shot anyone he found lying around pensively or reading. Despite Dohany doing his best to make things as horrific as possible, he was cruelly let down by the weather, which was regulation's summer issue, warm and invigorating. The heat was sometimes cumbersome, but the summer didn't permit suicidal misery. Dohany's torments, which would have been unsupportable and shattering in a cold, muddy winter, were kept digestible. He became visibly frustrated by the lack of breakdown. Standing by Bensk, the architect, who had collapsed in a meadow under a rucksack full of ammunition, and who was floundering on the grass, rather as if he were feebly trying to swim across the meadow, incapable of getting to his feet, Dohany shouted sympathetically, "Had enough? Want a rest? Dessert! Then I can have you shot." Dohany kept on counseling desertion, to no avail, but he always repeated the punchline, "I'll have you shot. Why should you waste the imperialist time?" The imperialists were another classic Dohany theme, from a man whose knowledge of world affairs was based on the few months he had traveled out of Hungary to kill people. "The imperialists are coming. Any day now we're going to have number 3. Third time lucky. Of course, you barely uniformed turds won't make any difference, but we don't want you wetting yourselves in civilian shelters, distressing the populace. The best thing you can do when the war starts is dig a hole, jump in, and fill it up." So where were the American imperialists? The British imperialists? Or even the German ones? They had been promised imperialists for years on end, Yuri thought angrily. What were the imperialists playing at? He had carefully rehearsed the phrase with which he would greet American invaders. "What kept you? Let me take you to many interesting communists I am sure you will be eager to shoot." The whole camp and the idea of camp was a complete waste of time, courtesy of the people who had given Hungary such impressive ideas as the centrally controlled economy, where you had to work your way through dozens of barriers to find the man at the ministry, who was responsible for getting you some extra bolts, only to find he was on holiday. Apart from confirming their suspicions about which end of the rifle the bullet emerged from, the heroic sons of democratic Hungary had learned only one other thing, a formative hatred of the army. The futility of the training was doubled in Yuri's case. Although the camp was devised to render them sturdy leaders of men, Yuri, being X-class, wouldn't be allowed to be an officer, so the most he could ever be was the best trained corporal in the People's Army. The political classes were for once extremely welcome, although they were raw tedium. Everyone looked forward to them because you could sit down, not be shouted at, and not have to worry about donning a gas mask. Dohany would stand to one side, fuming conspicuously at this respite from his meticulously conceived diet of ordeal. The political officer was called Lieutenant Colonel Tibor Fischer, a fact that Yuri fully intended to tease Potocki about when he returned to Budapest, away from the military and the countryside, where all you had was a choice of grass and excrement served up in a variety of styles. Lieutenant Colonel Potocki obviously did a lot of this sort of instruction. He had been chauffeured into the camp hot from another engagement, and his monotonous, unfaltering flow suggested regular practice. "It is, of course, Generalissimo Stalin who has given us life, that we salute, and the triumph of Stalinian strategy in the great patriotic war that we take as our guiding precept that is above all the Hungarian edition of the works of Stalin, a new invincible weapon in our hands that will enable us to model ourselves on the glorious Stalinian Soviet army." This was all without a breath, and in front of a mounted, hazy photograph of a Soviet officer looking knowingly and professionally down the gun barrel proffered by a Soviet infantryman, smirkingly proud and confident of the unbesmirched state of his rifling. That photograph was to the left of Lieutenant Colonel Potocki. To his right was a gray, hard-to-distinguish photograph of small figures in a line, carrying banners with indecipherable slogans. This picture was bottomed, "Peace Demonstration, London." Lieutenant Colonel Potocki took up Dohany's theme of communism, getting ready to put his boot on the throat of decadent bourgeoisie countries, to stick the bayonet and twist it about, but in much more refined and dull language for 15 minutes or so, before expounding further about Stalin, leader of the Peace Front. If the lieutenant colonel took this seriously, if he believed what he was saying, Yuri pondered, it was sad. If he didn't believe the nonsense he was spouting, like a parrot or a khaki gramophone player, that was sad too. Which was sadder? Or maybe you could take the whole scene, all of them assembled in the hut pretending to imbibe the wisdom that the lieutenant colonel was pretending to impart, as an enormously elaborate practical joke. Perhaps one day everyone in Hungary, in Poland, Czechoslovakia, Germany, Romania, the Soviet Union, and even Albania would wake up one day to hear Stalin screeching with laughter in the Kremlin. "You didn't think I was serious, did you?" Living according to Bolshevik principles, the idea was as absurd as walking around all day with 2 fingers stuck up your nose. At least the church only expected you to turn up once a week, but otherwise was prepared to keep out of your hair. If people's power only meant a weekly hour-long lecture, Yuri thought, I could live with it. Scrutinizing the lieutenant colonel, Yuri inclined to categorizing him as a true believer, a moral cripple, ethically stillborn. This would surely be seen as the most lasting, the most magisterial accomplishment of the Hungarian workers' movement. Unearthing, rounding up, nurturing so many prize shits. How many super shits could carry a small country like Hungary yield? A few hundred? A few thousand? No, the Hungarian Working People's Party talent scouts had offered contracts to hundreds of thousands of man-shaped turds. Admittedly, not all of them would be truly First Division brigands. Who knows, maybe there were even people who joined by mistake, thinking they could do some good. But for the conscripted audience, the ostensibly dull lecture had, in fact, been garnished with the twang of corporeal détente. Numerous limbs and muscle installations had had an opportunity of resting, and as they filed away from the political instruction, they wondered if they would be treated to another session. At the end of the 4 weeks, everyone was so glad to leave that they couldn't find the energy to really hate Dohany as he gave them some parting abuse. "I'm sorry to see you barely biped turds leaving. It would have been a better deal for humanity if you died here, but I don't suppose you self-propelled dicks will get very far. There's no need to thank me." Yuri and some of the others vacillated over giving Dohany some obscenity, but you never could be sure how far military jurisdiction stretched. They settled for some sloppy salutes and ran to the railway station. Returning to Budapest, Yuri felt older, wiser, proud of having taken his 4 weeks without falling to his knees, begging for mercy. The sight of Budapest brought a torrent of excitement and gratitude. A desire to kiss the ground lasted for several seconds when he stepped off the train, and the delight in being capitalized lasted until he got to Thokoli Út, by which time the crowded train had pressed the last drops of rejoicing out of him. It was as he strolled down the last section of Thokoli Út to turn into Dosa Yorgi Út that a figure in a heavily peopled delicatessen caught his eye. His subconscious elbowed his conscious, and he noticed Potocki in a queue at the counter. He gazed through the window at the spectacle for a few moments, and then, excited and fearful of missing the continuation, he ran into the shop. There was Potocki, sandwiched between resolute housewives, carrying a shopping basket, a large wicker construction that Yuri didn't recognize as an official Potocki family household object. Potocki's awareness latched on to Yuri as he approached. Just for a shaving of a second, there was a general alarm, a call to action, a glimpse of consternation, bolting around the corner. If Yuri hadn't known Potocki from the age of 4, These fleeting, mostly subcutaneous movements couldn't have been noticed. As it takes a trained expert to judge a counterfeit banknote, so it took a Potiki expert to detect the counterfeit cool, to detect the thinness recoil, a proton of shame, as if he had been caught extracting his dick from a herbivore. The reason for Yori's amazement was that Potiki never went shopping. Never. For certain masculine accessories, such as clothes, etc., yes, but then that sort of shopping wasn't done in a shop, but by cajoling acquaintances to produce the required item through barter, bribery, blackmail, or begging. Even when Potiki was at a more malleable age, at 6 or 7, he had stubbornly refused to run out to the shops, no matter what the incentives or threats. Though Potiki had never publicly proclaimed it as a policy decision, there was a clear implication that going to the shops was one of the things you didn't do, that it was an infringement of rowing time, a blight on male dignity. When Yuri went off to collect the dress from Onylfold, Potiki had said nothing, but his silence was eloquent. "You're my friend, so I won't dwell on this deplorable lapse, this sad weakness." Potiki was the chief exponent of snatch the snatch, of amatory hitting and running for the rowing boat. Yori didn't have the black and white evidence yet, but he had the feeling that Potiki's waiting for some cheese was a sign of doctrinal collapse, that his mulierosity had got him distaffed. "How was the army?" Potiki greeted him, impeccably casual, as if they were meeting in the sports hall and not at the cheese counter. "I hope they offered you a generalship?" "It was everything you'd expect," said Yori, unable to contain himself and going for the jugular question. "Doing some errands for your mother, are you?" "No. B asked me to get some things for lunch," replied Potiki. It was Potiki, in one way, at his greatest. The flawless tones of mundane, routine queuing, as if he were simply standing in a queue talking about standing in a queue, and not under capitulation, the unbridled massacre of a young lifetime's precepts. So it was B. When Potiki had been thrown out of the College of Accountancy, it hadn't come as a surprise to anyone concerned. He had only found out about the exams by accident. He was walking past the college when he had been overcome by the need for a leak, and he had fortuitously discovered the exam list on his way to the gents. He had pleaded with Yuri to remind him of his subjects he was supposed to be studying. Was it the light industrial inventory course or the advanced cost analysis? He was so far gone, even cheating wouldn't have helped him. Potiki had then rapidly obtained a place at the College for Theatrical and Cinematic Arts. Ironically, this hadn't been much for the outstanding performance that freed him from the clutches of the army, which had snapped him up the minute they had been jettisoned by the College of Accountancy. He had feigned a dud cartilage which required him to walk around with an inflexible leg, all the time, for 6 weeks, a marathon acting feat that demanded rigorous verisimilitude about 24 hours a day, thespianism without respite, though it was true that the potential savagery of the non-commissioned critics was a great encouragement in maintaining a correct, impaired cartilage posture. A friendly doctor whom Istvan had lined up removed a healthy cartilage from Potiki's right knee, and he got his discharge from the army. Before his knee had time to heal properly, Potiki was in at the College of Theatrical and Cinematic Arts to study photography, and thus exempt once again from military service. B's existence had been gradually revealed, more by Potiki's absences than her presence. But Potiki was finally caught, having informed everyone that he was going to get some developing agents, in tandem with B on a bench overlooking the Danube. Yori and Roka spotted them as they were contemplating a run around Margit Island. The vigor of her hello, the choreography of B's movements, the mellifluousness of her voice that made every syllable stand on its own feet, the projection of her posture would have convicted B of being an apprentice actress, without the production of her student identity card. Discovering B and Potiki on the bench was rather startling because Potiki's stated policy was that sitting around on park benches was for simpletons or failures. "You don't mind if we join you?" said Yuri, sitting down on the grass next to the bench. He and Roka fastened onto Pataki and Bee, surmising that this would be of some hindrance, embarrassment, or annoyance to Pataki, whose demeanor was one of affability, as if there could be nothing more natural and agreeable than all of them sitting there watching the Danube. "Been saving up for my present, have you?" asked Yuri, taking advantage of Pataki's corderedness to remind him about the non-appearance of his birthday present, 10 days overdue. Pataki writhed, too briefly for anyone but a seasoned Pataki watcher to behold, and then handed over, to Yuri's surprise, a neatly wrapped volume. It must have been wrapped by someone else. "We were just shopping for it," said Pataki. There was no doubt it was intended as Yuri's birthday present, but Pataki's reluctance in handing it over soon became understandable. The present was a book, Hungarian Writers on Matyas Rákosi, a volume issued to commemorate Rákosi's 60th birthday in March. "It's just what I wanted," said Yuri, using one of his subtlest sarcasms, since only minimal irony was called for. The anthology was self-evidently not only something Yuri didn't have the slightest interest in, it was a gift that he had no more intention of taking home than he had of sticking a serrated blade through his palm. Pataki had probably bought it to read himself and catch up on the latest in literary goings-on. The book was a collection of pieces by leading Hungarian writers, which might as well have been titled Arse-Looking in 35 Variations. The only real literary ability called into action was to minimize the degradation and shame in composing a panegyric on the bald orangutan who happened to be Prime Minister and the first secretary of the Hungarian Working People's Party. You could imagine them sitting around in the comforts of the Writers' Union, saying to each other, "No, no, Zolly, I'm not distinguished enough to make a contribution to the book. I'm sure Josie or Lackey can knock out something." Bee was attractive, though by no means the fairest to be Pataki'd, and her theatrical nature prompted Yuri to read out the first work from the book, a poem by Zoltán Zelk. Zelk at his best was, well, appalling. Curiously, Pataki, normally merciless in his critical judgments on poetry, always went easy on Zelk, although he had claimed he could train any reasonably intelligent dog to compose better verses than Zelk, by picking out words from a hat. "Comrade Rákosi is 60. No other words required. If I write it down, you'll know it instantly. Comrade Rákosi is 60. Perhaps because of Yuri's skillful inflections in reading, Roka started to cry with laughter. Mastering his mirth, he was handed a stanza by his muse. "Comrade Rákosi is an arse. No other words required. If I write it down, you'll know instantly. Comrade Rákosi is an arse." "Oh, don't be unfair," chided Bee, gently. "Rákosi's a good old soul. That's why I joined the party." This only added fuel to the fire. Both Yuri and Roka laughed to the point of pain, doubled up on the ground, much to Bee's puzzlement, since she hadn't intended to be funny, since she wasn't joking. Pataki made good their escape before any offense occurred. "We're going to the cinema. We'd better be off." He and Bee sauntered away to the bus stop. Bee's parting words made it clear, however, that she was quite genuine in her admiration for Rákosi. "He's done a lot of good for this country." Roka was quite shocked. Although he was indiscriminate in assisting women with their orgasms, this bounty was coupled with an austere, Petrus morality that forbade any form of intercourse with the party. Bee struck Yuri as someone who hadn't thought too much about Rákosi and Co., as someone who hadn't thought too much about anything. For her, the party meant social occasions, meetings, songs, speeches, set texts. "What is he doing?" Roka asked, persistently, largely rhetorically. "Isn't it about time the party showed him a good time?" replied Yuri, flicking through the homage to Rákosi, wondering whether he could find anyone stupid enough to barter something for the book. There was only one bona fide cadre in Locomotive, Peter, a peasant lad from Kecskemét, who was bullishly in favor of the new order as well as anyone might be who had been rescued from a region where the most dramatic event was the sluggish production of oxygen by the local verter. Peter was always attending courses, radiating optimism and socialist zest for life. He would have been ideal for one of the photographs where young Hungarians look on proudly and wistfully at the brand new achievements of people's power. Moreover, Peter was also always ferrying around books such as Stalin, a short biography, not short enough, others would remark, and in moments of leisure would work his way through ponderously underlining passages that he deemed to contain bonus significance. Might Peter be willing to exchange some of those delightfully tasty objects that he received from his solicitous relatives for this outstanding literary work? "But," said Roca, "what is he doing?" Roca's bewilderment might have been greater if he had known that Potiki's father, an accountant who had wandered into social democracy, had spent 1951 tied up in an AVO basement. Potiki's father had only told Potiki, and Patiki had only told Yuri. Gaspar had been picked up in the regulation fashion in January, asked to come to Andrassy Ut as a witness. His suspicions had been aroused when they tied him up from shoulder to toe in a sort of all-encompassing rope straitjacket, a hemp cocoon, and deposited him in an unlit basement for what was probably a week. After that he was unwrapped in an interrogation suite, punched in the mouth and admonished. "Confess something. Surprise us. Entertain." All Gaspar could do was say there must have been some mistake, and then emit a few ounces as they tried to punch-start him into admission. He was thrown back into the basement with the verdict, "Who arrested that boring bastard?" He stayed there for the rest of the year, eating by pushing his face into the billy can that was introduced from time to time into the cell. He felt like an envelope waiting to be opened in someone's in-tray. There were dribs and drabs of conversation he heard emanating from outside. "Don't you need a social democrat, Jano?" "What, do you think this is 1950? What about an accountant?" "Well, I certainly don't need one. You've been greedy again, haven't you? Remember what Belkin said. Never arrest more than you need. It just creates paperwork." Every 6 weeks or so, Gaspar was taken for a wash. On one occasion, he shared a shower with someone who looked remarkably like Janos Kadar, the former communist minister of the Interior. He even sounded like Kadar. "How much longer can this go on?" asked the Kadar look-alike. Gaspar hadn't been able to think anything to say in the circumstances. Finally, just before Christmas, someone came into the basement, untied him, and said, "Piss off, we need this cell." Luckily for Gaspar, one of Budapest's 5 taxis was passing outside. "I get most of my trade here," the driver had informed him, as the walk from the basement to the street had bankrupted his muscles. Never an outgoing fellow in the first place, Gaspar had become even more armchair-bound than Alec, flattened by the physical ordeal, by the shame of imprisonment and the additional humiliation of having been a judge too dull to be stuck into a conspiracy. To the boys, Potki presented his relations with B with a bluff. "The party has screwed me, now I'm screwing the party." But now, as he waited with Potki for 3 dekas of Aniko cheese, Yuri realized it was all over. On the one hand, he wished he had his diary with him, so he could pencil in whole months' worth of vilification, mockery, and needling. The quality of the material that he had struck in finding Potki with a shopping basket promised an almost unlimited quality of ridicule, from one-liners to epic-length denunciations. "There I was, walking down Thokoli Ut." On the other hand, Yuri felt sorrowful. Potiki had assumed heroic status in the battle of the sexes, invincible, unconquerable, immune to the ailments that floored others. And here was the mightily fallen, Ozymandias with a shopping basket. Potiki had become immortal. Huge jars of pickled gherkins lined the walls of the shop, lording it over smaller jars of apricot conserve. Any level surface in the shop had these crammed glass jars. They were what you could find all over Hungary, in all the one-room shops. Pickled gherkins and apricot conserve. If you liked pickled gherkins and apricot conserve a lot, you were in the right country. Abundant pickled gherkins and apricot conserve were quite an accomplishment, Yuri mused, as Hungary got on with the second half of the 20th century. That was the sort of organic stagnation, displayed stasis, obedience under clear glass that they would like from people, stacked in their homes, products that didn't require attention, that wouldn't be troubled by the languors of the system of distribution, that would just exist docilely on the shelf until needed. What Beauharnois did have was meadows, so they practiced their ceremonial march, their bayonets fixed and resting on the soldier of the person in front. On a level parade ground, this could have been an impressive sight of coordination and martial display. In a meadow full of cow dung and hollows, it was a massive exercise in ear removal. The first to lose his oral equilibrium was Jan Yossi, a lawyer, who, being a lawyer, deserved it. He wasn't going to be produced in any show trials after that. The month was bad, very bad. But a month only being a month as such, it couldn't be unbearably bad. Most of the time was spent on the usual military tricks of making you try and do half an hour's worth of doing in 5 minutes. And Dohonyi, the SM, who never told them his name. "I don't want you to think of me a person,"